You're not real. You're not real.
What? You are? Is any of it real? I mean, look at this. Look at it! A world built on fantasy. Synthetic emotions in the form of pills. Psychological warfare in the form of advertising. Mind-altering chemicals in the form of food. Brainwashing seminars in the form of media. Controlled, isolated bubbles in the form of social networks. Real? You want to talk about reality? We haven't lived in anything remotely close to it since the turn of the century. We turned it off, took out the batteries, snacked on a bag of GMOs while we tossed the remnants in the ever-expanding dumpster of the human condition. We live in branded houses, trademarked by corporations, built on bipolar numbers, jumping up and down on digital displays, hypnotizing us into the biggest slumber mankind has ever seen. You have to dig pretty deep, kiddo, before you can find anything real. We live in a kingdom of...
It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions.
Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
Thursday, March 26th, 2026. Thank you for joining me today. Now, the conversation we've been having around the negotiation that Trump has claimed to have had has taken a lot of very interesting turns moment to moment. But my point the entire time has been that I feel we've been being deceived. And I think that's very clear. I think it's, I mean, let's be... Let's not dance around what we can obviously see and acknowledge that there's been like blatant lies that he's told. Now, that could mean that he's playing the tactics that he likes to praise in his books and so on, which is just dishonesty at the end of the day. But results oriented as he is, ultimately the argument could be that he's trying to maneuver through this to get Iran where he wants them to get the deal. But you know, if you agree with that, so be it. But acknowledge that while that's happening, he's lying to you. He's lying to everybody. And most people that support that accept that as it's, you know, that's the game he's playing with all the rest of them. But when you dive through more of it, as it's into today especially, it starts to appear as if it's almost just entirely whole cloth, just creating a narrative out of nowhere to try to get people to feel like, oh, maybe he is talking to somebody. Maybe we should make a deal if he's talking. And I find it to be desperate, as I've been saying the entire time. But we'll go through some new points today on that topic and maybe open another door to what it could possibly be, with the discussion of oil tankers being the present that he told you he was given, with the interesting part of the GPS elements showing that didn't happen. Okay. So is that him lying? Is that him being lied to? Right? Is somebody else manipulating him? Israel, even Iran? But then how would he think that happened? That must be his inner circle that's lying to him. And I find that to be really interesting. And that speaks to the point of sort of how we've always wondered if he is being cowed, manipulated, handled. Is he aware of that? Any president, and or is that something that is, playing on his hubris? Which I think is very obvious with this person, to be able to manipulate him into thinking that he's the smartest one in the room, that his decision will be the most important, when you can easily create a situation where whatever choice he makes in a limited view gives them what they want. I think that's always been a way that this country's been manipulated, but today it's especially clear with this person. But there's a lot to get to today. It's quite a bit we're going to talk about. But that obvious point of the ongoing, I think just this dangerous drift this country is in with, whatever's driving Trump's decision-making process, it's obviously getting more and more concerning for everybody. Republicans, Democrats, those aware of it all being a joke. And clearly it's something that is, becoming so obvious to people that are like, at the point that I'm trying to continue to highlight through all of these things is see the bigger picture. Not that the right is lying in this moment, but that the government is playing us all through something like this. And I think a lot of people more than usual are starting to see that, like I've been highlighting. And right now it's becoming, okay, well, these are the same people that we thought we were fighting. Same war, the same technocratic governance, the same, all the same agendas are playing out in the same way. Now, again, note that a lot of us warned about that. Then we know for sure, but what are if not exactly what's happening right now, for very close, we were discussing before this was happening that this was likely where this administration would go. And likely no different than Kamala, to be quite honest. And that's why we're discussing how there could have been a different path, or we can hopefully continue to discuss why other options can be taken than just falling into the same broken lesser of evils dynamic that they've falsely created for us. But I'm glad to see that that's happening. And noticing that no matter what we say and no matter what we think, that that it just continues. And then on top of that, that weirdly enough, and it's not weird if you're paying attention, it's very obvious and has been the same way for a long time, CNN and Fox News seem to have basically the same argument. Now, the difference is CNN or Democrat media or liberal media saying Trump is lying. And he is, by the way, in plenty of ways. And saying, wait, that's their big point, that we could tell he's deceiving us. But guess what's the common thread? That the war should continue and that Iran's a bad guy, that we have to do it the right way, which I would even agree with if you're just going to talk about the legal dynamic. But this should not be happening at all. And there is no legal dynamic with how they did this or how they could have done this without just manufacturing it like we've played many times. The illegal dynamics, or rather the, what's the frame they use? We're in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. And that's the idea, both sides. But so to realize that this has been something that has been drifting, and both sides of the paradigm have always been in line with it. Both sides of the media have always been driving it and supporting it. And then when it happens, the group that's supposed to be adversarial is suddenly basically cheering it on. I just think it really exposes the long-term play. I think most people are seeing that. Now, other than that topic, and we're going to have a lot of other points we can get into around the Strait of Hormuz and how that point connects to it. And the bigger point of what this connects to, I'm going to get to some other things to start today, which I thought were really interesting. One of which we've discussed back in February, which was the Israeli-owned Biolab that was shut down, which connected back to the original Biolab. You have California, you've got Las Vegas. There's a couple different points that connect to this, and how interesting it is that that story basically disappeared after it turned out it was owned by an Israeli. Didn't disappear, but it just didn't, there was no momentum from the government perspective. And a lot of the people who were really keeping that in view, mostly the MAGA discussion, they just stopped talking about it, which I think that speaks for itself. Now, the point was about a Chinese person who was I think renting was in control of the area, but the owner was Israeli. Now, how that plays out, we'll get into to begin with, is very important, and how Dropsite News is recently covering it. There's a new article that came out, and I think it's important to highlight the aftermath of that. And I think you already know where it goes, but it's important to see. And there's more information that came out with the new article about what they found in his house. It's right here. Ori Solomon was his name. And we talked about this last time. If you remember, I'll show you the article we discussed it in. And what they found there, and what didn't happen, and what is probably never going to happen. We're going to quickly point out something in the beginning of what Derek was just doing. He was now at CPAC and interviewing some people. He got an interview with, what was his name again? Bovino. Interesting responses we'll point to. Some good, I'm gonna try to cover a bunch of stuff today that are, just kind of passing things that I don't usually get into, smaller points, partisan stuff, just stuff that I'm going to pull in, because as this is technically sort of the end of my, where I'm getting to at the end of my week, essentially, which I'm laughing myself. For those that have been seeing what I'm trying to do and keeping the consistent work and the consistent days of the show and trying to take more time, like maybe 1-2 days in a row to handle my life. My point is, when I do it this many days in a row, I watch something happen over the weekend that I'm going to definitely cover, and then it will sort of spin that plan out. But my goal is to try to keep that consistent work going, which means I'll probably be taking the next couple of days off, or at least one, and trying to pull myself out of it, which I strongly recommend we all do. As much as it's difficult, and in fact, it's important to keep attuned to this stuff, it's also really important to be able to break away and not have your phone on your hip the whole time you're supposed to not be, which is what I had been doing for a long time, but need to fully break away. Put the phone in the pouch, break away, go outside, spend at least a day completely disconnected. Now, I'm saying all that because my point right now is probably going to longer show. I wanted to include a lot of the stuff that I had, maybe put aside to focus on the bigger topics that have been happening. Some of which revolve around some things I was going to talk about yesterday, which we'll get to, around the, what was it called again? The advisor, the Council on Advisors on Science and Technology. basically just a technocratic startup, and it's interesting to see who's involved, and it's everyone that we all thought we were fighting. And I mean, everybody, including the Republicans, who are suddenly on the team, just like when they were at his inauguration. And, it's to say, how many times can we not recognize what it shows us when the same things keep happening, or the same lies keep being told, or the same promises keep being broken? Now, a bunch of points I want to make about what I think the partisan game is doing right now. Like what I've been generally highlighting, oh my God, look at the Obama story again and again and again, which I agree with. Put him in jail. He's a criminal. I agree. Maybe for different reasons than you may think, but I definitely think he's a criminal. And I'm just broadly saying that because all these people have committed war crimes. All these people have lied to us over our lives. The point, though, is that I never believed it was going to happen because I don't think they actually are, adversarial in the legal sense. I'm sure they hate each other to some degree. But, what about Biden? Or what about all the big claims and Social Security fraud and what Minnesota? I mean, all the different things we've been told and hyped and talked about, whether real or not. Or Epstein files, for crying out loud. Funny how that story just doesn't exist anymore. For us, it does, and we'll keep talking about it. It's not going to go away, but the spotlight has been removed, and the mainstream just pretend like it doesn't exist. You have to start noting that and recognize those people and make a note of it. Look at their work. Look at everybody's work, but recognize who's out there for wrong reasons and who's deceiving. And be Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Ellison and Mark Andreessen and Sergey Brin. Yeah, that's the good guy team that's backing Trump on his technocratic venture, isn't it? We'll also talk about a lot of the different distractions that are coming out to push away from this, talk about some points on technocracy that are building around us, as well as a $1.25 billion aid that was sent to Donald Trump's new board of peace. Because he's just bored of peace today, apparently. As much as it's all about, just the ongoing warfare, the point is that this is ultimately stealing from you. And we'll talk about that. I don't know why that's America first when it's a global dynamic, or why that's not obviously globalism, Alex Jones. The obvious reality of how clearly everything, it's embarrassing how clear it is. And now he's taking over $1 billion from taxpayer money to be put into something that goes outside of this country. He claims it'll be for Gaza, but it's basically a slush fund because this is not something that's accountable at all. And we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the over COVID-19 connection that I think connects with the distraction conversation, which I think is just interesting, coming out right now after all this time, and some larger other points we'll get to Iran. And if I have time today, I want to end with just a section that just continues to highlight what is continuing to happen in Gaza, and what Israel continues to do, and what it continues to be, their government, and what they continue to demonstrate. The statements like there is nobody innocent in Gaza, there are no innocent children killed, every child is a terrorist when they're born. These are coming from the mouths of people in leading positions of Israel's government. But we don't talk about that. You know where you don't hear those things? From Iran's government. That's not to say they don't think that. They very well could be just as vicious. I think every government is capable of that. The difference is over here, you have them proudly saying this with all of their audiences and their teams and their people cheering. Over here, you don't. Doesn't mean they don't think that, but recognize how interesting that is with the conversation, and one side gets called out all the time. Now, let's start with Derek's point. But I wanted to make sure you guys see this because he's going to be out there over the next couple of days interviewing people, discussing it. And if we have time and it connects, it's usually about the difference of timing of our, when I'm setting the show up and when he's ready. But we're going to try to do something where he can be, kind of jump in live and just kind of give you some updates. But half the time our hours are not overlapping. But I'm going to play this for you really quickly. This is what Derek just posted. CPAC exclusive, retiring Border Patrol hardliner Bovino has no regrets on Preddy's shooting. Denies U.S. citizens detained, which is just insane to me. I'll play it I'll let it speak for itself. We'll talk about it quickly. But just think about whether this is dishonesty or that he just doesn't know.
In the last couple of days, newly confirmed DHS Secretary Mullen has said he regrets statements he made after the shooting death of Alex Preddy. Do you regret any statements or actions you took around those shootings in Minnesota?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Every single statement was the truth.
No, it wasn't. And you can prove that. In fact, literally everybody, including Trump's administration, many of them admitted that those things were a little bit hyperbolic. Not this guy. That's why he got pushed away, because these guys are extremely radical. No difference than most people in government positions, quite honestly, but realize that what they said about that was proven to be false. Terrorist and monster, everything they did, Noam and him were some of the most egregious. And notice how those two are not been shoved to the side. And that's not because I think they care about the fact that they hold those opinions. It's because they're bad at relaying it to you.
I regret no statements, and we move forward here. We don't capitulate to folks that hate America.
Statements he made after the shooting death of Alex Preddy. Do you regret any statements or actions you took around those shootings in Minnesota?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Every single statement was the truth. I regret no statements, and we move forward here. We don't capitulate to folks that hate America.
We don't capitulate to folks who hate America. What does that even mean? So what are we talking about? Are we now suggesting that the only world in which that could be possible is that somebody who hates America lied about that? You know, again, despite the fact that we can quite literally prove that he was wrong in every possible way. You see, this is the kind of rhetoric I'm talking about. My opinion is he knows he is standing a line. Truth for people like this, I would argue, borderline sociopath, if not over the top, doesn't even factor in, guys. It's about narrative control. It's about what they want you to think they're supposed to be. It's insane to me. It's insane that we can stand, that we don't capitulate to people who hate America by asking, do you regret lying about what happened to Preddy?
Do you think you got enough support from the Trump administration following those days?
President Trump is the best president I've ever worked for. A few swamp creatures in that administration that probably need to go, but President Trump, fantastic.
That's quite okay. So yeah, love Trump. He's the best, right? Because clearly, if you don't say that, you get dumped, or negative things happen to you because Trump's very petty, it seems. But some other people in the midst have to go. Isn't that interesting? Doesn't it continue to show you that that's the at the same time though, when you talk to the team sport players that are all screaming about how winning we are right now, it's that everyone's the greatest of all time, greats of greatest greats of all time. That's what they're all screaming. Ridiculous, hyperbolic, and then no one gets fired, and then he gets put aside, and then they're still great forever. Yeah, if you don't, this is my point about where we are with this country. There's nobody that looks at that and goes, yeah, clearly that's completely honest. We know they're playing their team, their game. We all know that. Both sides do it. Everybody really does it in some ways in their life. But what's funny is when it comes to a head in political seriousness and in the conversation, everyone acts like you're crazy for not. It's a broken dynamic. You have these ridiculous talk shows or high-level CNN, Fox, whatever. High level in the sense of how they view it. And you'll be talking about things that we have proven years ago that they act like are undefined or we don't know, not even in the conversation. These people are either some of the most uninformed, high-level journalists I've ever seen in their minds again, or they just don't, I guess, or they're lying, or they don't even care to look for those things about narrative control. But I just want us to think about that. The bigger point of what, all of them are doing. Holding the line is the right way to frame it.
Administration that probably need to go, but President Trump, fantastic. He gives us a lot of support. Great job to President Trump.
Isn't that just interesting? He gives us a lot of support. Like a strange, right? Like, oh, I might offend him if I don't suggest that he's still giving us support, even though that does not appear to be happening. What happened to him was pretty embarrassing, guys. He got stood up like he was in charge of everything, literally made himself like a Nazi SS coat for his job, which didn't exist, and then just got shoved to the side because he was clearly a lunatic. And that was embarrassing. But see, the whole game is to act like it was somehow the plan, maybe it was, but that's Noam too, right? That's how you fail up in this administration.
As a patriot, few swamp creatures there that need to.
Final question. What do you say to Americans who worry about ICE and Border Patrol profiling or mistakenly or otherwise stopping Americans and detaining them, whether temporarily or otherwise?
Show me an instance where that's happened.
There's plenty on.
Don't you love that? Now, this is a very common tactic. Now, here, the question was this main point. Because we know that's happened. Look, this is the simple thing that I posted just underneath Derek's post, which is the story that's one of the most prominent stories. Reitz, Reddy, I forget. It's R-E-T-E-S, or Reitz, I think it was. He's the U.S. veteran who was working at a farm and got arrested. He told him he was the U.S. citizen. They guess didn't like that he tried to say that. Arrested him, even though they knew that, held him for 3 days. Refused to give him water. It's all covered. He's been having multiple interviews. They've been forced to acknowledge that. They just acted like the story was that he was not following orders and resisting. It's just not true, guys. Just like they lied about Preddy and lied about Good and lied about every other story you could find, lied about all of them, lied about shooting people, lied about hitting cars, lied about stealing things. Insane. And guess what? That ridiculous story, ICE and what they're doing, is only growing. We're just not watching it right now. Or rather, just, the focus has shifted. And that's This Gestapo force is extremely powerful and growing in this country with these surveillance apparatus of technocracy bolstering it around everything with Israel involved. That's all exploding. Right? This guy can't even be honest about the fact that this is actually happening. This is one of many obvious and well-documented examples of Americans being illegally detained and abused by ICE. I've also covered this explicitly, this one topic. DHS lies about detaining and deporting U.S. citizens. This was called out in the middle of Congress. They were known, embarrassingly tried to deny that. And you can show video after video, document after document, court case after court case, where it keeps happening. Now, do you really think that he doesn't know that? If he doesn't, that's insane. It means they live in their own little broken bubble and pretend that they're not actually doing what they're doing, which is a whole other story when you think about it. I genuinely think that this person is just, that's what you're supposed to say. And so you go, oh yeah, which one? And then what happens, right? What if I was there and I said, okay, Reese, what is he going to say? Well, who, for what source? Where from? I don't believe it. You really think it's going to go, oh, okay, you're right. So the point is to hope you don't have an answer. So he does what he does right here, which I'll play now. And he goes, oh, so you don't know one? That's right, because there are none, but there are. We know that. So the question is he just trying to play that tactic? Like, again, if you had just responded by going, here are 17 names of people that it happened to. Here's a document from the U.S. government saying it happened. He would not accept that. We all know that.
Americans and detaining them, whether temporarily or otherwise.
Show me an instance where that's happened.
There's plenty on social media.
I'm not saying who.
There's plenty of individuals on social media. I don't have names in front of me.
Exactly.
There's current court.
Exactly, he says. What does that mean? Because he doesn't have a list of the people who you've illegally detained sitting on his hip. Exactly. It's a tactic.
Court cases going though right now.
We won every single court case in the Supreme Court and everywhere else.
Okay, well, I guess he was trying to mumble on the way out that those cases are going to be filled. No, they're not. You're lost. You've lost them already. There's many cases that have already been. These people just don't care, guys. Now, this person's no longer in the position of in charge of the entire thing, but he's still in a position of power. That's concerning, guys. So if support Derek and what he's doing, he'll be there over the next couple days doing some interviews. We might be connecting on the show. Either way, just support his work. So let's continue. The opening point here I wanted to get into was this Israeli biolab. Now, this is an important story to briefly go over again. Actually, the LA Times story we're going to reference, or Los Angeles Times, does a good job kind of overviewing the original parts too. And I'll include anything that I think you need to know. Now, this is what caught my eye is Dropsite News reporting this. And then cites the article here. And it says, an Israeli citizen was arrested in Las Vegas after police found a cache of weapons, lab equipment, and more than 1,000 samples of unknown liquids at a home tied to the widening biosecurity investigation, Los Angeles Times reports. Now, this is all what we were already reporting, including the fact that the Chinese national was the one that was involved. Now, I'll give you my thoughts on what this played out as and what happened last time and what's happening right now. So let's read the article. So this is coming from yesterday. Now, code enforcement officer Jesslyn Harper discovered a clandestine biolab in Reedley, California. This is what we reported on. Here's the actual article from February 7th. Israeli citizen charged in the Las Vegas biolab case as Fort Detrick investigates sabotage. Just same time frame. Now, what's interesting is at this time, I was interesting to find out whether there was connection to the other conversations. And I think either after the show or in this show, we realized that was the case. And it's connected to the same the story we covered back in about the stucco wall with like the hose sticking out of the side of the building. And the whole conversation was, well, how does that possibly make sense? Because, well, they had freezers, right, and coolers, right? So clearly they had electricity. So somebody in the city knew they were using electricity, but we're supposed to be told it was a building nobody knew was being used with a hose sticking out of the side of the building. There's no way it was viable. It didn't believable. It just didn't line up for me. Somebody somewhere knew that building was doing what it was doing or doing something off the, not off the grid, but outside the law, if you will. And that's not what happened. It just kind of got dropped in the Chinese guy. Okay. And then we have this other story that came up, and it turns out they're interconnected. And it turns out the connection, guys, is that Ori Solomon owns the buildings. So at this point, you have to stand back and go, okay, is it possible these Chinese individuals were using his buildings and they just used two separate buildings? It's possible, yeah. But it's also just as possible that this is whatever this all is being facilitated by this Israeli man. Now, does that mean it's tied to the Israeli government? No, not necessarily. And we went over last time the potential connections and so on. The point for me is just the interesting way this story was covered. and why and how this is incredibly important, and yet it just seems to have gotten dropped when the deeper story became noticed. Now, it says the facility was allegedly operated by a Chinese national involved in smuggling counterfeit COVID tests. Also interesting time and connection, right? That this was during that time frame where fake COVID tests and some of them were fake pregnancy tests were being sold to Americans. So, the time frame was very much this, the Wuhan. Trump basically directed everyone to aim everything at China, despite the evidence, by the way. And the reality of the evidence clearly suggests if it was what he was saying, then they're clearly both involved. But there's more to the story. I'm not going to go down that discussion today. We covered it all extensively. In fact, we were some of the earliest people talking about that potential, despite the fact that I think the evidence went a very different direction. And that's funny why you have the government and a lot of the mainstream alternatives swinging back around and going, Biolab, and that's the way they created a lab in Wuhan, way after the fact when that was what we were doing the day that started. Worth going back through all that, by the way, the whole story. But to this point, the Chinese national who was involved with the actual building, not the ownership, but the actual operation, so we're told, was involved with the COVID overlap. So this could be China doing something. It could be random Chinese people doing this for their own interest. It could be this Israeli running it all. And it also could be, just like the same point you can consider of China, it could be Israeli government operating this and manipulating through this same channel. So let's go through this and you can consider that for yourself. The case of a lifetime started with a putrid smell and a green garden hose sticking out of the side of a supposedly vacant warehouse in California farm country. Labels such as malaria, COVID-19, and HIV, labels that read blood and Ebola. Now, remember this original story. Last I checked, no one has ever gotten definitive information about what they actually had. There was statements about what they said and then going to the lab. And last time I checked into it, there was nothing on it. Not that I can find right now. The idea being, why would we not find out what that was? Seems pretty weird, doesn't it? Then went on, her discovery blew open an elaborate criminal case with ties to California, Las Vegas, and China. In the sense of the people, the investigation in Reedley found that the lab was part of an elaborate scheme to import COVID tests from China and pass them off as American-made. But there are some who fear the operation was much more complex than that. A congressional committee uncovered payments topping $1 million made to an operator of a Reedley business from banks in the People's Republic of China. Now, understand, what we're talking about is banks that exist in that country, not necessarily the government. The way that people in this country, especially partisans, love to frame things like that in Russia and China is that there's no world in which anything that exists there cannot be controlled by the government. And that's not an unfair consideration, especially when the same kind of points should be made about where we live. But that's not usually how that goes. But just like where we live, that's not the case ubiquitously. And so it's the same thing there. But so consider that all we're really talking about is money from a bank that came from China. So if you were hypothetically wanting to create an operation and make it not look like it was you, which is what every intelligence anywhere would do, whether CIA or, MI6 or Mossad, then you would, and China is an easy low-hanging fruit when it comes to COVID-19 conversation. But it could be China too. That's just as much a consideration in this conversation, especially since the two we know, the nationalities were Chinese and Israeli. And we're getting to that next. The defendant in the case, Jia, I think it's Bai Zhu, a Chinese national, has not been charged with running an illicit biolab. How is that possible? How can you have this go? So it's not like there wasn't a lab. That's everybody can see that. They took the materials. Now, even if you want to claim they just had a bunch of random things labeled like that, you told us that the building was not allowed to be used or supposed to be unoccupied. So how is this guy not charged with a crime? The vials discovered in the Reedley were never tested. Now, again, this is what that's what she's claiming. I found the same. I find that hard to believe. I don't know how, my point, that's why I said it earlier. I think they very much did test these things and we're just not being told. Seems kind of strange. Like just the sense that you would argue that if they were never tested, in what world does that make sense? So you're telling me you guys scooped up a bunch of potential Ebola and COVID and whatever else you claim is there and you just didn't do anything? You didn't test it? You just did what? Put it in a bag, put it in a cabinet, threw it in the garbage. None of that makes any sense whatsoever for the potential that it could be a very dangerous thing if you believe that's possible. But yeah, they never tested it. Either they told us that or they didn't because there was actually nothing to, it was something like that. Very strange. But for some officials, the questions left unanswered from the lab in Reedley, then Nevada, 2 separate locations, underscores America's vulnerability to unregulated biohazards that could be used by bad actors for criminal behavior and even terrorism. Now, because this was the one from Las Vegas. Remember this, and these connect to the same person that we're about to get to. Now it says, and again, before we move past that, think about this, where we're being screamed at by our own government, left and right, about all of this, about domestic terrorism, about bioterrorism, and then yet we have this example, and then just nothing happens, no hype about it, no concern, no testing. I don't buy it. Quote, at worst, this investigation revealed significant gaps in our nation's defenses and pathogen-related regulations that present a grave national security risk that could be exploited in the future. Now, there is an opening for consideration that the entire thing was just a set-up narrative to point back to when some kind of thing gets rolled out. And whether that's not to say we're saying that as an absolute. And again, if you're out there considering or thinking that it's crazy conspiracy theory to consider that a government might conduct some kind of an operation to manipulate, then you just do not simply know how the world works and are not paying attention over the last 30 seconds, it seems, let alone the last year. But understand that it's possible that this could be a scenario that's used, even if it was a real situation, to later, argue that there was some kind of stemming point for something different. The Center of Disease, the CDC, it determined that at least 20 potential infectious bacterial and viral agents, including dengue, hepatitis B, C, herpes simplex virus, rubella virus, and SARS coronavirus were present in the warehouse, according to a Fresno County Department of Public Health application for an abatement warrant filed in civil court. Okay, wait a minute. We're being told that no testing was done, and yet the CDC claims they've determined what these things were. Okay, well, there's an obvious gap in the story. And it says, and that's where the story of what was found in Reedley warehouse could have ended, except the longer Zhu sat in jail, but never charged with a illegal biolab, the bigger the case became. Now, this is what I find interesting, and this is why I always point out things about like the local investigation that seem to be problematic for the larger kind of engineered things. For example, Derek's investigation around the Utah investigation around sexual abuse of children, with the ritualistic sexual abuse. That was a major case put forward by the Utah Sheriff's Department with undeniable evidence. And the point was, that's something that the federal side, which is ultimately what they did, it didn't really go anywhere, always steps on. And it happened because the local sheriff's department saw the evidence. Or, for example, the case in Oregon about the Saudi Arabia conversation, which we've shared many times. The local Oregon sheriff's department was like, look, Saudi Arabian people are coming in the state, raping women, stealing and leaving and being flown back to Saudi Arabia under diplomatic cover. I've covered this many times. It happens to Israel all the time. We just talked about Tom, what was his name? Yeah, I forget now. Something Androvich or something. He was an Israeli, tagged to the government, flew in with the intention to abuse a child sexually. That was the meeting he set up, and then he got caught on a sting, and they let him fly home. He's never been charged. Anyway, the point was the Saudi Arabia thing, it was being very widely discussed. And it's not like it was necessarily being like allowed and organized, but because they're Saudi Arabian and because they're an ally of the United States government and clearly care more about that than your life or your livelihood, they just let them fly home, and it still happens. So, considering that, back to the point, it says, and that's where the story of what was found in Reedley warehouse could have ended. Except it got bigger when I argue the local investigation element started to uncover what Ari Solomon had in his home. Now, it was dark on January 31st when law enforcement descended on a 5-bedroom tract home in northeast Las Vegas that Zhu had listed as collateral for bail and called some 400 times in the past year. Now, that's interesting to me. That's one of the points that stands out is showing that there's more collaboration than maybe Zhu being used. Because one of my thoughts is simply that this is, as we'll get into, he's a criminal, this guy. Apparently he's a millionaire, but he's a criminal, was in Canada, Zhu, the Chinese national, and then moved to Reedley and was there ever since. And I'm wondering if this is sort of an operation where this person was compromised and then brought in to play this role, right? It's worth thinking about. But if that's not the case, then it's more likely that we see them working together. And then the fact that he was calling it some 400 times seems like there's something weird going on there. And then the fact that we're talking about the listed as collateral point means that there's more, it's not just something he's renting, right? Now it says by the end, go on. It says they rolled into the 900 block of Sugar Springs Drive in armored vehicles operating drones and a robot dog. Yeah, welcome to the technocratic world. By the end, police had arrested a man named Ari Solomon. So they went into the location based on the Chinese national and the information they had, and they ultimately arrested Ori Solomon, a 55-year-old Israeli citizen who authorities say managed the home, and another that was also searched. While nothing was found in the second home, the search on Sugar Springs Drive proved fruitful, police said at the news conference. Now, investigators found, as we reported last time, a cache of weapons and arrested him on federal weapons charges, saying he was barred from having them due to he was on a non-immigration visa, which I find interestingly relevant to the conversation today. And they also accused him of improperly disposing of hazardous waste. Okay, but wait a minute here. So now we're talking about the fact that in this home, not the lab, the home, this man had not just waste, as we'll get to, but other dangerous things that were in the lab. So I don't think there's any logical way you can disconnect him from what was going on there. I think that clearly shows that. An attorney representing Solomon did not respond for comment. Video from news outlets at the scene also showed investigators spending a great deal of time in the home's garage, where they donned respirators, protective clothing, and removed lab equipment. Okay, see, it's very clear. And more than 1,000 samples of unknown liquid. So this is the same thing. Okay, this is important, I think, to understand that this person is the central tie. The substances were sent to an FBI lab in Maryland for testing, but as far as I can tell, again, we never get to find out. The materials, according to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Sheriff Kevin McMahill said, were consistent with what was found at Reedley. So what does that mean? Consistent, but you're telling we never got to find out what that was? What's consistent about it? That they're liquid or that they're dangerous Ebola? I guess we'll have to guess. Sue's attorney said that they weren't involved in any kind of biolab, which, those things tend to be, well, that's what he would say, of course, if he was. But it says, what went on in that residence we are unaware of. Weird. But Capozzi did not return an email and phone call seeking additional comment from the Times. Capozzi being the Zhu's attorney. Now it says nearly a month. So what he was said, that's Zhu's attorney saying we are not aware of whatever was going on inside of that residence. Now that's important because this overlap becomes interesting. Where what we're hearing is that essentially he's put it for collateral, called it, but whether or not he was aware of the larger point of what was actually happening, it matters. I think nearly a month after the search, it is still not clear what was inside the Las Vegas home and what the plan was for the materials. I mean, we've seen these things. Look at these pictures. This is the same stuff that you had all the screen that rightly concerned, but hyperbolic sort of framing from a lot of the, libs of TikTok and all the mainstream alternative MAGA, fake MAGA patriots who were all up in arms, rightly so, because this was a crazy story. But then funny enough, how they stopped talking about it when they got to this point. Sort of like the man from Azerbaijan who was actually, they claimed was a Palestinian who's going to say, you're going to know my name when I come through the border. And then it turned out he was actually somebody that was tied to Mossad, and that was easily proven. And then they just stopped talking about it. Talked about that many times. I mean, guys, there's no misunderstanding what that is. Now it says, we recognize that the public is seeking clarity. What were they testing for? What possibilities are being considered? Christopher Delzato, special agent in charge of the FBI Las Vegas, said during a February news conference, in cases like this, our process relies on being slow and methodical. And okay, I mean, think about this. So how many months did it possibly take to end up revealing what this was? Capozzi, Zhu's attorney, told reporters outside a federal courtroom in 2023 that the allegation in the congressional report that his client is an agent of the Chinese government is inaccurate. But again, probably what they would say if that was the case. That's the furthest thing from the truth. He wrote, he's applied for asylum here in the United States because of the Chinese government, which is true, but easily just be a cover, but means it's another point in the other direction that ultimately is trying to apply for asylum to get away from the bad Chinese government is how it's being framed. Zhu then moved to Canada and started doing business there, focusing on the cattle industry. In 2016, one of his businesses was ordered by a Canadian court to pay $330 million for allegedly stealing cattle-related technology from a U.S.-based company. That's this Zhu guy. It is not clear whether the business ever paid the judgment. Okay, that seems a bit odd, isn't it? Wouldn't you be able to find documents to maybe, most likely, but there's situations in which it could be sealed, but that seems very strange to me. So not only is he a multimillionaire who lived in Canada, who got caught stealing cattle-related U.S. technology from a U.S.-based company, and then doesn't seem to have ever flushed out what actually happened there. He was ordered to serve 6 months in jail after being found in contempt of court, a conviction that he appealed. But court records didn't make clear whether he served any time. Now, the House Select Committee reports say that Zhu fled Canada and landed in California. Went to Reedley. And that's where the story continued. So the question becomes, with this background, and let me read this last part actually. It says, by 2020, federal prosecutors said Zhu and his partner Wang were operating 2 companies, Universal Meditech Inc. and Prestige Biotech Inc., which we've heard those names, best Prestige, that sold COVID-19, pregnancy, and other types of test kits. Remember all the money that Trump's administration was just dumping, and Biden, but he started that. We're just dumping the money into the hands of people for COVID tests and for respirators and small companies. I mean, I think the report actually showed that the vast majority of that through the CARES Act, wildly broken. Everybody was abusing them. Honestly, I think it was a way to dump money in the hands of their friends. But a lot of people went through and did it the same and enriched themselves faking things like this because they weren't checking anything. Now, it says Zhu and Wang imported hundreds of thousands of COVID-19 test kits from a Chinese company that they controlled and falsely represented to customers that the test kits were made in the United States, according to their indictment. They illegally imported the COVID test kits disguised as pregnancy tests, which they had been approved to import. Approved to import. Okay, so realize we're talking about a Chinese nationals who are, one of them was a multimillionaire who got caught stealing U.S. technology from a U.S. company, somehow still has enough money to start 2 new companies, goes to Reedley, California, and then starts all of this. And again, the common thread over all of these 2 points was the Ori Solomon Israeli who owned the building. So what I just think is interesting is that there's so many elements of this. Like I said, even the energy from the building, like there's so many obvious elements that shows you whether it's the U.S. government, Israeli government, or whatever else, that something was aware of this. Some element of authority was allowing and essentially covering this up. That's what I believe, because nothing's happened. And it ties back to COVID, ties back to the same kind of fraud that we were dealing with, and that overall, that nobody's done anything about these people, despite them being caught with fraud, starting fake companies, and the way it started seems to suggest they could have been sort of compromised, or Zhu at the very least. Now, the full scope of what is inside the Reedley lab will probably never be known, they write. Why? Why does that make sense? Harper, the code enforcement officer, said the CDC simply declined to test any of the material in the warehouse because the vials were, quote, not directly labeled as select agent. Okay, so you have a possible anthrax, Ebola just kind of resting on the shelf that nobody can identify because no one's labeled it and we don't know. Does that make sense to anybody? Does it sound like, I mean, I gotta admit, maybe it sounds like the kind of incompetence we're dealing with today, but the reality is we're not supposed to believe that they would just take an unknown substance and just keep it somewhere for no reason and never find out what it was. Either they're lying about testing it, don't want us to know what it is, or there's another, or that none of this is even happening the way they're claiming. Am I crazy? This is insane to me that this is even something that they would claim. Just decline to test it because nobody labeled it. So yeah, just throw that possibly bowl in the trash because we're not sure. Or I guess you could say they incinerated it, but there's still a level of concern. If you don't know what it is, I mean, are you just suggesting that you just went like full BSL-4 and everything just to burn substances you're not sure about? I guess maybe that would be the only one that would make somewhat sense, but the fact that, why wouldn't they just tell you that? There's something off about this. In 2024, a civil lawsuit filed against the city of Reedley, Zhu played down the situation, saying that the warehouse was only being used for storage while his company waited for a new facility in Fresno. So again, his company, right? So he's built somehow still very rich and influential, or at least making companies, even though we had to pay out $30 million, if that even happened, by the way. And what he's saying here is he said, I was just using that for storage. Now, consider that being possible. What if this person is ultimately being used and wasn't even aware of what they were using the location for, and he was using it for storage for these companies he was doing, but he was also involved with corrupt, illegal companies and, criminal activity. So maybe, it seems like that either one of those could make sense, where this is a guy who was simply being used for the obvious point of his nationality and the cover, in the sense of it were be caught, it's obvious where they would aim this, or he was involved. And this is him lying about that. It isn't known how many biolabs are operating in the United States because there's no monitoring system in place, said Sam Howell, an associate fellow with the Technology and National Security Program at the Center for a New American Security. So we want to walk that through. Let's make sense of that there's no system in place to monitor for biolabs after everything we've been through, after the fact that despite what we know, they're still doing gain of function. But let's not forget, in fact, they should have grabbed that. That's actually really important for this conversation. Oh, that's the wrong one. I don't even know what it's called now. Remember off the top of my head. Because the point is, Donald Trump and his administration have become the leaders in the world, they claim, of the safe or the good, the good versions of gain of function. That's the truth. For those that probably don't want to believe that, you're probably denied if I don't grab the article, but let me see if I can find it real quick. We went, and the point was just like with the lie of the COVID shots and the lie of, everything they seem to do. We're stopping the COVID, and except you're not. We'll get to that in a second, where you're quite literally still recommending them right now, where you're quite literally still making them for 2026 right now from Trump's administration. It's insane, guys. The point, though, let's see. No, that's an old one. Is that Donald Trump's administration claimed they were stopping gain of function, but he read the documentation. It said very clearly that we were going to stop all the dangerous ones, but be the world's leader in the ones that aren't dangerous. But that's a game. Gain of function is the problem, not the certain picked ones they like. That's frustrating. In the chat, if you guys remember what show that was, I can't seem to remember. I don't think it was in 2025. I think it was, maybe it was. Anyway, I'll try. If you guys remember what it was, put it in the chat, and I'll include it in the show notes. That's frustrating. What was that show called? Anyway, back to the article. So, we don't have any way to monitor. Well, obviously, what we're talking about here would be like unknown secret bylaws. But what point is that there's plenty of these things that operate and no one's even trying to monitor them. How does that make sense? I don't know. A day after the Las Vegas raid in January, the case once again returned to Central California, where the FBI executed a search warrant on the warehouse. Reedley City manager Nicole Zaiba said during the news conference in February. Zaiba assured the public that all biological materials were removed from the site years ago, and only pallets of COVID-19 tests, pregnancy tests, and boxes of paperwork remain. Ultimately, Zaiba said officials in Reedley were, quote, not surprised there was a Vegas connection. Really? For 2 years, Harper had warned federal agents that there could be additional materials in the home in Las Vegas based on details she learned during the investigation in Reedley. I couldn't get them to move on it, she said. The attitude really has been, well, we caught the guy. We did our part. So do you sense the same thing I do in this entire thing? Come to your own conclusions about it. But with everything we just saw, and even what she just said right there, she's literally going, guys, there's still dangerous things in there. And they go, we got him. It feels very October 7th of the Israeli government going, stop telling us about the drills or we're going to put you in jail. Don't point at that anymore, right? I just think that's wild. So we'll keep an eye on this if anything continues to develop. Oh, here, maybe she grabbed the right article. Let's see. Oops, hold on. That wasn't. Let's see. Oh, this is the one because I want you guys to check this out. Oh, no. That's just the one. Oh, you're just posting that in the chat for them. I see. Thank you for that. Yeah. So if you happen to find the one in the chat, guys, about the one I'm talking about, the Donald Trump's administration essentially becoming the leaders in gain of function, and when they kind of lied about that, I'd like to talk about that too. Make sure we're done, right? Yeah. Okay. So, just to refresh as well, I'll include this, which is what was posted from Las Vegas locally. The federal judge in Nevada has ordered the release of Ori Solomon, the property manager connected to the suspected Las Vegas Biolab, which is not suspected, right? Especially now. But as far as I can tell, these people have never actually gotten charged. I just find that to be quite insane, especially with where we are in the world right now, with all the concern and people growing awareness of what Israel is doing around the world. But it shouldn't just be Israel. I'm just as concerned about this stuff. If it's a foreign anything doing like something like this in the country concerns me. But it obviously should matter more when we can see what the Israeli government is telling you they're capable of. Committing genocide, literally bombing schools and nurseries and hospitals and conducting dangerous operations, bombing, booby-trapping electronics. It's not a secret. These aren't even opinions. It's provable. So that necessarily matters when you're talking about whether one might be more dangerous in the regard of like the government involved. I'll also include the article from February 6th. Federal judge ordered the release of, and again, as far as I left out, I think that's where it is, of Ori Solomon. Solomon, who was originally from Israel, is in the country on a non-immigration visa. Now, let's talk about some partisan stuff that I definitely think is worth acknowledging. Just one is first, actually, before we get into like the deflection points. Oh, actually, I take that back. There's a couple of points I'll include here, but I want to highlight the technocratic stuff, and then we're going to get into sort of the deflection points here. But first is this. Just again, like I said, there's some of these things I just want to include so you guys can see the updates we've touched on. I just think this is kind of wild. We're talking about this lie, speaking of the lies, for example, and the ability for them to just wholesale lie to you, even though we can easily prove it. The same reference I feel like that was one of the earliest examples from this admin. And again, interestingly, starting with Stephen Miller, where he just decided to go, we won that case 7-0. A major and highly documented Supreme Court case where they very clearly lost 0-7. Now, you may not agree with that. You may not remember. The point is, as absolute fact, that was the case. You could print out the document. You can watch the judge talk. People are going, what are they talking about? Here's the actual ruling. Okay. The point is he lied about that, and he knew he lied about that. It was an exercise to see if they, and sure enough, all of the ones you might expect. Nick's order and all of that came out and they said, we won. Literally, I remember Nick's doing that. Holy crap, red flag. Oh my God, we won 7-0. And I doubt Nick even cared whether it was true, didn't know, but they lied. They knowingly misled people, and then that just carried to the conversation. And to this very day, I could bring that up, or at least when it was still sort of in the conversation weeks later, and people would still argue. No, we won that. It speaks to where we actually are right now. Now, in this case, same kind of thing, right? And this is actually it's interesting how they're pushing this right now. I honestly think it's more about drawing attention to the fact that they're lying, to go ignore everything else maybe. But end of the day, let's not forget, Donald Trump, and I might even have that article. He stated this out loud. This is why I think it's so interesting that he does this. Let's see if it pops up. How does that keep happening? Let's see. Well, here's just the same discussion. The point was that Donald Trump said very, very publicly, had to do the SAVE Act, that unless they pass this, or until they do, he will not sign any bills. That's not popping up. So, and it's easy to check for yourself. That's the reality. And so he said that we're not going to sign anything until you pass this. And as by the way, it even says right here, you'll find out, then when it came around to where they were holding things up and vote, and like for the TSA example, they just made this big case about Democrats don't fund the. I showed you the voting roll for that vote about funding TSA, and it was voted no by I think by every Republican. And they turn around and say, the Democrats won't pay them. Now, I'm not even joking. If you haven't looked into this, what they're doing is the same thing they do every time. It's not unique to Republicans. Democrats do it when it's their turn. They simply, they put their foot down and say, this is what we demand. And you have to do that, or we're not going to do this. And then they choose not to, which is their prerogative. And then because they're the one, Trump's administration, holding it up, waiting for them to do what they want, they claim it's their fault. It's like, you're stop hitting yourself with your brother kind of a thing. It's like you're the one doing it to yourself. They're the ones doing it to the other side, blaming them for not letting it happen. Now, this is Fox News asking, why isn't Trump involved in trying to get end the government shutdown? Here's how Johnson replies.
Speaker, it seems as though Republicans and Democrats are talking past one another right now. Mm-hmm. Is the only person who could solve this the President of the United States, and why isn't he involved?
Well, I think he is involved. I mean, I know he had a group of...
He down the plan yesterday.
Well, that's what's been reported, okay.
He said he voted down the plan. He did. That's what's been reported? That's what he says.
He brought some...
He said that in the Oval Office that he was not pleased.
He said it in the Oval Office because he did. So you have to understand, this is how crazy this is. Johnson is well aware that we're not stupid. We can look at it. They know. But the point is just a lie, so then screaming idiots online will carry the lie for you and mix up the conversation, or maybe convince somebody that's the case.
With that plan.
Well, I actually have his exact quote somewhere. I think he said that, to paraphrase him, I think he said he's a little skeptical or cynical that a deal is going to come together. What we're hearing, okay, in our chamber is that there's discussions going on that Democrats are demanding to break off parts of Homeland and fund it separately.
I found these articles to show you here. It's important just so we can have it on the record for those that, tend to not want to hear it, and so they'll ignore it until you can show them. But so this is what's important, right? Because it's funny to watch him sit there and deny that, right? And here, Donald Trump refuses to sign other bills until SAVE Act is passed. Now, to be clear, that's not just them mischaracterizing his statements. That's what he said. And this was back on March 8th, right? So that's why they just think we can't remember after 2-3 weeks. And here's another one. Trump warns Republicans, no compromise on the DHS deal until country-destroying Dems push through SAVE Act. So you have to understand, it's very clear. He's just saying, you do this or we're not going to let anything else happen. And then when they don't do what they're told, he turns around and goes, they're not letting all these things happen. It's just ridiculously juvenile. And to be clear, again, like I said, it's not just him, but it's what he is doing right now. Now, so if you're one of the people trying to pretend that this is different, he's not like them, or he's not like the guy, he's the rebel fighting the deep state, and ask yourself why he's acting the exact same way. So inside a paper, President Trump, I am going to sign an order instructing the Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen, to immediately pay our TSA agents in order to address this emergency situation and to quickly stop the Democrat chaos at the airport. Democrat chaos, right? Because they're the ones, they just have a, look, I don't think highly of any of these people. I don't think they have principles, but the reality of what they're claiming is that they don't agree with it. And they clearly don't. So what you want is for them to do something they don't agree with. And if they don't do what they don't agree with, you're going to make sure everything else doesn't happen. In what world is that anybody's fault but Trump's? It just is such a silly thing we deal with. And these people are all such childish people. The Democrat chaos at the airports. It's not an easy thing to do, but I'm going to do it. Oh, because you're such a great person, Trump. How great of you to praise yourself and how great you are. Think about how weird that is. And he says bipolar disorder right here, he says. Doom. But so, basically, this is so funny. Radical left Democrats and their leader, crying Chuck Schumer, have made it. I don't know. I'm just so tired of pretending like this person is worthy of respect, or any of them for that matter. But the idea that why do you have to speak like this? Like, it's not respectable or cool or somehow, bucking the system to just be an idiot, to just be ridiculously juvenile and crying Chuck Schumer, radical left Democrats. You're being hyperbolic. You're being inaccurate. You're being over, it's just not respectable. People should make fun of anybody doing that. Now, if you think that, that's fine. But clearly, he'll say things tomorrow that mean the opposite. It's just this person is just screaming what I think he thinks you want to hear. Justin Amass says Trump demands unconstitutional warrantless surveillance of all Americans. This is a different post. Speaker of the House Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune have been working to pass a clean extension of FISA. Oh, he said clean, Ryan, so you don't understand it's going to be a good MAGA version of the thing we've all been fighting and hating this entire time. Sure, you're actually hearing that from some people. The point is, he wants to one standard for himself, no spying, and another for everybody else. Spy like crazy. It's just like the fact that we'll get to in a second, where he just literally admitted that he did mail-in voting because he's president. He can. So shut up. Yes, it literally just happened. The so-called reforms made to 702 in the past are a joke. That's why he wants a clean expansion. They're just doing what they claimed was. I mean, I could bring it up again. I just showed you how many times they were saying, no, 702 is bad for everybody no matter what. Just like they said about mail-in voting. But then they do it. You either acknowledge how ridiculous that is, or you're just not an honest person. Interestingly, in regard to the idea of spying and invasiveness, this is what Reddit is doing, along with everybody else, because this government, along with the rest of them in the world, it seems, are driving a world where we don't have anonymity. And just recognize this is happening under Trump's administration, or, not necessarily indicative of him personally or his government, but I do believe that's what's driving this. My point is, this happens now under his authority, and same under Biden's and anybody else, because this is what our government wants to be the reality, despite him stating different things. Reddit CEO announced he is forcing a human verification on the platform. He will force users to verify through biometrics on their device, a third party, or a government ID. How much you want to bet it's going to be something like Authentics? Now, Ricardo points out Trump just gave 13 tech billionaires the keys to American AI policy. But here's a huge conflict of interest here. I'm shocked. The White House just announced the president's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. Sort of sounds very technocratic-ishy, doesn't it? We're talking about a council of technological and science advisors to the president who are, some of the most influential and wealthy people on the planet. It's almost like he's starting to organize a very technocratic-led government with all the, I'm obviously sort of laying it on thick, guys. That's insanely obvious. Now, you can argue it's not what's happening. But if you just, aside from the narrative or the conspiracy theory you think it is, what's technocracy? right? It's a structure of leaders, or rather just a governing structure led by the technical experts. At least how it originally was framed. It's actually become more of a eugenic sort of supremacy mindset. But either way, is that not what this is? Do we not have these people? I mean, right now you've got people influential on Trump that are not even in official positions, who are seemingly influencing more than anybody else, as he builds a new global order around the Board of Peace and proposes a new WHO. I mean, everything he's doing can't be denied, except unless you're somebody who has pretended to call it out for all this time and now pretends it's not there. But here are the people he's talking about. He goes, White House just announced this. Sounds boring, right? But wait till you understand what it's about. Here's who it is. This is insane to me. Think about what we were all calling out before this. What Jones and all the rest were all calling out, and all the people he told you were going to go to jail. Well, guess what? Some of them are on this list, who he now will find a way to support in some backward way, I'm going to imagine. So the CEO of NVIDIA, CEO of Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, right? As Matt points out, the day after a jury convicts Meta of illegally endangering children, which happened, I haven't reported on it, Trump puts Mark Zuckerberg on a panel overseeing AI regulation. I mean, even aside from that, how does Mark Zuckerberg represent what the Republicans were telling you is, America first or fighting for the, how is that not the representation of what you all told us was the deep state? It is, in case you're missing the point. That's exactly, I mean, almost everybody on this list would have been somebody they would have framed as the insider deep state. Yep. And many of them, by the way, were very much Democrat leaning. Now it doesn't matter because Trump's team, well, executive chairman of Oracle, because that's Larry Ellison. I mean, guys, how can any Republican with a straight face support all of this with what you guys have been saying your entire time? I mean, that's why I'm arguing, in case you've missed the other shows, that the vast majority of conservatives are very much uncomfortable with what's happening right now. I've been saying that for months, well before people were, I mean, I've gotten so much pushback for that. I think it's self-evident right now. You guys can decide. Mark Andreessen, the guy who literally proposed the idea of the CEO-run country and the idea of how we need good oligarchs to save us from the bad oligarchs and wrote a manifesto called the Techno-Optimist Manifesto. Totally no big deal, right? Hashtag winning. Sergey Brin, Google co-founder. I mean, my God, I can go off an entire show. Whitney's talked about him in so many. I mean, the idea of these people being in these positions and not being called out for exactly what it is shows you how dangerous the broken system of our, media apparatus around the system is. Not the honest, independent media, but the people who are corralling you in to the problem. Safra Katz, the Oracle CEO. Fred, was it Ursam, co-founder of Coinbase. Don't forget that the previous CTO of Coinbase is the person who's aggressively driving the whole network state agenda, and which is the same conversation. The reimagining of our society. And that's what they're talking about when you hear freedom cities, when you hear smart cities, when you hear 15-minute cities. It's all the same conversation. CEO of Oklo, the nuclear startup that Sam Altman chaired until last year. No big deal. CEO of Commonwealth Fusion Systems, backed by NVIDIA and Google. All the good guys. David Friedberg, venture capitalist, part of the Sachs Network. The Sachs Network. Cool. Google former quantum computing lead, John Martinez. I mean, are we going to pretend that this is the group that you guys would have picked for yourselves? No. Now, here's what Trump wrote in this. The President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, the PCAST, established by executive order, because that's how things work today, right? Yeah, that's democracy, we're told, brings together the national foremost luminaries in science and technology. Now, to be clear, I wouldn't argue that this would be something that would go through, this is Donald Trump picking his staff. So it's different. That's probably not the best point to make. But I still argue that executive order and the way these things operate, that's just how they govern today. And I've been saying that for so long. Obama, even before, this is governance by edict, by dictate. That's what they're doing. But as I showed you, and the rest you can read, I'm very worried about what that's developing into. And as we'll make a point in a second, I think might even be right here about Doge. I'll get to it in a second. The point is simply just like before. It's like, remember those of us that were trying to call these things out before it came to pass, when we might have been able to stop it, right? Because a lot of people, and people who maybe just didn't see it, but who are honest, right? That happens too, who are just calling it out while it's happening. That's good, right? But recognize that there's so many opportunities for us to at least try to stop some of these things. Like I've been screaming about when it comes to what I think is happening, what I think. But as these things come to pass, I keep going, damn it. We had an opening right there, and the same screaming people online stop the honest people from actually taking advantage of that opening. So as the Patriot Blonde pointed out, so Trump just announced that he's appointing Mark Zuckerberg, the same guy who censored, banned, and shut down our Facebook accounts, the same guy that more Republicans I've heard in my life, have called this guy out than Democrats that I've ever seen. Dared to speak out on the jab election fraud, and he censored you. Science and Technology Advisory Board, right? This is the man who decided that you weren't allowed to talk about COVID-19, and Trump's the man who started that program. But let's all pretend like we're winning. What could possibly go wrong? And as 5 times August rightly points out, next up for the government promotion, Bill Gates. Probably. I don't even think he would need it. He's already very influential. So is Larry Fink and all the rest of the people who we're told would be in jail right now, should he be elected. Now, as we just talked about in the last show, Pentagon is adopting Palantir as its AI core U.S. system. The U.S. military's core system is now going to be Palantir AI. Remember when we told you the same point back then? Jones said it's a small thing Democrats hate. You guys are freaking out. You're wrong. And every single day it becomes more obvious. Hey, we might have been able to make a point and stop this from going, and we still might right now. Stand up, do something about it. My point is, if we keep listening to people who are trying to tell you the opposite of what's quite literally happening in front of you, then we will miss the boat. Here is Mark Goodwin rightly pointing out, on top of Palantir and everything else, by the way, Immigration OS, with the ICE dynamic, with Gotham, with Clearview. Every single thing we're talking about, the overlap with Paragon Solutions, which is a spyware company from Israel that is like one of the most criminal groups. Been called out by everybody for spying on journalists illegally. And this is all meshed together. The dynamic of what they're doing in Israel and that AI overlap. It's just wild. On top of that, Anduril and Palantir to develop software to run Trump's Golden Dome anti-missile shield. Fantastic. And as he writes here, and it's from one of their articles, an underreported revelation within the recent batch of Epstein emails released by the Department of Justice is that Epstein likely co-invested in Anduril alongside Founders Fund via Peter Thiel. No big deal. Yeah, and these are the guys that are literally in the closest position to to power. But the Epstein files. Oh, what is that again? We all forget about that. Now, by the way, on a quick side note, I mentioned this in our last, when Whitney just recently co-hosted the Daily Wrap-Up, but Derek and I just had a good meeting about the show we're going to be doing, which she announced on that show. It'll be under the banner of Unlimited Hangout, and essentially what we're going to be doing, because it's essentially what I a lot of times do on the show already, is that Derek and I will be doing sort of a review of the in-depth investigatory things they put out on Unlimited Hangout. I think twice a month is the plan so far. Is that we'll basically take one of these, because these articles are wildly in depth, lots of source material, and very long. And so the point is to kind of do a show where we can review the information, break it down, have a conversation about it between Derek and I. I think it'll be fantastic, and I think it'll be good to draw more attention to the writing content that needs to be heard. But on that, again, back to the point that, and the reason I said it here is because Mark Goodwin is part of the Hangout, and he is writing with Whitney right now. But how is this not alarming for people? The so many connections to almost every single thing Republicans were calling out before we got here. It should be. And again, my point is that it's just not being shown. People are very unhappy with this. As evidenced by some of the most large Republican influencers in the conversation suddenly calling Trump out. But yeah, I'm totally missing the boat, right? Anduril Palantir developing Golden Dome missile shield software, source says. Anduril and Palantir Technologies are working together to develop software for U.S. President Donald Trump's Golden Dome anti-missile shield initiative. Now, my opinion of the Iron Dome, I think, has been fleshed out and proven many times over. It does have an effect. It does have to, but I think it's largely, it's like Elon Musk hyping one thing he patched together before it's even ready. And then as if he never finished it. Where often I see that thing just not functional based on what's happening. And also I think it's used as a false flag dynamic. And I've seen that. For example, the one reported on in the Druze location where Israel said it was, Syria? And ultimately the point was you could prove it. It was on video. Their own Iron Dome shot a missile up and landed on the field full of soccer players. And they lied about it. Surprise, surprise. But my point is in Gaza, Israel, they've done that plenty of times where they claim something was fired and they use it to justify something. That's not to say that there's not rockets being fired in some cases. My point, though, is I feel like a lot of that has been money laundering, where this is money just dumped in there, where ultimately not even just this, but a lot of ways, the U.S. government dumps money in the hands of Israel, who then builds things and oftentimes sells them back to the United States. We're being scammed. They know it's happening, but American people don't often know it. In this case, I wonder whether the Golden Dome is going to be some other kind of scam. But even if it's not, what we're talking about here is not just about defense, guys. That is a surveillance dynamic. That is literally the control grid that we're talking about. It says the $185 billion Golden Dome missile defense project aims to build a space-based shield capable of intercepting ballistic, cruise, and hypersonic missiles, with hundreds of companies vying for a role in developing the shield. $185 billion. Yeah, that whole idea of less spending and smaller government, are we even pretending like that was the case? He never even tried. We'll talk about the Doge thing in a second. Anduril and Palantir have been interested in being a part of Golden Dome since the inception. In reality, I argue that wasn't interested in. I think that was the plan, and they were involved from day one. Reuters reported last year that the firms were working with Elon Musk's SpaceX on various parts of the project. Anduril was also among companies that were awarded half a dozen small Golden Dome contracts in November to build competing missile defense prototypes. Illyria Technologies, startup Scale AI, and software firm Swoop Technologies are also working on the project. Now, I briefly looked into them. I haven't done deep dives, but look into them. Let me know if you find something interesting. The price tag for the project has increased by $10 billion to now $185 billion in a bid to accelerate the key space-based capabilities. More money. I just don't understand why this is what we support. Now, Derek rightly called this out in his article back in 2025. In April, welcome to the Palantir World Order, just to yet again demonstrate the value of how these things are important to see before they're already being done or before it's already built around you. In this case, there's plenty of good stuff in this article that he called out before it's even, some of these things are still coming to pass. Point in this one, SpaceX, Palantir, Golden Dome over America. Last week, Reuters reported that Elon Musk, SpaceX, Palantir, and Anduril Industries were in the front runners to win the contract to build the Golden Dome. I argue that was always the case. Trump has called for America to have, one quick point. Remember that you got an insight into this during the incredible incompetence of like Bondi and Nome. And Nome came out where, the whole no bid contract dynamic, which was really embarrassing for her. I think that's often what this is anyway. They pretend they give you some kind of illusion of structure of like the meritocracy that's clearly not even represented in this conversation, never really has in our government. But in this case, this was always going to go to them, is my point. And there was no trying to find the best person for the position. It's about the people who are inside connected to the right things. My opinion. Trump has called for America to have a dome defense system similar to that of the Israelis' Iron Dome. Anduril was founded by Trump donor Palmer Luckey with funding from Palantir CEO Peter Thiel. Funny how it's just this little incestuous circle that never seems to go away. Sources speaking to Reuters claim that the three companies met with officials in Trump's administration and the Department of Defense in recent weeks, in 2025 in April, to outline their plan to build and launch between 400 and 1,000 satellites to detect missiles and track their movements. This would be combined with 200 attack satellites with missiles and lasers to bring down enemy missiles. Now, certainly could be the only thing it's doing. But on that note, I think it's worth considering what he just said there in the idea of the satellites. Right? So one, to track their movement. So are we going to pretend like that's only going to apply to one? It's going to be to anything they want it to apply to. So as I said, this is going to be the control grid. It's just like Israel's applied in the same way. It is a surveillance dynamic on top of everything else. It would be combined with 200 attack satellites. So it's also, not this ultimately lasers to bring down missiles that can be applied to anything. So I'm going to play this clip really quickly after I read the rest of this to show you the alarming view of what this actually looks like in case you haven't seen it. Despite these sources telling Reuters that the SpaceX group is not expected to be involved in the weaponization of the satellites, these plans for a Golden Dome would line up with SpaceX Starshield program, which TLAV previously reported poses a potential danger to privacy for people around the world. And here's the article for that. In late 2024, Palantir, Anduril, SpaceX, and OpenAI, it's just, like I said at the beginning, it's like they're playing it as if they're different things, but the agenda, and honestly, probably even just it's just like when I pointed out like OpenAI and Stargate, and I wondered why it wasn't XAI and Elon. I think it's just the same. I think they're involved in a larger agenda. Like Rubio and Trump, for example, clearly hate each other. They pretend they don't, and they're working together now. Same point. Now, it says the move was the latest effort by the technocrats to replace the old guard of the military-industrial complex, companies like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing. Here's the article. You can't hide. Remember this one? Elon Musk and SpaceX are helping the intelligence build the world's largest spy satellite network. Now, are we going to pretend that they're going to put billions of dollars into building what they literally called, and this came from the, what was it? That's that clip I was going to play. The National Reconnaissance Office, which is above most and very shadowy, even amongst the shadowy groups that we know about. And they said what we were going to be doing. He said, they are part of a proliferating architecture to go off and get us reasonably high resolution imagery of the Earth at a high speed. He goes, now you can't hide because you're constantly being looked at. That's what the quote was. Now, building like this with Elon and then suddenly just not anymore, and now we're going to use a different company, like that's not what's happening. They're either all involved in this and it's both him and that. And I think the point is in a lot of ways to keep Elon Musk's name out of this because of how bad that went when they started. But this is what we know is already happening. So explain to me how this can be there, but we're going to be doing something else. This is for 2020. And what you're seeing by those dots, if you see the video, that is satellite. Those are Starlink satellites. It's a representation of it, but this is the reality right now. 2021, 2022, 2023. And I believe it stopped in 2024. Look at that. Right? I mean, so this is 2024. I mean, doesn't that just give you the chill? That makes me feel claustrophobic. Everyone, and we're talking about, I mean, it's surveillance, the whole thing, guys. This is what they've already done. And I think this is just about to build out the what Catherine's telling you, that what they're talking about is the control grid. Include that for you. It's a good article read. So on top of that, in regard to technocracy and kind of the control grid conversation, Jason Bassler points out something else that Peter Thiel's involved in. And I have a hard time not connecting this with two things in my mind, with almost like a Pokemon Go kind of an overlap, but really more so the COVID-19 conversation, where what did we tell you? Lockdowns, we talked about, well, this came from like prisons or like intelligent, dealing with terrorism and stuff like that. And then we also talked about the contact tracing, right? And the different wearable technology. And every one of these things tied back to something like cattle, herding, controlling prison populations, every single one of them, or CIA Black Hood kind of dynamics at like Guantanamo. That's what we're dealing with. And that's not an opinion. That was literally where these tactics originated from and how they were applied before that. This is something totally separate. Peter Thiel just backed an AI system that can herd 600,000 cows with one tap. It's called Halter. The system uses GPS collars and behavioral science to train cows to obey algorithmic sound cues while tracking their vitals, location, stress, and compliance. Makes you wonder about the push for smart wearables, tech farming, or beta testing pop management. Now, I wasn't going to get into any of it today because I almost feel like that's exactly what they would want, but I'm sure you all saw that weirdly cryptic nonsense that the White House account was putting out yesterday. All these weird things that almost made me worried. I'm like being, like weird, like shaky images and graphic things and like weird high-pitched sounds and stuff for like 3-second videos. I kind of think they want you to go, what are they doing? I guess Q people are freaking about it. Of course they are, because they'll read into anything they want, whatever they want. My thought, though, was something like that when you're thinking about like the sound behavioral stuff, because this is real stuff. And you wonder whether or not that, like Catherine talked about, or like James Giordano talks about in regard to neuroscience. These things are real, despite how unaware most people are, or how visible they are to most people, like in our lives. Just worth thinking about that we're dealing with some kind of an overlap in this. But either way, aside from that, just this technology and having them invest in it, I just feel like that's a little bit on the nose. Robert Barnes points out what David here said. The Trump Pentagon official who ousted Anthropic has a multi-million-dollar stake in one of its direct AI competitors, according to Disclosure Review. The corruption is off the chain with these people, and I think it's because of their incompetence. I don't think they realize how obvious it is. They think, well, that's what everybody else did. Look at how corrupt Biden was. Well, yeah, I agree. But they did it in ways that were at least deniable in some cases. I mean, badly, right? And so the further you go back, They seem to be more and more, well, I guess there's a little bit of a schism with how ridiculous little Bush was. My point, though, is you go back further, and it seemed like they at least presented themselves as more respectable because that's what they wanted to pretend to be in my mind. In this case, you see them just doing it. Like Trump just literally, here, buy my new watch. Here's my Trump shoes. You know, it's like just insane. It is wildly corrupt. The conflict of interest is off the chain. So this just, I mean, this is probably just one additional point to all this. I think it actually has more to do with using it for their technology. But now you have an example where they benefit from that. Now, I just read before I started, I haven't gone into it, that ultimately I think they just won in their case where the judge is ruling that the Trump administration is not allowed to penalize Anthropic. But who knows where that's going to go. And again, that was only just a headline in passing, so I haven't got into it. But it says he also has stakes in other AI and robotic companies with business before the Pentagon. Just incredible. And yeah, even Robert Barnes, who's, you know, I'm not sure if he's still a Trump supporter, because he's been very critical of a lot of what they're doing, but he was before. I'm glad to see people starting to call this stuff out. But he said the level of corruption is utterly nuts. It is. It's being allowed too, even by the Democrats, because guess what? No one's being arrested. This is creepy. You probably saw this. High Impact Flick shared this. This awkward moment just happened at the White House. And as David Icke says, what the F? The world is utterly insane, selling AI dystopia very badly. So this is, actually, you know, I'll just play this first or read this first. It's funny framing. Travis says, so the Trump administration went from immigrants are taking our jobs to an immigrant introducing a robot who is taking our jobs. Got it. It's crazy. You know, and so what's interesting too, don't forget that Trump recently came out, despite how little attention it got, for obvious reasons, because seemingly every partisan on the team sport player side is a shockingly dishonest person. He came out and literally said, you know, you got to ease up on that. Some of these illegal immigrants are good, you know, working good for here and there. My point is not about what I think at all. The idea that he clearly said and drove this shockingly aggressive anti-immigrant rhetoric, which is still there, about how every illegal immigrant has to be, well, technically that's the case. They're illegally here, right? So if we're even going to apply the law, what he just said challenges everything he put forward. But so too does his glyphosate thing. So too does his COVID shot thing. So too does everything he's doing if you're not lying to yourself. But it's just crazy that you could even say that and have them still support it. But back to the point. Watch this. Only a part of it, actually.
Ladies and gentlemen, the First Lady of the...
Дами и господа, първата дама на Съединените американски държави, Мелания Трамп.
Isn't that weird that it would cut off the English and just dive here? But that was interesting. It's over long we do. Keep in mind that these things exist. That maybe that's weird for somebody here, but the point is that there's been cases in the past, like Elon, for example, or plenty, where they kind of fake it till they make it, where they put out, like Sophia, for example, that turned out to be a complete lie. Even the original Tesla ones they put out, it was revealed later that for earlier one you saw, well, they were remote controlling. So it was more of a game they were playing. They were, you know, but it's not like they're kind of trying to like get buzz going, but they lied about it. They made it seem as if it was working. And so in this case, consider that this is not an autonomous AI dynamic and really just them manipulating it. That's why I said I do believe, though, that they do have these things that can function, but just consider that, you know, we're still being played in some way. But what's this about? Right? I mean, isn't this the opposite of everything that the Trump team was talking about? You know, every dynamic of this, like pushing back and every way. Like I've said, even the climate change stuff from USAID, even the funding of like HIV stuff in Africa, that stuff's still happening. I don't know how many times I can show people that, but it's just not an honest conversation.
Thank you, First Lady Melania Trump, for inviting me to the White House. It is an honor to be at Fostering the Future Together's Global Coalition inaugural meeting. I'm Figure 3, a humanoid built in the United States inaugural meeting. Future Together's Global Coalition inaugural meeting.
The Global Coalition inaugural meeting. You know, I mean, just be like, not everything that involves other countries is, you know, necessarily even nefarious. But I just think it's important to highlight that every single thing they're leaning into is being looked at right now from a global dynamic. Everything. I mean, even from an immigration perspective, for crying out loud. But the whole thing is everything is like that. That has to be acknowledged as not what you're being told they're actually doing.
Figure 3, a humanoid built in the United States of America. I am grateful to be part of this historic movement to empower children with technology and education.
Yeah, that's what it's about, right? To empower children, clearly. It's just, there's so many disgusting things about the way they're applying this. And, these are the people that are literally in real time covering up the Epstein files. So let's pretend like that's what they really want to do. But you can watch the rest of this. It's just creepy. And this is not what I think his space even remotely supports. But as this next post points out, so Catherine Austin Fitts, don't forget, by the way, there's a fake account out there that's pretending to be her. She says, Melania pitching robots for teachers. Bridget pitching shredding the Constitution to protect children. Nothing about the prosecuting the Epstein pedophiles, though. And here's what she says. And translates it for her, but she's talking about the same game they always play. We believe in free speech, but certain things are not allowed to be said. So you, other words, don't support free speech. Got it.
I do know that I am the United States, a country that I love very much. And here, we are the country of free speech. But I think that liberty does have some rules. We have to be free, but adapt to certain codes. So I believe in these codes. Too many young people are suffering. And
always use but the children, they don't care. What you're saying is that, we have to censor people's words because bad things happen to children. It's illogical. That's up for parents to handle. You know what I mean? This is obviously about what you think it is. Whether she thinks it is or not, this will be led because you could argue she has good intentions. The government will abuse this, like it always does.
They do not tell us, but they send signals, very strong signals from young people and teenagers. So it's up to us to answer them. Let's answer them all together.
Oh, yes, clearly, because she's saying, we're picking up all the signals that the young kids are telling us, please censor everybody. It's just sad. The thing is, I think they're very aware that most people are seeing through this. Aaron Day points out, if you thought NGOs were corrupt, wait until you learn about the Board of Peace, private army that is used to bomb countries and pave the way for technocracy that the Trump family and Witkoff families personally profit from. And as I said, U.S. State Department transfers $1.25 billion of foreign aid of your money for international disasters and peacekeeping, but transfers it instead to Trump's Board of Peace. Now, what's funny is somebody's going to go, well, we don't want international. Well, guess what? That's happening anyway. So if you pretend that, whether it's your ongoing supporting of the globalist wars that are going on or any other number of things that are still going through USAID or NED, and the same stuff is happening like I've shown 1,000 times. This is just, I argue, the note that you think he's changing from what the Democrats did, when ultimately that's not even in a material sense happening. Like saying, we're ending the COVID shots, and you guys went, yay, and then they didn't do that at all. But they said it out loud. That's nice. So here is this post. Oh, this one was oh yeah, that's right. I'm mixed up on that. So here is the article. This is from Semaphore. State Department sends $1.25 billion in foreign aid to the Board of Peace. I thought that was funny. I thought about that earlier, just the timing of this, the Board of Peace. You know what I mean? While he's literally conducting wars as the supposed peace president. Just kind of a funny point. Like Catherine Austin Fitts has pointed out in the past about the names that are used. Maybe nothing, which coincidence that he's Board of Peace and he's continuing warfare. The State Department has drawn on funds for international disasters and peacekeeping to transfer $1.25 billion of American taxpayer funds to foreign aid to Donald Trump's Board of Peace. That might as well be going in his pocket because he is the forever chairman, which means he could do whatever he wants with this. They're in charge, guys. This is not a government. This is not being voted for. He's just stealing money, as far as I can tell, no matter what he does with it. And it says, and this is coming from a person familiar with the fund. The U.S. had previously pledged to contribute $1.25 billion to the president's new international organization. Why? International organization, by the way, which Trump says will rebuild Gaza. Yeah, the genocide that they're conducting right now and the ethnic cleansing taking place and the illegal actions conducted around all of this while you're illegally bombing Iran and Lebanon and everything else and, ethnically cleansing Syria at the same time. But you want to just take our money to be able to build Gaza? What does that even mean? Another smart city that you guys have outlined for which is exactly the opposite of what anybody supporting you wants? Sure sounds like winning. Of the State Department money, officials pulled $1 billion from international disaster resistance, $200 million from peacekeeping operations, and $50 million from international organizations and programs. The person familiar with the fund said. Trump said he will give $10 billion to the board in total. Oh, good. Meaning 10. If you take that as his money, then I don't think you're paying attention. He sees this as his piggy bank, clearly. Whether you agree with it or not, $1.25 billion from your pocket is enough, more than enough, or too much. But $10 billion, guys, it's got to come from it's going to be government funds. I believe that. Now, I'll include these as always. Just Gaza's Board of Peace seeks to reimagine the international order, or how he went to the UN and Davos and produced and announced those totally not globalist programs. And the WHO he's proposing for $2 billion of your money, which is, by the way, more than we currently spend on the one he says is paying too much. And the fake globalist resistance that's ushering in the globalist plan and the network state conversation, which I think all of these things come together. If you want to take time to go through those shows, it's worth your time, because all of this does amount to what I think is happening. Under the guise of freedom, technocrats are slowly taking control, and other dynamics as well. Now, in regard to the partisan side of this, I mean, look, everything we're talking about and have been since this administration started is, a lot of it is just this shock of how clear this is the opposite. Again, like the same joke, like running on the idea of stopping the Democrats' COVID-19 actions and then on day one starting a Stargate program. You know what I mean? Like I was blown away by that. I was like, oh my God, this is over. These people are going to riot. And then it just didn't happen. And again, I argue even then, that was when a moment where a lot of them were like honest ones. That's just a line too far, especially for the Maha side of it. But some of them still stuck around. And I think moment by moment and lie by lie, that has continued to change. So what I'm going to point out here is with the floundering Iran war, what I believe they're losing. At the very least, just in the long haul, are going to lose with the way that Iran is conducting the war. And I think that they either didn't plan for it the way that they thought it would go, or that Trump was essentially manipulated by outside forces that wanted to use the U.S., like it always does, to batter against the elements they want to fight for their benefit. Or you could talk about everything I just listed off, about the health side of it, about the lies of funding, about more spending and higher government, AI, surveillance, lack of constitutional rights, killing Americans in the streets, a really unprecedented level where we're at. And instead of focusing on any of those things, or even just continuing to highlight the illegal war that we're in, you get a lot of these screaming partisan accounts who are just doing anything to get you to look anywhere else. Here's just a smattering of examples that I think are important to see. Now, this one I thought a lot of these are the same kind of thing, where this account says, I'm still trying to process what just happened. The highest ranking U.S. intelligence official just released a smoking gun docs proving that Obama and his underlings committed treason and sedition. Meaning Trump is right about everything. The news is fake and the deep state is real. Meaning that all of us, the conspiracy theorists, were right about just like this one-stop shop, just everything. Oh, we're all right and we're all winning and everything, it's all coming down. It's just funny. Now, some of them, they are lying. There's fake news. They are lying to us, right? There is an unelected power structure. It's not what I'm saying. But it says, meaning the shadow war is real and all the efforts over the 10 years were part of a LARP. Yeah, it's a little quick lump, 10 years of just because of this one statement, all of it was there. It's about trying to make you think. Don't listen to all the stuff. Don't forget about Stargate, forget about the glyphosate, forget about the wars, forget about bigger spending, all the lies. It's all going to work out because that's what it's supposed to make it feel like, right? And if you don't know, actually, let me play the clip really quickly before I even read what I was going to say. Here's the start of it.
Alert, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, releasing a bombshell report today that shows a conspiracy by a sitting president, Barack Obama, and his intel agencies to sabotage the president-elect, Donald Trump, brainwash the electorate, and undermine the legitimacy of an election.
There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false.
That's correct.
They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true.
Yeah, it's a lie. The Russiagate scam was a massive crime.
20 CIA and FBI officials. And it turns out that the Obama administration doctored the intelligence to make it look like Putin and Trump stole the election. A month after Trump beat him.
Okay, here goes. Boom, boom, boom. Just stuff that, some of which I think is provable. Yeah, Obama's a criminal, guys. War criminal. And he also very clearly lied about this. Okay, yeah. We know this. Now, what's funny about this, you might have already realized, was that's not a bombshell report. That's not a breaking news. I'm still reeling from what I just experienced kind of a post. That's a post from 2025. And I said, you're still trying to process the video that's from 2025? Interesting. Or are you just posting this old video as new to desperately distract waffling MAGA from the reality that Trump lied to them? Since this bombshell led to zero action, I think that's quite clear. And it's funny, some of these people down here are like, you're funny, MAGA is stronger than ever. Just like evidence clearly by this selling of an old failure as a new one, clearly. So my point in these accounts, guys, is these are, some of them are large. I think this one was a smaller one. But my point is this is the kind of ongoing stuff. Some of these I'll show you are like million follower accounts like Wall Street Apes. But the effort here, whether it's about just this person trying to get in on the game, right? To become the next Nick, whatever, Eric Dougherty or whatever, just to become the next person who could just put a red light and holy crap next to whatever Trump says and earn $1 million on this platform, right? Or they're just trying to sell you away from the reality. But either way, my point is, these are people, in my opinion, who are aware of what's going on, right? They're watching because they are Trump supporters. And so you're going to tell me that these people aren't aware? Like, just to make it clear, I've seen people like Wall Street Apes, and many of them literally seen Nick Sorter share this exact video months after it came out, going, a bombshell, it's all coming down. Okay, again, he should be in jail. These people are criminals, Obama. But how long until when nothing is happening until we go, yeah, so they're either they don't care or they lied to us. I mean, what other conclusion can you come to? And then you get them reposting it. Like I keep seeing them share that Kash Patel video saying Pelosi did this and it's all coming down, which is from like the beginning of the administration. And they keep going, oh, I can't believe it, it's coming down, and nothing keeps happening. And I agree, Pelosi should also go to jail. I'm not joking about that. I genuinely think these people are criminals. My point is that they're not doing anything. And that should awaken honest conservatives and recognizing the account that are constantly trying to gaslight you into thinking that these same old videos are now happening and it's all coming down to get you to stop looking at the failures. This person, Real Robert, says, here it is. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth confirms the world's #1 sponsor of terror is Obama. And this was a little bit different. This is more relevant to the Iran conversation, but same kind of idea is that, okay, so now Hegseth confirms that he's a terrorist. Okay, why wouldn't he be in jail if that's the case? Here's what he said.
Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we're systematically destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash.
Don't you love how Trump's just like, this is what he does? Or he has these new sessions where he's basically like, okay, now you say something good about me. Now you say something good about me. Stop talking about that. What about the statue? Which, he was kind of joking, but the point is these kind of sessions now are sort of like, Trump is so great and he's winning and everything's so great. It's just like, it's North Korea style. It's very embarrassing. So what he's doing is watching him read this. And let's not forget the timing of this. Trump just literally said this in a recent, he said it before too, but he came out and just vomited the idea of Obama and the money and Iran. And they started this because they're floundering. And let's not forget the money was stolen from Iran and they gave it back to him. It's very easy to prove. I've done it many times. And so the story is just, well, Obama made this all happen. And by the way, made what happen? All the things that we can prove aren't real, like nuclear weapons, at least in the case of Iran right now, as your evidence shows. But it's just cycling through the claims. Obama, bad guy. So you hate Democrats. We're the right ones to blindly support. Understand? But then what happens when you don't arrest him? Shut up, Ryan. We support MAGA. That's the kind of thing we're seeing right now.
That Barack Obama flew into Tehran under the Iran deal.
The deal that actually made sure they didn't have nuclear weapons, maintained a 3% enrichment until Trump illegally pulled out of the deal, or unilaterally outside of the deal pulled out of it and legally allowed them to increase it, which they then turned around and called terrorism because they're either dishonest or unaware or, stupid, I guess. But so the money that was part of that deal was them giving back money they seized from Iran. Very simple. And guess what they did with that money? Not what they're claiming.
You might call it an inconvenient truth. Iran took our money and turned it into weapons and bunkers and ammo.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, you mean like every other government in the world, like you guys do every day? Got it.
And now we're destroying those weapons, and you're writing, Mr. President, that grievous wrong.
Just look at the way it's just weird. Like these people are just like groveling at the feet of this person. And just watch the way Trump's responding while I was reading it and he's pointing to him.
Mr. President, that grievous those weapons, and we took our money and turned it into weapons and bunkers and ammo. And now we're destroying those weapons, and you're writing, Mr. President, that grievous wrong. And make no mistake, we had to act. And our objectives are clear. No nukes, no Navy, and a
Right. Oh, no Navy. That's interesting. Now they did actually say that toward the end of these conversations, but right. In what world can no Navy? This is like a Gaza discussion. So essentially we want you to be a group that sits in the middle of that thing and can't do anything but just acknowledge what we tell you to do. Like, in what world does that even end up being a state? That's the whole point, guys. They want something that is a controllable entity. Why would anybody agree with that? That's not sovereignty. So we should laugh at how stupid that is, whether terrorists or not. It's like, so even if you think they're all terrorists, then acknowledge the deal was never meant to be made because nobody's going to agree to that. So it's war, obviously, right? I mean, that's the whole point. And they're also lying about Iran, in case you missed that.
complete dismantling of their missile program and defense.
Incorrect. You can prove that today since they're literally still bombing. I'll show you in a second.
Industrial base. And as Marco pointed out, that mission, and the VP as well, has not changed since day one.
Trump seems really bored by this. No, the same kind of point. Okay, so Obama is he sent the money, or at least, they're claiming he funded terrorism, or everything else you said. Trump has literally said he's a traitor. He committed treason. He said those words. Those are very real, serious words. Nothing has happened. And guess what? Interestingly, Obama's not sued him for libel or slander either, because that's not obvious, right? Okay, Eric Dougherty. Guess what? Holy crap! Red light. It's not even a joke. It's like clockwork. I'll read that second. So he says, DNI Tulsi Gabbard has learned the U.S. intelligence intercepted Ukraine government plans to route hundreds of millions of American tax dollars to boost Biden's 2024 campaign against Trump. It's a hamster wheel for these people. The same old stories recycled over and over. Now, even if it's real, my point is nothing will happen. But it's Biden and Democrats and Obama and in 2020, and it's like the same recycling elements just over and over, and then nothing happens. Gabbard is now asking the U.S. agency, the USAID, to determine if the plot was carried out. Oh, you mean the agency that you guys told us was shut down? Funny how that works out. I just think it's ridiculous how every day it gets more and more stupid. I mean, we know it wasn't because we're not dumb, and we showed you that it was literally absorbed by the State Department. Even Marco Rubio made it clear that it would carry on in certain ways, and yet people like Eric and the rest and Nick were like, yay, no more USAID, it's been shut down forever. Either they were dumb or they were lying. And here we are. Now they're asking the group that doesn't exist anymore whether or not that's what happened. The U.S. tax dollars were earmarked for Ukraine to use for clean energy. Gabbard's team even found that the communications intercepted under Biden were not even thoroughly investigated. Imagine that. Investigate and expose it all. Okay. Well, guess what? Now watch as absolutely nothing happens at all. And Eric will nonetheless carry on cheerleading for the people, allowing criminals like Biden to not be held accountable. My prediction. But, you can look into the story for yourself. What I find interesting is the story itself is, so Just the News is the platform, and they're the only one anywhere reporting the story, or at least having the source material, that they claim they got access to an unredacted report proving that. But they don't cite the report. They don't link to the report. Nobody else has access to the report. And only other reporting is coming from, they're pointing to this report and saying that's what they're claiming. So it just seems a little bit odd to me. So what's happening here? Is the Trump administration just dumping this unredacted, unclassified, or declassified report? Because it was, and they declassified it, they're claiming, and just gave it to them. And then why wouldn't they show anybody? Why wouldn't you prove that? It's not classified. I'm calling their bluff. I think this seems a little bit shifty to me, but I don't know. I've seen stuff from Just the News that I thought was good. So overall, you should question it, like anybody should, me or anybody, if we're giving you something without source material. I just think that's fascinating to me. Now, it also could be that the Trump administration or somebody else dumped one thing to their hands that they calculated or manipulated and said, don't show anybody else. Otherwise, we won't give you something in the future. And that's called access journalism. But I don't think, I think at the end of the day, the real point is, even if it is real, which wouldn't surprise me because Biden's a criminal, nothing will happen. And I don't know why we can't see that by now with Biden having 1,000 things they could charge him with, and they're not. Here's what the SCIF said. This is a 300,000 follower account. Obviously, you can see, MAGA supporter. It says they were never sending aid every other day to Ukraine. They were laundering your tax dollars right back to their own pockets and campaigns to rig elections, most likely. And Trump posted it. Look at that. U.S. intercepted Ukraine government messages. Okay, so as the president, I'm sure he must know about that. And so that means he's probably involved with giving him that. I don't know how else you can see that. Also, he's posting it, which means he's aware of it. So I guess we should imagine Biden will be arrested by the end of the day, right? Probably not. Wall Street Apes. Uncovered audio shows Anthony Fauci. By the way, it's audio from a congressional hearing, so pretty sure it's public, but whatever. And it says, Anthony Fauci talked about having every major corporation require vaccinations and making it as hard as possible on citizens so they're forced to be vaccinated. Yeah, man, that's disgusting. He should be in jail, right? Well, guess what won't happen? And Senator Rand Paul says, I referred him to DOJ for prosecution 3 times, by the way, and guess what? Didn't happen. Going to jail. He didn't get charged. Nothing happened. I mean, it's the same story, guys. I don't know why this is not registering for, well, again, I shouldn't keep saying it like that with where we are. I know why it's not registering for people like this, because they're clearly not in this for the truth. At the end of the day, you either recognize that they've never even tried to go after these people, which has to tell you what's going on, or you just keep hyping people. How long can you hype non-action? How long can you hype these stories with nothing going on? Yeah, I can't. This is one I always have to bring up. Same kind of point. Where Jones said in 2025 that we have big things coming down. All the things coming. Oh, by the way, on that note, there's now new action against, I believe, Letitia James and maybe Comey, but I have the same stance. Just like I was shown that it turned out to be nothing because they had no evidence and they made up, and that doesn't mean they're not criminals. I believe they're very clearly criminals, but they dismissed them because there was nothing there, like the original lawyer told them. And so now they're coming back at it. And hey, I hope they go to jail. If they do, I'll be happy to say I was incorrect. I do not believe it'll happen. And so this was what he was saying about those, saying these people, insiders told me they've got things coming down, and it went nowhere. And again, down here, Decentralized News shows how in 2024, he was saying, if we can just keep President Trump alive, then we'll get Klaus Schwab, Bill Gates, and Fauci and Hillary going to jail, except now Bill Gates is basically part of the administration. So is Larry Fink, and all the rest of them haven't gone to jail. But maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But if you're objective about this, you would recognize by now that it's unlikely based on previous action. Here's another one. The QI says, boom! Here are the Pfizer documents with side effects they wanted sealed for 75 years. And I said, boom! Here are 4-year-old documents. That's what's going on. I don't understand. And it's just dump after dump after dump of people trying to shove things in your face that are not new and have been seen roundly, but it's about trying to create the idea that it's somehow new to, I think, distract people from what's happening. Here's Eric Dowdy saying, just in, House Doge chairman, apparently it's now Doge again, even though they didn't use that term when they announced it. The same Doge that failed, or Elon Musk, they spent more, government grew, they lied about what they did. They basically sold you out to an AI data system and Israel got access to it. Yeah, all that. Remember that? It's not a joke. It's very easy to prove. And I covered it from the very beginning. Like I said before, had we been paying attention and listened to the independent media and the IMA, for example, and said, and recognized what it was going, we could have stopped it. We probably could have done something to push back and maybe even slowed it down, but not now. That's over. That ship has sailed. Like glyphosate, guys, that ship has sailed and they have access to everything. They've unsiloed the information and this is happening. And now is when we can step up and call out the new problems and maybe stop that from happening. But unless the Joneses and Johnsons of the world shout you all away from seeing it, or the Doughertys. But he says, Tim Burchett is launching his first Doge hearing to immediately begin destroying billions of dollars. Oh, is that what's going to happen? Immediately destroying billions of waste and fraud. Well, that's what you claimed happened last time, Eric. Didn't you guys all go, oh, Elon Musk is doing everything and he's breaking it all down, and you were wrong and you lied and the same thing, and Doge got caught lying about all of it. Burchett is a national treasure, he says, probably over $1 trillion in duplication. Okay, great. I don't agree. I don't disagree. I think you're all defrauding us all the time, including Musk and probably you. And the bottom line is, I would agree that there's fraud. Do you agree that something will change? I don't believe it will. I hope it does. But on that note, as Clarence Thomas, the tank engine, writes, well, and in case you didn't notice this, the national debt has now hit $40 trillion over it, and it goes up every second. And he wrote, Doge didn't fail. It was never meant to reduce debt. It was meant to siphon your personal data to Elon Musk and his friends, private businesses, and gut agencies that don't like or that try to hold them accountable. It was a stunning success, actually. Now, I might slightly frame it differently in some of those points, but largely I agree. And that's why I agree it was a success. Exactly what they were trying to do. And there's the point from before. 100% agree with that. But it's also important to remember those of us, not just me, plenty of us out there, who were trying to warn you all about this, about the deception as it was actually happening, and when we actually could have stopped it. That's important. Same thing now. Here's just one example from 2025, the deep Doge state, excuse me. And just talking about this exact problem. And well before that, right when it started, we were critical of the lies that were already happening. Wall Street apes. The money flown out of Minneapolis airport and by fraudsters has been tracked and used to purchase stuff in Kenya, apartments, luxury homes. Yes. This is interesting to me. Seeing how this is the same conversation. That's what this is. This is the same conversation. This pertains to largely between 2020 and 2022 for the most part. That's the reality. Now, I don't see very many people getting held accountable for that. Now, right now is my point. Now, during Biden's administration, and this is not a pro-Biden point, I think they're just as corrupt, but for whatever reason, during Biden's administration, people were indicted and even arrested and charged for this. Funny how that's not being talked about as they frame it as if nothing. Oh my God, look at all the stuff the Democrats did. Well, yeah, realistically, you could argue that's connection, but Biden's administration put some of them in jail. Probably not the people in charge, because I think they're all scapegoats. Probably. My point, though, is pointing at this now is only to continue to keep this basically incorrect framing of what you claim is happening in Minneapolis and Minnesota based on some Nick Shirley spinoff into some idea that it's what has Trump done about it? That's the real point I'm making with all these things. Who has been arrested, Wall Street apes? If you're claiming this is all so provable and they're presenting the evidence, which I agree the real story is, and it goes to left and right of the conversation, and it includes immigrants and people in this country, why has nobody been arrested for that? You'd think that would be the primary point, wouldn't it? Unless the game is to manipulate people. There's another one. I thought somebody down here, it might be the next one. Oh, it's this one here. So here, same conversation. And this new clip is going around. Minnesota Rep. Kristi Knudsen says that they just found the state, quote, turned off tracking for money being sent overseas. Now, this is not even a new story. But the hyperbolic element is what she adds to it. And it says they turned it on for 2 weeks, saw all the money leaving, and Democrats quickly shut off the tracking to allow it to keep happening. It's a very partisan, misleading framing about that. Our government was absolutely involved with this. And it says, I can just play it. But as the point again, same conversation. This is not even necessarily new. And as Forrest Smiley rightly points out, and nothing will change. See, anybody who's actually paying attention will be already aware of the fact that, yes, we probably all, especially nonpartisan, not about left and right. I want the criminals to be held accountable. These people clearly don't. I believe I've got the, oh no, I didn't actually grab the clip. You can watch. You play it off. It basically just reads what she says right here. And it says, today in the fraud committee, the Department of Human Services testified that they haven't been tracking the IP addresses of money that's being literally flown out of our state and where it's going. They did turn it on, that reporting, for 2 weeks, and they found out, yes, a lot of those IP addresses were tied to overseas computers. And then they quickly shut it off. Now, the story is essentially what she just wrote there. The rest of the framing about some kind of look, you know my opinion. I think these people in government are willfully corrupt. But that's not the same as saying I will assume every single chance I get that that's exactly what's happening. Because that's not caring about the truth. So what I think is happening here is a framing of this to throw it at one side of the paradigm, which really does involve the government, and about something, by the way, that has already largely been addressed and is still happening. Doesn't that seem to show you? I mean, didn't Massey already show you guys that Trump's bill, or rather the Republican-led bill, allowed funding to continue to the very thing that they all said Nick Shirley exposed, the very thing that you guys were criticizing. And then right after that hype, they allowed the funding. Massey voted against it. And yet these people still act like the Democrats are, well, then the Republicans too then, right? Since they allowed the funding. It's logic. It's honesty. Oh, and this is funny. I forgot about this. This is really interesting to me. So this is Grok asking about if it's accurate. And I always like to see whether and for actually reasons just like this. And of course, never are we just blindly taking Grok's view. In fact, it's always the opposite. It's always about finding something other than Grok and then just like all source material, comparing them for our own opinion. But the point here I asked it, is this accurate about what she said? Just simple, is it accurate? And it said, no. The claim in that post is not accurate. It misrepresents how tariffs work and what the economic data shows so far under Trump's administration. What? I said, okay, maybe I'm missing some. Maybe I didn't watch the video all the way through. And it goes, oh, what gets wrong? The idea that tariffs are deflationary. Oh, okay. So what you're seeing here is a ridiculous answer that has nothing to do with the actual post. Now, of course, that could be a glitch, right? It could be some kind of it had a little problem and it glitched out. Or it could be what I think it is and what I'm about to show you it is, like we saw, like I often point out during the South African genocide conversation, which was Elon got caught because Grok exposed him for deliberately manipulating it to answer a certain way. That's been shown more times, many times in just the last so many years, like since this administration. And what happened, as I've said before, and look it up, it was widely covered. Many platforms covered it, like mainstream, is somebody was saying, what's the weather today? And it was like, there's a genocide in South Africa. So, and that's when people were like, what? That's ridiculous. And so now, same point. And I've seen this many times over the last couple of days. So I was curious to see what happened. So I just started a new page, asked again. And I asked, is it accurate? And it says, no, it's not accurate. It says, this is interesting. It kind of conflates the two. It says, it appears to be a mismatch or repost error. The content in that Twitter post, and this is what I find most interesting. So remember, all these posts have like a specific identifier number in the URL. That ID from Wall Street Apes is actually about Minnesota state fraud being sent overseas. It says the poster, but about overseas, not about Trump tariffs. Okay, which I didn't even ask. The poster or someone likely intended a different post or graphic claiming something like Trump just announced 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. What? That specific claim is broadly accurate. Okay, so clearly, in my opinion, which I'm going to get to more in a second, someone on the platform is trying to direct the AI to make a certain answer with certain topics, and it causes it to freak out. That's what I think is happening. And it goes on to make all these points about tariffs, and I simply come out and I say, why are you even talking about tariffs? And it goes, I apologize for the mix-up in my previous response. And what I want people to understand, I made a point about this the other day. This program has been allowed to assume, to infer, which is counterintuitive to what it's actually claiming to do. Now, look, I understand that a conversational app, which is what they want it to be, it's not the same as a data, like a fact-based report. They want it to be able to engage. Not everybody's in this for just data, right? They want some AI to talk to, whatever. So to do that, it has to be something that can have some conversational elements, which it claims to some degree have that, which I do understand. The difference, though, is what you're going to see here, and what I've just recently seen the other day is you ask it a question, and you clearly can see that it assumes what you meant to say. And I go, well, that's not why did you assume that? And he goes, well, because this is what everyone's talking about. It literally says that. I said, well, why are you even assuming or inferring? And it says, because that's necessary for conversation. And I'm like, okay, even if it was innocent, if you will, that is clearly showing you that it is about, it can be slanted based on talking points, based on who's back there pulling the strings. And this is an example of that, I think. Continuing, it says, you shared this specific X post, which I did, and I incorrectly assumed or conflated it with a different viral graphic claim. See? Now, how is that even possible with something Elon says is all about truth? It's about getting the right answers. Well, why then would you let it assume based on something that's manipulative, and you damn well know it. And it says what the post actually says and goes on. Okay, what the core claim is the core claim accurate? And it says Minnesota has faced repeated high-profile fraud scandals. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's talking about. The same scandals we've talked about. And it says the post adds interpretive spin, which we know. I already said that. And that's the reality, since she's basically turning it into her framing of what she thinks it is, as opposed to just the government being caught in some level of fraud or somebody using the system for that. And I asked it, and then this is what's interesting. When it responded, it says, in regard to the accurate clip, I said, is it accurate? And it says the video clip is quoted testimony appears genuine. Now, that may not mean much to you if you're not messing with this thing. The end of the point, though, is that what it tends to, the genuine term can simply mean, well, yes, the video exists, so it is genuine. Not necessarily that it's an accurate claim or that the video is real. It could be AI, but it's genuine. It exists, right? And so that's what I said. I asked if it was accurate, not genuine. And again, it says, you're right. I answered whether the video clip was genuine. And it says, but your original question was whether it was overall claim is accurate. And it goes on to make all these different points. I mean, I think it's really important to understand what it's doing. Now, many of you maybe don't even engage with it, and maybe you probably shouldn't. Even I question whether sometimes this is even worth the engagement, or whether I'm doing it. But it's like we say every time. It's about making these individual choices on what we think is going to be. It's like using a cell phone or driving or going to Starbucks. If you rationalize these things, now this is way worse, I argue, in the sense of using it every day. In fact, we're going to have an IMA thing coming up soon. I think we're going to be talking about the lines that are being drawn with all of this. And I think it's very important because there's some of us in the, I forget which one was talking about that made the argument in the last show about whether this could be used for research. And my opinion is that it's dangerous because it very clearly can then, one, stop you from doing the effort yourself and also end up sort of guiding you in channels that aren't even accurate. So my avenue tends to be sort of calling out the partisan view. And I'm trying to make that's where I think I'm going to leave it ultimately, because I think it's dangerous to fall in the trap. But my point in saying all this is that for people that are engaging with this, like for writing stuff, which God save us, that's actually exploding right now. It's important to understand that it's being given the ability to sort of be subjective, and that's not how it's being framed. And I think that's super dangerous. Now, bottom line, it says, however, the post-casual claim, shut it off or to allow the fraud to continue, goes beyond what established in the testimony. So she's just, playing it fast and loose with the truth because that's what partisans do. Now, back to this. Here's what Jesse Waters posted on March 24th. I honestly can't believe this is still happening because you remember, in case you didn't follow it, the whole Nick Shirley story was basically glommed on to the actual story of fraud in Minnesota that was people were actually arrested for in 2022 and before. And we went door to door to some random, which very well may have been involved in fraud, but I never saw anything definitive other than who going to random doors and them just shoving them out the door and acting like that proved they were criminals. It was kind of disgusting at the end of the day how he's harassing random children. And guess what? He goes to California now. Here's Jesse Waters. Here, look, apparently Shirley's in California going door to door at daycares with quotes. Okay, based on what? Because it's a Democrat state? I don't understand why anybody gives these people the kind of, the credence. Is this not ridiculous? Of course, it could be fraud. Anything could be fraud. But what logic are we going on? You're walking up to door to daycares in California, and it says 14 kids enrolled, 7 enrolled, but not a single toddler found. I know. I can't. I like to believe that the majority of people, probably outside of Twitter, are just not this stupid, are not this willfully dishonest, or willing to just allow people like this to act like there's credence to what they're doing, legitimacy to what they're doing. Doors are being slammed because they're screaming, F you again. Yeah, because you're a random guy with a camera walking up asking about children at a daycare. That's disgusting. This is a creep. This gets worse. 89 hospices in one building, 400 violations. Okay, maybe they're criminals. What the game of this making it about somehow daycare related in Ole, California, is because Nick Shirley's recognized a shtick. He's realized when he yells about this, people go crazy. And people like Jesse Waters put him right on Fox News. And guess what? He gets a lot of money. And guess what the point is if you're following along? So you're telling me there's all this fraud and no one's been arrested. Walk me through that, Jesse Waters. Walk me through how this is an important bombshell and yet nobody ever goes to jail. See, that's the only real point I'm making. I'm never trying to suggest that there's not fraud because I don't know. My point is neither does Nick Shirley. But overall, I'm not convinced left, right, up, down. People of government especially, partisans especially, are riddled with fraud. But who was arrested last time Nick Shirley exposed all that fraud? He didn't. But when's the last time? As I told you, there were a bunch of people arrested in Biden's administration, but last I checked, Trump hasn't arrested a single person for all of that hype about what happened in Minnesota. And we can't be honest about how stupid all this is. Okay, well, let's talk about the same kind of interesting distraction, if you will. I'm sure people can disagree. And even I have a worry that there's something more like I've always talked about, that because of how many people caught on to the last illusion that COVID-19 was, maybe something else will happen. And I'm not even trying to fearmonger. It's just a logical possibility. But, like deliberately do something to cause the kind of panic. And maybe somebody else who might do that. But this is Fox News, March 25th. New COVID variant spreads across the U.S. as the CDC raises concerns. Yeah, that's the Trump administration CDC. Same people. BA.3.2 has been detected in 25 states and has shown, guess what, guys? You're going to be shocked. Immune escape characteristics. Guess what? The vaccine's just not doing it, if that's even what's really going on. A new variant of COVID-19 is spreading across the U.S., health officials say. The variant has shown immune escape characteristics, the CDC stated, which means it has mutations that may help it partially evade existing immunity from vaccines and prior infection. It's just ridiculous. Sure, you're out there counting your blessings that you got those 75 vaccines that don't work for you right now. But it goes on. That was it. The main point for me is the idea that, one, it's happening now. When really 25 states, well, that means they've been seeing this for not just today, right, or yesterday. Funny how it's just now being shoved from Fox News into our conversation. I would wonder why. Now, even if it's a real thing, same point. To point to this is something they know will catch attention. That's my opinion. It could be, maybe it's just reporting because they think it's important. But I think it's important to highlight for the people who want to see this as one-sided conversation that the Donald Trump CDC, the RFK CDC, under the HHS, is currently still recommending COVID-19 shots. Now, that may not matter to some people. Maybe you think that's a good thing. I think that's insane, and I think it's dangerous, especially it's dishonest or hypocritical, rather, based on what this administration is in some places still saying. 2025, 2026 COVID-19 vaccine, which, by the way, if you haven't been following the show, is new and out there. As I showed you right after. In fact, I showed you this while they were claiming they were stopping COVID-19 shots. And let me see. I think it was this show. Yeah. And I think the show before and after this was in the same vein of conversation. Trump admin leans into self-amplifying mRNA shots under the guise of mRNA, or of ending mRNA. And here's that one in case you want to see it. And well, there's many of them, but this is the one that was right there, Arcturus. And this is still being made. It's still going forward. And this is the self-amplifying mRNA COVID-19 shot. And he made a point, RFK Jr., to explicitly state that Arcturus would continue. In the very document that people screamed shows you he was stopping COVID-19 shots. How stupid this is. Now, that shot, as I showed you then, was still going on, and that's the 2025, 2026 COVID-19 shot. That is the Comirnaty. That is the mRNA. That is the same shot that we were all fighting, that Donald Trump's administration is currently recommending for people over 6 months. Seems like a pretty ridiculous thing, right? Just simply from the reality of what they were claiming before and what RFK said he was going to do. ACIP, this is from Health and Human Services. This is from RFK Jr.'s position. From his not institution. What is it's so funny how sometimes you just can't think of it. But so you have, just to understand, this HHS is the head of the health dynamic in this country. CDC would be under that. And so it's important to understand that from RFK being responsible for overseeing all of that. And so even the HHS website put this out. ACIP recommends COVID-19 immunization based on individual decision-making. Oh, how nice of them to say based on your own decisions. But they still recommend it, is the point. With all he told us, which is right, dangerous, deadly, never should be put in your body. Absolutely one of the most dangerous things I've ever seen in my life that is still causing this global population to spin out of control. I don't mean cancers and dangerous things, which, by the way, are now just blended in the background. We don't even talk about it. But if you ever taken a step back and looked at the increase in mortality, you just step back and look at the increase in cancers, in heart attacks, myocarditis, it's still going up. People just don't talk about it anymore because the mainstream alternative media is trying to get you looking somewhere else, and that pretends to be the full conversation. Crazy. So moving on. Oh, actually, 2 more points on distractions. Let me put these in the show notes for you. On that point, I just kind of did this to be funny, but I definitely think that it is relevant for now. We should definitely be questioning this claim in general, the claim that the COVID-19 variant is spreading, especially now, and especially when being made by this administration. But I just put this in just to make the point, right, that right now, it's easy to see the consideration could be that this story itself would be sort of a break in case of emergency. Oh, new COVID variant will definitely distract, but maybe not. Now, here's Benny Johnson. President Trump turns 80 on the 14th. He still got it. Yeah, real journalism. It's just like shameless cheerleading. But that's his whole thing, right? And then Health Ranger comes in and says, "When did you become a cheerleader for a genocidal war criminal?" I'm like, really? Like, I'm glad he's calling him out, but I'm like, I'm glad to see more people calling out these obvious team sport politics manipulators. But let's not pretend like Benny or the rest of the group were ever doing anything other than what you're calling out right now. He's been cheerleading since Jump Street, man. That's exactly what he's been doing the second this administration started. So is it that Health Ranger just never saw it? Or, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm glad to see people are changing their opinions on this, but there shouldn't be some kind of revisionist view about everything just because, these people were exactly the same thing they are now that they were when this started. And the mail-in ballot thing is just an additional point to this that I think is insane. Like, of all these points, funny, like I keep talking about people that are close to me who, like, and I've been talking about that over this administration many times, right? How there's people, close to me who are just regular people who are not, they're not in part of an agenda, they're not part of a group, they're not online, media, but are still falling for these things. And I think it's important because I tend to wonder whether or not just genuine, honest people get tricked by this stuff or like an agenda. And so they do in some cases, which has changed the way I report in a way, because I know that I have to tailor it towards not just everybody saying this is lying. It's like, which I would never do anyway. It can't be that hyperbolic. But the point is that even these people, as of right now, are like, he's ruining his presidency. Like they're like, either he must be blackmailed by somebody. Like, I don't believe he would do this, or whatever he's driving it. This is ruining his presidency. And these are people that have been like in previous conversations, we're still choosing to support him, even with how obvious and bad it was. And maybe just because they wanted to support him and hope it went the right way. And now even those people have found the line that is too far. And so this is one of those things that I just think is embarrassing. It's a smaller point in the larger conversation, but it just shows you an utter lack of conviction, guys. Mail-in ballots. Here's how it started.
On social media about doing away with mail-in ballots and potentially electronic voting machines. Can you explain on that how?
Well, that's a very off topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible.
I agree with that, by the way. I don't think mail-in ballots should be part of it. I think it's very manipulative, like he pretends to believe.
That we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt and...
So note, he's not saying in some circumstances are bad and should be kept for certain anomalies or certain situations, but are corrupt, bad, shouldn't exist. Let's not pretend that's not what he's saying. It's exactly what he's saying.
You know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses them because of what's happened. Massive fraud all over the place. The other thing
So we're the only country that uses them because of fraud? He just speaks off the cuff and doesn't make any sense. But so it's also about the electronic voting machines, which, mark my words, will be used, midterms will be used in his next election, or the next election, whether or not he's involved. I'm just watch, guys. They were used. Like, he made the same case, and I agree with, by the way, that I made the case with going back 10 years ago, whether Clint Curtis and the testimony about the fraud or anything else, about how these Diebold machines and all the rest are literally used to manipulate us. That's part of how this game is played. We're not even actually involved in this process as far as I'm concerned anymore. And then guess what? He used them again. Or rather, in this last election process, he used it again. And now my point is, now while he's president, watch as they use them again in the midterms. You have to understand what that shows you. Now, that was then. Here's now.
Tell me about mail-in ballots. You mean I used a mail-in ballot? You probably said, yeah, I did. You know what? Because I'm president of the United States, and because of the fact that I'm president of the United States, I did a mail-in ballot for elections that took place in Florida, because I felt I should be here instead of being in the beautiful sunshine taking...
Oh, okay. So, the same logic that plenty of Americans also apply. And yes, and then also some places there's fraud, right? But so, yeah, so the idea that it's just okay for you because you have a lodge, because I'm here and I'm busy and I don't want to, well, yeah, Trump, so too do a lot of other people feel that way. And I want to be clear again, I don't agree with them being used at all, like he pretended he did. But he just did one because he can.
Palm Beach served the last few weekends.
That's right. And I decided that I was going to vote by mail-in ballot because I couldn't be there because I had a lot of different things. But we
had a lot of different things. Great.
We have exceptions for mail-in ballots. You do know that, right? So if you're away, we have an exception. Okay. If you're in the military, we have an exception. If you're on a business trip, we have an exception.
Wow, that's a lot of exceptions. I mean, business trips, on vacation, in the military. Now, does he agree with that when it's not justifying his use of it? No, he does not. And he's made that case.
Disabled, we have an exception. And if you're ill, if you're not feeling good,
wow. Okay. Is that what Republicans agree with? That now you can just have a bunch of evil Democrats who just pretend to be sick to use it, is how they probably frame that. You know what I mean? Like it's just wildly hypocritical. And the only reason he's defending it aggressively is because he just got caught for doing it, or at least it got found out and he has to defend it. If this hadn't happened, what his argument, you heard his argument. Bad, no matter what, shouldn't be allowed because I'm all big and tough when I'm not the one being exposed for hypocrisy.
He was away, mostly in Washington, D.C., so I used a mail-in ballot. But I appreciate the question because I know it was so well-meaning. Yeah.
Yeah. See, because you just got exposed, and so he's well-meaning. Like it's an honest question because you're being a hypocrite, and everyone else in the room seems to be just petting. You're doing so great, Mr. Trump. You've nice shoes. What time? Where'd you buy the shirt? That kind of dumb stuff that you're talking about in the media today. Wild. Okay, let's get into Iran. Now, this obviously we talked a lot about over the last so many shows. And I definitely think this is important for many reasons. Now, we're going to start with an important point of the reality that a lot of us have already been calling out of what the U.S. government is hiding. Now, even speaking to things like that, like the dishonesty of just, look, you could admit a level of tactician or tactics in the situation of not wanting to expose that you've been hit or that people have been killed. Right. I mean, just, but everything, sort of like unemotional, you could acknowledge why that would make sense because it gives them an up or makes them see that they're getting, hurting you. But understand that there's a different dynamic than just that. It's that Americans are involved and that we're promised, plenty of things by governments that never care about those things. But some of them people seem to believe that they're going to follow through. But the promises are there nonetheless. And for example, no new wars or peace or whatever. But then additionally, once it happens, well, no boots in the ground. Well, it's already happening. And so my point is that you get lie after lie after lie. And so one of them is that people aren't being killed. And we know that's not true, guys. So the fact that he's lying to you about Americans being killed in a war that he told you wouldn't start is not just dishonest, it's disgusting. And it's also disrespectful to the people who are sacrificing their lives in some cases for things they actually think are helping people. And they're wrong, by the way. But my point is, as I've always said, some of them just don't seem to know that. Those that do, I don't think it's respectful at all. Or I don't think it's honorable at all. But there are some who seem to still think we're fighting for freedom. And if that's really what they think, then what they're doing is honorable. My point, though, is that you're being lied to about when they go out there and die. You're being lied to about bases that are being destroyed. You're being lied to about what Iran is actually doing when it actually affects U.S. interests. That is not okay. And it is not just about him using tactics to manipulate Iran. It's because he's trying to hide that he's being hurt, that he is being affected, that their agenda might be failing. Now, this is the New York Times. Iran's attacks force, U.S. troops to work remotely. Now it says, this is from yesterday, Iran has bombed U.S. bases across the Middle East in retaliation for the U.S.-Israel war. Simple, right? That's exactly what happened. It was a unilateral, illegal attack with no justification, and they responded, forcing many American troops to relocate to hotels and office spaces throughout the region, according to military personnel and American officials, to which they'll still deny. Hegseth and Trump, and there's a weird little clique, they'll lie, right? But this is to be clear, guys, there's satellite imagery. Where was it? Well, this is the one, but there's been satellite imagery that's come out that shows you the blown up bases. And actually, I think it's the archive that's blocking them. It's behind a paywall. But the point is, sometimes the archive doesn't actually pop up all the images. But there are satellite imagery showing you the bases that they destroyed, and so they're hiding that from you. And what I think it shows in here, two things, is that there's a military and personnel that are admitting that, and that they're still lying about it. But on top of that, that they're moving to civilian locations. Just casually saying that. Now, there's two things to discuss there. One, which is that means in the minds of Israel and the U.S. and what they've told you since October 7th, at the very least, but more than that, that makes that a military target. It doesn't, as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't. The military using it makes that the military, they're the ones breaking the law. Now, the right response, if you're going to care about international law, is to accuse them of that and then have the international community make aware that they're using civilian locations with civilians in the buildings to conduct military personnel or military operations. That's a big deal. That's a crime. So my point, though, is that because Israel and the U.S. are right now bombing schools and hospitals, I mean, everybody everywhere can see it, despite the partisan media lying about it. Because, again, this is not in Gaza. This is not in an open-air prison you control. This is the world that can see what you're doing. And the point is that they might feel justified to respond. Now, they haven't so far, not in the way that's just, indiscriminately bombing these locations, despite the lies, again, because you can see it. But in this case, as Iran has even pointed to, and then we just saw the discussion about them claiming to target tourist locations, which is not what he actually said. What he actually said is now what I think relates to this, which is really that we know where you are, and that ultimately we know that they're using these locations, whether they're in recreational or wherever else. Not the same as saying we're going to bomb them or that you're targeting tourists, which the New York Post very dishonestly framed. But I think it's important to think about, because if they were to bomb them, that would be in the same thing the U.S. government is doing, or really claiming they're doing. And right now you are getting some of these allegations. Now it says Iran's their IRGC has urged people to report these new locations as it hunts for the dispersed troops. See, see how those connect now? For yesterday, we talked about them misframing what the general had said. I think that's what they were talking about. And then that exposes a crime the U.S. government is committing. And it says and even if their bases were destroyed, it still doesn't make it legal for them to go and use a public civilian hotel. U.S. military officials say that threat is not stopping the Pentagon from carrying out the war with Iran, which is in its fourth week. It says he then repeated what has become a common refrain from his new briefings. This is from Hegseth. Every day, at the end of every one, apparently, today will be the largest strike package yet. Now, pretty sure we can prove that's not true. But what it shows you, like the idea that they've just continued to exponent, or I guess it wouldn't be exponential, but no, because exponential I think is, anyway, the point is that, if every day it's larger, I mean, every day it's growing larger, that means it continues to get larger and larger. And not just, like, let's say you have 10, then it's 15, then it's 20. And that's on top of what you, and my point is that's insurmountable, or I don't believe that's even possible. I think that at this point they would be we've already heard that they're running low on these things. And that is being shown to be the case. And yet he wants you to believe that every day is another larger strike package. That's just the example of them. Like, it shows you how insecure they are. You don't need to constantly be framing it as the biggest, best thing ever. That's what Trump wants. Isn't that just very transparent? But either way, let's just even take it at face value. The idea that is every day you're bombing more and more and more. These aren't military targets, guys. And he says, it goes on, but the relocation of troops to makeshift, one official called them alternative sites, raised questions about Trump's administration's preparations for the war. Of course, they won't address the point of the illegality, because that's not what people who are supporting the war do. But it says there were close to 40,000 U.S. troops in the region when the war started, which we don't talk about, and Central Command has dispersed thousands of them. It's also important to realize that, guys, like we've always shown you, the map of all the U.S. bases surrounding Iran and the troops surrounding Iran, and we're going to pretend like Iran was the aggressor. And it says some of them as far away as Europe, American military officials said, but many have remained in the Middle East, although not on their original bases. The result, according to the current and former military officials, is a war that is much harder to prosecute. So the indications from people involved and knowing what's going on are saying that it's making it difficult for the U.S. to conduct this war. Quite a bit different than we've won already and it's over, right? Quote, yes, we have the ability to set up expedient operation centers, but they're absolutely going to lose capacity or capability, said Master Sergeant Wesley J. Bryant, a retired special operations targeted specialist in the U.S. Air Force. He says, quote, you can't just put all that equipment on top of a hotel, for example. Some of it's unwieldy. The U.S. official said troops are not working from the roofs of civilian hotels. nice follow-up. The point, though, is that they've lost capability. Like, you don't books. I mean, it's obvious. You don't explode these bases and force them to move in hotels and act like they're going to conduct the same war. And at least with the places that were destroyed, there's more than 13 bases, guys. But the point is that's a big deal that they're not admitting and is having an effect on what they're doing. Many of the 13 military bases in the region used by American troops are all but uninhabitable. With the ones in Kuwait, which is next to Iran, suffering perhaps the most damage, 6 U.S. service members were killed in a strike on Port Shuaiba that destroyed an Army Tactical Operations Center. We talked about that. I believe that was Douglas McGregor had said they took the eyes out, right? They're a very important tactical, excuse me, that's the wrong one. The one in Qatar was the early warning system. That's the next paragraph. But they did get that, and it's a big deal because at $1.1 billion, if I remember correctly, it's a lot of money, and it's also important for their operations. Iranian drones and missiles also targeted Ali al-Shalim Air Base, damaging aircraft structures and injuring personnel, and Camp Buring, damaging maintenance and fuel facilities. In Qatar, Iran struck Al-Alud Air Base, the regional air headquarters of the U.S. Central Command, damaging an early warning radar system, which, again, he said they took out the eyes like it was a big deal. And it says, in Bahrain, a one-way Iranian attack drone struck communications equipment at the headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet. I mean, they don't report most any of this. At Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, Iranian missiles and drones damaged communications equipment and several refueling tankers. An Iranian-backed militia in Iraq launched a drone swarm attack on an upscale hotel in Erbil early in the war. Iranian officials have even accused the U.S. of using civilians as human shields by putting American troops in hotels, which they are. I mean, we just heard that. And that's what U.S. people are reporting. So what's funny is Iranian officials were accusing them of this and being called liars, and now the U.S. elements are admitting that. And it says, quote, "We are forced to identify and target the Americans," the intelligence arm of the IRGC said in a message to people in the region. "Therefore, it's better not to shelter them in hotels and stay away from their locations." And it says, despite a punishing air campaign, the Iranians, quote, "still retain some capability." That's from the Dan Kane, General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So think about this, guys. This is from the Pentagon conference. Trump is out there and Peg said, we won on day one. How embarrassing that is. And yet the general of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is saying that we're bombing them, but they still remain, they have capability. Now, he says punishing and they still retain some. I think I don't think it's about some. I mean, clearly they have taken out plenty of ships. They've taken out plenty of, they control the airspace. But as I keep saying, if you care to look back before this started, that was expected, even by Iran, to a certain degree. And so the point was they planned for the long game, as they're, I think, proving right now. And I don't mean because it's the long game, but I mean that they're showing that they're not diminishing, that they continue to be able to strike through. And Trump keeps claiming they won or we made a deal, and then you better make a deal, but you just said they made a deal. You know, we'll get to that in a second. It says part of the problem for the Pentagon is that 2 decades of war in Iraq and Afghanistan, war zones where the United States quickly established air superiority, left the military with facilities and headquarters close to the current front lines. Yeah, right, because they're surrounding Iran. And it says, and now the war in Iran has made all of these bases vulnerable to the point where service members can't really live or work there for extended periods, military officials said. The lack of better planning, some military officials said, also reflects a miscalculation on the part of the administration about how Iran would respond. Now, part of this is trying to frame this as sort of like the locations have made this hard to live at. But you have to understand, there are satellite imagery showing bases that have been bombed. And it says, the Trump administration did not reduce staffing at American embassies and other facilities in the region before the war started, or order departures for non-essential government employees and family members, nor did the State Department warn Americans to steer clear of the region until after the war began. Think about that for a second. Now, lack of planning, maybe. I mean, they in a way, they kind of admitted that in the beginning, but I think maybe that was sort of a way to hide behind that and not address the accountability. But this is something I just want to remind myself to, hold on, let me look at this real quick. On that point, I think it's interesting to think about. So what it said, the lack of better planning. So what I just wrote this from, let me read real quick. Lack of better planning reflects a miscalculation on the part of the administration about how Iran would respond. The Trump administration did not reduce staff. Oh, it's what it wrote. So the point is they didn't reduce the staffing. The embassies and other facilities in the region, they didn't like remove people or give them warnings to move, nor did the State Department warn Americans to steer clear. Now, based on that knowledge, my thought, 3 things that seem the most logical is either they just didn't plan, like they're saying, which is possible, seems unlikely, but it's possible. Or the more dark possibility is that they wanted Americans to get killed. And this may not seem possible to some people, but if you understand this government and our history, it's not just possible, it's one of their options. And so the point here is to consider, like we said, with the ships that were brought out, right? That early on, people thought, well, they're just sitting ducks with what's going on. I think the idea was that they did this to hope that Iran would respond irrationally. They never do, it seems. But in this case, You put these things in position. You didn't tell people in the locale that they had to move until after it started. You didn't warn the State Department. All these things left people in vulnerable positions. So I think the hope was that maybe this would immediately cause that reaction, which would then guarantee support for the war. Iran's not stupid. Or they were of the mind that Iran simply would not attack the U.S., which undermines the whole point of how this all started, right? Well, we knew Iran would attack us, right? So you left them in the places where you said you knew they would attack. Any of those make sense to me, or a combination of them. It just speaks to incompetence or criminality and a lack of concern for American interests. Now back to the article. It says military officials say that American refueling tankers were rushed to the war with little time to orient or practice in the region before getting thrown into the round-the-clock operations. I mean, to me, that seems like an obvious example of lack of training, or that they didn't expect this to go the way that it went. And that might speak to Israel, like most people recognize right now. Even Rubio kind of let the cat out of the bag. That Netanyahu seems to have, in my opinion, convinced Trump that this was going to be a one and done. It's going to be a few days. Like I think he said, they're going to block the strait. They're probably going to kill Americans. We'll have the whole world on our side, and it'll be over like that. Your legacy enshrined forever. And that's not what happened. And quite frankly, I think that that's what Netanyahu made sure wouldn't happen by bombing oil infrastructure and making sure this became a whole quagmire, which is what they've always done to the U.S. And I guess Trump just didn't know that, or he's not able to make that choice. I don't know. Those are my opinions, obviously. Now, as Ryan Rosbiani points out, the IDF chief of staff has warned about the possible collapse of the Israeli, or what it said. Let me make sure I didn't misread that. Yeah, okay, that's funny. IDF chief of staff warns army could. Okay, I'm sorry, I just misread the statement here. IDF chief of staff warns army could collapse into itself. So he's talking about the IDF. And just to cut to the chase, since I read that funny, the point is Haaretz is reporting that, and a lot of people just you shouldn't take his word for it because he doesn't post anything. But I want to highlight that he is correct. That's where it's coming from. But what he's discussing is based on that article as well, that Iran is simply saying, like, look, you guys are being attacked. These bases are inhabitable. And simply saying almost as if they have a position of strength, right? And then today he's reporting that they're saying that they're essentially failing. Now, that's interesting to me, seeing as how Haaretz is reporting that. Israel losing sway over Trump on Iran war. And it says the IDF chief warned the army is nearing its limits as forces divert to other escalated fronts. And it says literally, as Haaretz frames correctly, Jewish terrorism in the West Bank, because that's what it is. It's not a secret. And it's not only because, the point is simply that this is exactly what we're talking about. Jewish extremists who are burning homes down in the West Bank and occupying territory. It's the reality. Now, it's important also to recognize, and this is from a Israeli platform, the Israeli human rights group that highlights in 2021 a regime of Jewish supremacy from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. This is apartheid. Now, the point is always to mention is that Zionism is not just about Judaism. Zionism is a manipulation of Judaism, but it does very much create that mindset, just like you can see Christian Zionist supremacists like Pete Hegseth very clearly. Point, though, is to recognize that what even Haaretz is highlighting is, one, that the IDF chief is admitting that they're nearing their limits, which I think they don't. I think they've neared those limits on October 8th. My point, though, on top of it, is that I think it might be about them trying to act like, just say, basically create the situation where the U.S., as I predicted in the beginning, and as anybody probably saw coming who's been paying attention, is going to be the sole one to be fighting this war. And Israel stands by and watches. But then also rightly points out what's actually being focused on, which is their extremism in the West Bank and what everybody knows is a crime. So, as Scott Horton rightly points out, trust me, Benjamin Netanyahu, and as what this person highlights, nobody in the Trump administration planned, which is one way to look at it. Nobody in the administration planned for Iran to shut the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I argue the exact opposite. See, this comes from a position, I argue, where you think that they don't want these things to happen because they care about people and the interest. That's not true. If you've known anything about our history, you know the one thing is the government does not care about people. The point is that they would want it to shut down, so use that as justification for what they would do, in my opinion. And in fact, there's evidence to suggest that's what they planned. But he says nobody planned for that because of the way they acted, right? But if the plan was to make sure they did it, you would react that way to play the idiot, right? They would always rather be look incompetent than criminal, right? He says, nobody planned for the sustained missile strikes on American bases across the Gulf. Again, you could argue that was the plan to make sure people got killed, and you could use the justifications. Nobody, and on top of that, the Gulf part of it, excuse me, not the American bases, but the Gulf part of it. I mean, the idea there is about whether Iran would choose to bomb the elements of the Middle East. And I mean, I do think there was miscalculations here, to be very clear, or that Israel misled him. And it says, nobody planned for an energy crisis. But again, guys, seriously, if you didn't think that they were aware that this would lead to exactly that, which everyone's talked about forever, I don't even know how it's possible. And it says, nobody planned for Europe to look at Washington, shrug, and walk the other way. But it says, nobody, it turns out, planned for very much at all. Read the account of how this war was decided, and you are left with one deeply uncomfortable realization. The people who launched it appear to have been genuinely surprised by almost everything that followed. Now, maybe if that's because Trump listened to Netanyahu and he was lied to, and it says the Iranians shot back, the allies didn't show up, the oil prices went vertical, all of it apparently was news to them. At least they said that, or, that's what it appeared to be. He said the opposite when you asked him down the line and said, no, we planned for everything. But it says, which leaves two questions so obvious, they're almost embarrassing to ask. What exactly did they think was going to happen? And did anyone in the room at any point think further ahead than the applause? That's a really good way to frame that, I think, especially with this administration. Now, the one I wanted to what I want to highlight here is even the way this guy is framing this is this little graphic says Iran threatens second choke point and points to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. I mean, really? Okay, so here's what's interesting. Iran didn't threaten any of this before they started this illegal war. And so what they were talking about was that if you keep conducting this illegal war against us, that one of the options we could take would be to shut your access down to the other side of this. But that's if they continue to be like right now, if the U.S. stopped what they were doing and Israel stopped bombing Iran, what they told you they would continue was their ability to restrict their access to the Strait of Hormuz. And what was the other discussion they had about but the simple point was they would not continue the bombing campaign. The war would stop. But you see, from Israel and the U.S.'s perspective, they can't allow it because they're in a weakness position right now. They can't allow them to have that control over just their access to a very important waterway. So this has now become a war of, it started as a war of aggression, but it's become now a war of necessity for the U.S. and Israel. And so they're kind of trapped. I think that's interesting. But to highlight it like this just seems dishonest to make it seem like it's sort of like the evil Iranian government, seeking to plan to control. I just don't believe that's the way. Now, that's the way I might view the graphic. His statement up here is not saying that. Now, same kind of point here, and just for time, actually, where are we? That's not that long. Daniel Davis points out, this magazine cover tells you all you need to know about the U.S.-Iran war. And, of course, it shows a hand with an Iranian ring grabbing a world map and holding it in his hand, right? And this is more so the point. The other one was more of my thought it was leaning towards. This one's very clear, which I think this is important to consider about how this is played right now. Or maybe even just that these are honest people that I would argue are missing a larger point, which is that, okay, like the corporate media, CNN rather, is like, okay, Trump's lying to you. And he is, but making the story so that he's doing this from the wrong direction, not necessarily that he shouldn't be doing it, right? And that's always how the corporate media plays this. Adversarial against parts of it, but we support the war, right? It's always. And so the same kind of thing is that in this, it makes it clear, as it says, President Trump routinely says, we have won the war and obliterated all of their capabilities. And of course it says, still Hormuz remains closed. It is not closed. And Tehran retains a death grip on the flow of 20% of the world's oil. So basically saying that Trump screwed us by doing this, starting a war of aggression. But then, of course, the perspective remains, it seems, that Iran is an evil terrorist organization that will take over the world. I just don't know. I mean, at some point, we have to recognize that it's not just their justifications. Like, why would they need to create lies to go after, if they were the terrorists, then they wouldn't need to create all these manufactured stories, right? It's like we have to start realizing that there's more than just the other side of the paradigm that we hate so much, but rather the entirety of the government has lied to us our entire lives about pretty much everything we deal with in some ways. And it says, because of that past malpractice in diplomacy, using talks as a cover to prep for military operations, which is what they always do, the Iranians will not listen to any proposals to end the war right now that do not advantage them. Of course. That's outside of the bad guy, good guy framing from anybody else, that's what anybody would do in that position. And it says, because of our war of choice, which is what it is, we're rather, not we, but as Weather recently pointed out, but they, the government, not we, because, or our, but same point, but because of their war of choice, Iran now has leverage, not only over the United States, but over the global economy in a way that would never otherwise have been in their hands. Now, that's true, but it says this is the bitter fruit of foolish and arrogant policies from our country. The grave problem now, however, is that we are at a moment to where rational and sober reflection would lead us to finding a hat-in-hand solution to get the war over at any cost as soon as possible. But evidence is growing that we're going to do the opposite and expand our foolishness and expand the war on the ground. If there is a fire burning already in the Middle East, this could turn it into a flaming I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just read that with a certain framing of my mind. I get the sense that's kind of trying to frame it as, it's dangerous to allow Iran to have this control. A month of bombing Iran has achieved nothing. Will Donald Trump escalate? I mean, it's the image, I think, is what really does that. Like it's some kind of control structure. But either way, I think it's fair to point out the idea of why they, have created a situation that has put them, kind of like I was saying, in a very dangerous position that has now almost trapped them in a logic they might not have wanted in the first place. Now, talk about the deal conversation, which really is just something special, guys. This is the weirdest thing. The way that he's done this, again, like I said to start, I feel like again, it's all up in the air. If I had to bet on this right now, I feel like he's making the entire thing up. So, Donald Trump, in this recent clip, asks Steve Witkoff for permission, which, as everyone seems to have pointed out, is very telling. Asks him, am I allowed to say this? And but you can argue his deal and what I might expose, maybe because Trump always seems to, well, that's almost the point, isn't it? Trump just seems to always say things he shouldn't, and now he asks. It's interesting. But he asked about what the gift was. Let him tell you for himself. Remember, the story is that he was dealing with some secret defector from Iran and they offered a gift and to prove that they were really who they said they were, and that they were the only ones that could do it. And then it happened, and it was oil and gas related, right? Well, here it is.
Very substantial talks going on with respect to Iran, with the right people. I told you about a present, right? Steve, can I reveal the present? You can do anything you want. Thank you. They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil, 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news, and they said, a very good anchor, actually, happened to be Fox. But I watched it, and he said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. Yes. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right. I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present. We're real and solid, and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats.
I mean, doesn't it just feel like he's making half of this up as he goes along? It's very strange. But let's get into the logic of this claim.
You can do anything you want. Thank you. They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid. Oil. 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news.
Okay, so he's told something. Like, this is really important. At least the story. It could all be an entire lie, right? That's one of the options. But he's told something. Saying, this will happen. Now, I didn't think much about it. Okay, even though you told us, whatever, something's happening. So you did think something about it, clearly. At least you wanted us to think that something might happen. And then you told this. So it's important to understand that Donald Trump is not speaking to anybody. Donald Trump is being told this from Witkoff. That's undeniable at this point. Witkoff is the one relaying information from somebody they claim they're talking to. And he's being told that this might happen, at least within the story. So is it not one of the possibilities that this is a lie coming from somebody who's already been caught lying to Trump about numerous things that people in the inner circle of the diplomatic conversation have said Jared Kushner and Witkoff are basically Israeli agents? Direct quote. That's fairly possible, isn't it? Or that this is something that they're playing him with, or like plenty of these different options. Oh, and then they said, whoops, we've said something wrong and we'll give you 2 more. Okay. Well, another thing to add to this conversation is the fact that, as I know you've seen, and I'm glad I started making a big point about this. I wasn't sure if it would be as important, but the Strait of Hormuz has never actually been closed in the way they keep claiming. It just has not. It's right now, you can see all the traffic. Now, in regard to specifically oil tankers, it was restricted in plenty of ways. One, first of all, because I think the U.S. government and Israel scared everyone away from thinking it was going to happen. Iran, from the very beginning, as I highlighted, said that they lobbed the threats that we all saw in the beginning, and then they made it clear as he went on TV and he put out articles and said, this is closed to Zionists. This is closed to people who are engaging the war against us, and made a point to say, as I'll show you right now, like recently, as Spain was allowed to just go through the Strait of Hormuz, and it's being documented because it's already been happening before this, on top of the fact that what they're saying is, look, Iran keeps telling people, this is at the UN, non-hostile ships can go through the strait. And the reason they have to keep stressing this is because the only narrative out there is the strait's closed, and the US and Israel are scary and threatening, and I argue even forcing people not to go through, my opinion. Why? To create this idea that this is so restricted. So back to the point, if he's telling you, then we looked and we saw 10 boats going through. Well, you mean aside from the other 1,000 boats that are going through, are we talking about the fact that you needed to argue it was shut down to pretend that there was some new thing happening? Like, there's all these different anomalies to it. But I think it's interesting to even frame it as closed down when it's totally not. And Iran keeps telling people that it's not. And we can see ships going through that are not. Now, the question also becomes, is he just pointing to ships that were going through, like Spain, and going, see, like that's us winning because the deal went through, like I was thinking about yesterday, that ultimately it becomes sort of like they agreed not to have a nuclear weapon. So the deal worked and I won. It's over, even though that was already where we were because they didn't have a weapon and they already agreed that the last time and the time after that. So in a way, he knows he's losing. So the argument becomes, let's pretend the deal is what we already have. And Iran will deny it, but I'll pretend they just don't want to admit it or whatever. All hypothetical. As it goes forward, we'll find out which one goes where. But you know what the track record this platform and a lot of the independent media has around seeing the writing on the wall here. So it ends up being 10 big boats of oil. Well, there's only one small little problem with that. Ultimately, it turns out, Bloomberg says those tanker tracking data that they have shows that didn't happen. Of the 8, it says, tracking data since March 23rd shows no sign of the 8 boats full of oil that Trump says were gifted to the United States. Quote, if this was some great present, you'd think both sides would want you to know their own reasons. Don't you think? Yeah, you do. Well, of course, you could play into it and say, well, maybe this was a defector, but then wouldn't the Iranian government know that they just gave them oil somehow? Well, I don't know, man. It just doesn't really line up, does it? Kind of think he's making it all up. But on top of that, the absurdity, I'm kind of jumping ahead real quickly, but the absurdity of all this is that as we're in this conversation and he's telling you, I'm literally talking to a defector from Iran and I don't want to get him killed. And then the next day says, I'm in a 15-point plan to Khamenei's government. Okay, well, shoot, maybe he's dealing with both of them. That's, I guess, possible. But then it goes, okay, we're making a deal and they want a deal, they're begging me for a deal. The government, not the defector, but the government. Okay, that seems strange with what we're talking about. And you just publicly said you're working with a defector, which you know that they would hear. So that doesn't really line up either. But then we get to the point to where he goes, the sick Iranian leaders need to deal. Oh, you mean the ones that you want to make a deal with for peace where they can continue governing? But they're sick, deranged terrorists. That okay, but you want them there still, and you make a deal. Okay, got it. And then the very next statement becomes, you better make a deal before it's too late. You better get serious. But you just said they made a deal. Didn't you just tell us that you were in the middle of that? Or didn't you say, my point is, guys, from one second to the next, what he's saying is contradicting the thing he said before. Like I've been telling you all these years. This one, Trump says the U.S. that U.S. will be Iran's worst nightmare if he doesn't agree to peace plan. You know, the one that he says they've agreed to already. Or Trump cast doubt on the prospect of a deal. Whoa. Hold on now. That got out of control really fast. Now it not even happened. But then didn't they just give you a bunch of oil? What? What's going on right now? And then Trump says it's up to Iran to convince the U.S. to end the war. Okay. Yeah, that's fun, right? That's an exciting little turn of nonsense. But ultimately, the problem is that you have a lot of people out there who just aren't paying attention, don't care. Not the majority in my mind. I keep saying that, but it's a lot of people who are framed as everyone in the conversation. So continuing, guess who reported? Holy crap, red light says Donald Trump just revealed that the Iranian leaders gifted him 8 points of oil. They apologized for something and sent 2 more. You know, right, because you just blindly report that as fact because Trump said, because Trump's never lied before, right? Literally. I mean, if you guys don't remember this, somebody just made this because I said that off the cuff. So I was kind of just referring to him as the red light holy crap guys. And they just keep making that red light holy crap. It's just weird to me. But that's what it's supposed to be. But the idea is it happened, we know, because Trump yelled it out loud. Well, Trump says Iran let 10 oil ships through the Strait of Hormuz as a present. It says Iran made the gesture to show the U.S., quote, the fact that we're real and solid and we're here, or we're there. So at this point, though, okay, look, here's what's interesting. And I'm doing my best to be objective about this. It's kind of ridiculously obvious that he's lying about a lot of this. That's why I frame this as the faux negotiation. That very well could be with a real person. There very well could be some kind of deal going on, but it's still a completely broken, like he's lying to us all over the place because in the moment for moment point, they're contradicting each other. But as I said in the beginning, you could argue that's his tactic to get a good deal. Maybe you agree with that. But at the end of the day, he started this by telling us, or the point was the element he was talking to, he didn't want to get killed. Not the current government, who he said was irrelevant, who shouldn't be dealt with because they're all hiding in bunkers and then dealt with them the next day, which is what happened. Which, by the way, I didn't tell you, they denied, in case you didn't watch yesterday's show. He gave a 15-point plan to Khomeini's government, to which they immediately denied. And then he said they're thinking about it. They said, no, we're not. We're not even looking at it. It's embarrassing what's happening right now. But of course, it could all be a bunch of lies. The point is that after that, or before that, he said the defector guy was somebody who was secretly working with, trying to make a deal. He didn't want to get him killed. And then said that he was going to offer a present, right? That's how that story came around. So the so-called present was supposedly from this not Khomeini government person, right? That's not deniable because that's what he said. So then today, we're being told that he's got 10 oil tankers that apparently come from the defector, or whatever you want to call it, the person not in the current government that he's speaking with. So when we're talking about this today, I find it strange that it's kind of broadly being framed as that came from the Iranian government. And not in like just a broad general sense, but specifically the current Khomeini government. Now it says Iran, now that may be the reality, and maybe he just lied about that secondary part for who knows why. But it says Iran made the gesture to show the U.S. the fact that we're real, we're solid, we're here. Iran. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, of course, a top negotiator with Iran, said in the cabinet meeting that the U.S. has had, quote, multiple reach outs from the region and others who want to play a role in ending the conflict. Now, look, we've already made this clear. Pakistan, Turkey, they've been playing mediator roles in this for a while, or kind of like secondary roles. And Iran made it clear weeks ago. We're done. We are not dealing with you anymore. Every single time you feign negotiations and you kill people. It's not, we're done. We're not playing this game anymore. That's what they said. Who knows if they changed their mind? But the point is that it's been shown numerous times they're trying to send information to the mediators through Turkey and Pakistan, like the one they did 2 days in through Italy that Iran denied, where Trump offered a ceasefire, as Israel reported, and they denied it flatly. That's why he got all angry and started killing people, and then he realized he's losing, and now he's trying again, it seems. But the point is that the people that are reaching out for all this are the people that have always been doing that. And Iran is already knowing. They say, we see the messages. Now, this is all just off the top of my head, but it's stuff that's been reported yesterday and the day before directly from Iranian statements. And what they're saying is, we see the messages. We see what they're sending. We're not responding. We are not engaging. And it says, Witkoff also confirmed that the U.S. had presented a 15-point plan, but noted it had been delivered via Pakistan. That was my point. And they got it. They said they saw, but it was publicized, and it's ridiculous. Not only are they going, we're not going to engage anyway, but you can read through it, and I can give you 6 of those points that I can guarantee you they're not going to agree with. So, and also it was presented to the Khamenei government. Now it says Iranian state media on Wednesday reported that Tehran rejected the ceasefire that was presented to the Khamenei government and submitted its own list of conditions to end the war, which is 5 main conditions to which they already said they've been demanding, but it's in addition to what they said were necessary before. Now, see, the point is they were willing to have an actual agreement and have a discussion, like before with the JCPOA, which they upheld, that Trump removed himself from. And in this case, they made it clear with plenty of examples that they were willing to go forward with this, and they bombed them and destroyed that. So now, why would they give them concessions? They want to make that sound like they're terrorists and won't deal, except that's the exact opposite of what the reality is. So here, where they rejected the ceasefire and submitted their own demands, what they're simply saying is not, we want you to come to the table and talk. That's how Trump tried to frame that, because he seems desperate. And they made it clear, we're not talking. This is what we want. That's it. Until you give that up, this is where we're at. That's what they're saying anyway, to be clear. That could change tomorrow. Now it says, quote, that was 3 days ago, and I didn't think much about it in regard to the statement of giving him a present. But while watching Fox News later on, he claimed, that's what he just heard him say, they said something unusual is happening. There's 8 boats that are going up the strait. Guys, this is insane. So on Fox News, he happens to see that's happening in a strait, by the way, that's totally not closed down. And on top, I mean, I would love for somebody even to show me that Fox News report. He said he watched Fox News. Where's that report? Where is the evidence of that report? It might exist, but realize Bloomberg is telling you from the data that doesn't seem to be the reality. Seems pretty interesting, doesn't it? So if somebody could find the alleged Fox News report he claims he watched of boats going through, I'd love to see that, to be able to add to the conversation and see what it shows us. But I get the sense that he made it up, or that somebody else told him that who is lying to him. They said something unusual is happening. There's 8 boats going up the strait right now. And I said, well, I guess they were right and that they're real. I mean, really, that's all you need? Somebody that you don't see through somebody who clearly is has an allegiance to something other than U.S. interests, tells you that this is going on, and then tells you they see something happening that justifies that it's real. I mean, you're not even involved in that process. This is what I'm trying to show about everything. The military dynamic. This person seems like he's being completely manipulated. And again, that's not the same as saying he's, like the point of whether he was wanting to do this seemed clear to me. He was screaming about going to war with Iran in the beginning after the administration after the election. But there's also points to be made about whether he might, in addition to that, be played. And maybe just because I think Israel always seems to do that to U.S. presidents. But just think about it. Just ask it. Don't assume. And it says, and I said, yeah, well, I guess we're right. And I guess it's real. And I think the Pakistani flagged. Why does that make sense? So the argument then becomes that because they're the mediator, that Iran, gave them 8 boats full of oil for them to send? I mean, it's not, look, we could also point out that it's possible that Iran doesn't want to be seen as weak and capitulating, but gave them the oil in hopes that he might stop and maybe stop Israel. That's a possibility. I can see that making sense, especially in a world where Trump is starting to see that Israel is manipulating him. I mean, right. So like hypothetically right now, and this is always where it matters, is what happens right now. If suddenly Trump starts changing direction and starts slowing this down and starts, and I guess calls out that Israel won't, I doubt that happens, but that would seem to suggest that there might be a different agreement going on between Iran and Trump. And that's always what we need to consider, is that there are things that happen behind the scenes. Like we talked about in the past example, where the reporting suggested that they essentially said, look, we'll bomb here, you bomb there, and we'll back up. And that's because both of them, I think largely Israel, recognized that Iran was at a more powerful footing. And they did that, though, and they stopped. Right? And I think they do that more than we think. Not because they're necessarily like on the same side, but that's possible, but because it's more about like in that moment, they both necessarily realize they want to stop. And now it says, they then apologized for something they said, and we're going to send 2 more boats. I don't even know why that makes sense. I mean, it's just, again, maybe there's more information that adds to it. So again, they say, no, didn't happen. There's no evidence. I mean, you have to realize, guys, that's what I'm showing you with that boat tracking app, or the website. These things are tracked. He must realize that somebody somewhere is going to eventually be able to prove whether or not that happened. And then if you can prove that there were 8 boats that went through at the moment he said that, or claimed he was watching some show, we should then be able to prove 1 or 2 things, or both. Were they Pakistani flagged? And if so, I guess maybe 3, were they full of oil? And then 3, was it in any way connected to Iran? We'll be able to prove all those things to some degree. And I doubt we'll get there. Now, this I find interesting as well. Oh, it's this here, actually. And this is just I just randomly saw it looking down. This guy post this clip. Now, you guys all know this probably because you watch this show and because you're objective and nonpartisan. But it's so obvious to see how this guy just kind of lies off the cuff. And, and you may even argue it's about not like unimportant things you may this is not unimportant. He's talking about the amount of ships that they claim they've sunk. But with all the lies we see, we should wonder whether or not he's even sinking these ships. I mean, I know they have. At least I think the evidence is clear. You could see that. Anything can be fake. But the point is that his number seems to change from day to day. Now, realize as it goes on, yeah, that would happen. But you'll note in the clip that it goes basically the first so many of them are the same statement. In the first 3 days, and the number changes. You either have to acknowledge that he's just making that up or, he can't remember and he does it, same kind of point either way you look at it. And I think it speaks to exactly who he is.
It's gone. 24 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out 42 Navy ships, some of them very large, in 3 days.
They have 32 ships. All 32 are at the bottom of the ocean.
So right there, not 3 days, right? But he says they have 32. That's it. And they're all gone.
It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships.
Okay, yeah, now it's 50, right? So if they only had 34 and they're all sunk, it's weird how they suddenly now have 50 that are sunk.
He's just notified it's 51. The Navy is gone. It's all lying at the bottom of the ocean. 46 ships.
Oh, now it's all 36 and they're gone.
Can you believe it?
Can you believe it?
I mean, guys, there's no even denying that. It's just, you may think it's a small point. It kind of is in the larger sense of things, even though we're talking about people and ships and major, billions of dollars. Just pretty obvious, though, I think, with what we're dealing with. And if you think it's unique to Trump, you're not paying attention. So Brian Allen points out, Trump says, Iran proposed to make me supreme leader. Now, there's a line here, guys, where it's just, it starts to make me wonder, is he trying to make you see this? Now, I don't want to get too QAnon with it, right? We're too ridiculous. I'm not going to use the term conspiracy theory because that's not what that means. But realize that you start to wonder, this can't be what he thinks is what you'll believe. Well, Iran's saying, we want you to be the supreme leader, Donald Trump. And no, they're insisting. They want a deal so badly. Well, that's just not true based on everything we can see. Now, who knows? Maybe tomorrow he'll break the bombshell and show you it all comes down, and I'll happily report that. But as I always point out, up until this moment right now, the facts scream something else. And all the mainstream alternative media are not even looking at the facts. Has to show you something. Here's what he said.
Anything like we're doing in the Middle East with Iran. And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid.
So what are we talking about? They random Iranians, or are you talking about government now? You have to admit that there are elements of this that are undeniably lies.
They'll be killed by us. Badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid they'll be killed by us. There's never been a head of a country that wanted that job less.
And what does he mean? They're going to be killed by us, I guess, meaning that if they make a deal with you. I mean, that just makes sense. I guess what he meant was that we might kill the leader, but what he seemed to say right there was that if they work with us either way.
They want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people.
They make a deal so bad, but they can't say it because they might be killed by them or us.
They're also
makes sense.
Afraid they'll be killed by us. There's never been a head of a country that wanted that job less than being the head of Iran.
That really a clap-worthy statement? Trump's personal opinion about what he feels on the other side of the world? God, we're stupid today.
I don't want it. We listen to some of the things they say. We hear them very clearly. They say, I don't want it. We'd like to make you the next supreme leader. No, thank you. I don't want it. But I want to express my gratitude to the tremendous
It just gets more ridiculous as it goes on. Trump says Iran begging to make a deal. That's today. So explain for me how you can be saying yesterday that they're offering a deal, right? That it's happening, or that the secret guy is, or now we're dealing with Iran, but then Iran denies and turns down your deal. But then today they're begging to make a deal. Now, look, you can argue that there's some level of a deal going on. That's possible. But for him to go, they're begging, it just shows you who he is. That's obviously not true. Based on the facts anyway, the evidence we can see, which is all we can do. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself, he says, that they have been decisively defeated. They've got a disaster on their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. It's just cartoonish. Here's what he said.
We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're extremely, really a lot ahead of schedule.
It's so funny, like you can note the moment when he thinks, I'm going to go off the cuff. He's like, you can see his finger on the page. He's literally reading the statement and just kind of like not barely into it. And then it's like he tries to go off the cuff, and then it seems like he realizes, oh, I can't even think right now. So I'm just going to go back to the page. I don't know what it is. It's funny to notice that.
We're extremely, really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people.
How are they? Yeah, here's the ad lib. See? Oh yeah, they're saying things to people and they're talking and stuff. That was needed to add to it?
This is a disaster. They're saying to people. Decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. They wouldn't talk otherwise.
You know, so they're saying it to people, are they? Except no one knows about that, and it's not in any documents. No one's saying it out loud. There's no video. There's no reports, but they're saying it to people. What people are you talking about, Trump? It's not true. Even if it's the actual reality of what they're thinking, they're not saying that to anybody, clearly, because it's not. But he just had to say that because he just needs to add his own little 2 cents, his own cent and a half.
But they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback.
Oh, really? Yeah. And meanwhile, they just bombed a lot today, just in case you missed that, which is true. It's just ridiculous. As Chris Martin rightly points out, Trump says the Iranian negotiators are very different and strange. These are the ones they just told you begged for a deal and we're already making one. They are begging us to make a deal, which they should be doing since they have been militarily obliterated. Wait, so you start by saying they're different and strange, and 30 seconds before this, he was saying that they're better hurry up and make a deal or they're going to be suffering, okay? And then next sentence, they're begging to make a deal, which they should be doing because they've been, well, you just said they were obliterated, which was zero chance of comeback. And yet they publicly state that they are looking at our proposal. Wrong. You're literally contradicting your own sentiment with this. It's just, this guy seems like he's schizophrenic right now. Wrong. They better get serious before it's too late. I mean, you feel like he starts by saying they're begging for a deal, then ends the very paragraph with saying they better get serious before it's too late. As Chris rightly points out, I mean, I think we all have to admit there's something especially stupid happening right now. Stupid is not even the right word. Like it's unprecedented, the level of whatever we call this right now. And Chris says, counterpoint, the militarily obliterated country of Iran hit multiple military bases last night, most of which are truly obliterated and rained missiles down upon Israel. True. But, who cares? Facts, right? CBS or CNBC. Trump says Iranian negotiators better get serious, that's the paragraph I just read for you. Trump lashes out at the sick Iranian leaders that he otherwise wants to keep in power with a peace deal, because that totally makes sense. Trump says U.S. will be Iran's worst nightmare if it doesn't agree to the peace deal that it says they're begging for, because that's just normal, right? Cast doubt on the prospect of the deal that he just said they were absolutely screaming about. And, that it's up to them to convince us to end the war that I'm telling you I want to end because they're making a deal. But they have to convince me of the things that I'm telling them. It just doesn't make sense, guys. You can make a joke about it all day long. It's very serious because people are dying. People are literally starving to death. They're being tortured all over the world in multiple locations that this war, because it is the same war, is taking place. Gaza, Syria, Lebanon, all of it. Now, as he wrote today, this is 3:30 p.m. after all the different schizophrenic statements, As per Iranian government request, he writes, please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction, the war crimes that those would be, by 10 days to April 6th. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by fake news media, the others are going very well. Oh, so you're absolute what's the word he used? Just, shall not be moved. Deadline was just moved for 10 more days. Got it. These attacks on energy, that would be crimes. Okay. But this gets even more ridiculous when you find out that they're denying that. Now, this is different than some secret other Iranian person. Now, of course, Iran can be making this agreement and then lie about it. That is possible. But what logic does that make? Especially when Iran is the one saying they want this to walk back, and especially when Trump claims that's what he wants. And then you argue that you guys come to an agreement about actually waiting, and then they deny it? Guys, it's not happening. I don't see a world in which that even remotely makes sense unless Israel's lying to Trump through Witkoff or whatever else it might be. Jeremy Scahill says, I asked a senior Iranian official about Trump's claim Iran requested an extension on the threat. They said Trump is not being truthful. We have not submitted any request regarding potential U.S. attacks. Now, that's what Jeremy says. He said somebody said to him. Then the Wall Street Journal came out and reported, citing mediators involved with the deal, which is important because they're the ones that keep calling out Witkoff and Jared Kushner as Israeli assets. Says Iran has not requested a 10-day pause on strikes on its energy plants, contradicting Trump's claim that the extension was made at Iran's request and confirming earlier reporting by Dropsite News from Jeremy Scahill. This just gets ridiculous by the second, guys. So it's very clear to me that what makes the most sense, again, it's hard, we're reading limited information, is that Trump is so desperately trying to frame this as his magic deal-making ability is driving this into a resolution. And in any other circumstance, I'm willing to bet you that Iran would have just let it happen because they seem to not care. They let Trump pretend he's the big tough man saving the world when everyone seems to see through that. And in the past, they've let that go. Like I said, after the 12-day war, they came out the winner in that situation. Despite all the lies, they didn't obliterate the thing. They did get the enrichment facility, but the point is clearly that they got through a lot to Israel. And so they let it go. They let it end. And they even made statements to some effect, right? But because of what they did and because they kept pretending deals and murdering people, they're done with this now, at least what they said up until now. And so Trump comes out and goes, okay, he wants to end it now, wants to fake some kind of a deal that makes him look like he got the deal. And Iran says that's not happening, which is probably really pissing him off. Now, either he's lying about it and he's mad they're not going with it, or he believes that this is actually happening because somebody's lying to him. And now he's confused. Here's what the New York Magazine put out. This was today. Does anybody take Trump seriously anymore? Now, people are going to yell partisanship because usually that's almost always plays a factor in this stuff. But, it's a real question we should be asking. Not because of partisanship or because of one thing, but because he just is to an objective person who's not being led by politics, where that rarely exists today. You just can see that he's lying, guys. It's obvious. He's contradicting his statements, right? So at some point, people go, okay, even people who are in the higher level that pretend he's not, they still know he's lying, right? So at some point, you just start treating him like he's not even real. He's not a serious person anymore. And it's just interesting. But this goes through just kind of the recap. You can read it for yourself. Now here is Alex Jones coming out yesterday saying Iran rejects the peace plan. The peace plan. You mean the plan that was literally designed to turn them into some vassal state with no ability to defend themselves, where Israel would 100% take advantage of them and the U.S., like with Libya? That's the peace plan Iran rejects? Or was it the plan they tried to put forward that they never accepted and they bombed him in the middle of? This guy's ridiculous, guys. They vowed to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed indefinitely. You know these things because you're watching this show, because we've been continually reporting on it, because that's not true. Not only did they not vow to keep it closed, they didn't close in the first place. What they said was they will continue to restrict their access if they continue to conduct this illegal war and do not give them the basic concessions they're asking, which is basically no sanctions, no illegal wars, no more, everything they're doing illegally. This is what he's putting forward, guys. And of course, what he gives you the token where he pretends to be mad about Hegseth saying we negotiate with bombs, but then still supports everything they do because that's what honest people do, right? I simply said, do you ever get tired of being so deliberately dishonest? Probably not. Chris Mahan points out what Sean Hannity had to say. He says Trump should not only We should only make a deal with Iran if they repay us for all the cost of the bombs. I don't even have a word strong enough or accurate enough for what in the hell that is. So, I mean, whether you think the war was justified because of Iran terrorism, that you're going to literally bomb the hell out of a country, killing civilian people, which is just, you cannot deny that. And then argue that you won't stop it until they pay for the cost of your bombing. But that then weirdly means that they will still be there, which he says they won't allow. So this just seems like I think it's just kind of to, honestly, people like Hannity, if you want to cut to the quick of it, I think is trying to give Trump the path to whatever Trump needs. Has nothing to do with the real agenda. These people are career players, guys. But I'll let you listen to it yourself.
A deal with Iran and a permanent lasting end to this conflict, that would be a major win, not only for the U.S., but for the entire world. But for a deal to work with Iran, certain straightforward conditions must be met. One, Iran must agree to hand over all of that 60% enriched uranium.
Oh, yeah. Like they agreed to already, right? Like we showed you, which I'll include again, which you can read for yourself, which was outlined in the deal that they blew up when they bombed him on the 28th. He had a conversation on media right there with, was it Face the Nation? The foreign minister of Oman made it clear. They agreed to give up all of their rich material and to literally no longer even have it anymore, which they've never done before. And he said, this is actually happening. We're actually going to have peace. And Israel bombed them that night. So is Hannity that stupid? Do you think he's not capable of doing his due diligence? I don't know if he would or if he cares to, but I know he can. So ask yourself, is this journalist just ignoring the facts, or is he just lying, or is he just not aware of it? Or the fact that the enriched uranium was within the safeguards, which he'll continually pretend is not the case, which I'll include here with a little, where was it? Shoot, thought I'd grab real quick. There it is. I just did this so you guys could have like a one-stop spot for it, because I bring it up often. Here's the link to I'll come back to it. Well, of what, Witkoff's lie about 60%, which is all going around still, despite how easy it is to prove, was actually within their safeguard agreements. Because remember, so Witkoff claimed they bragged about it, like it was some kind of violation. Like they would even do that when they're coming to a table about some kind of an agreement. Like this guy is so dishonest, but the word coming to mind would be, deliberately, not just kind of like ultimately, the main thing to realize is against U.S. interests. There's a lot of factors to include in that, but that it is something obviously hurting Americans and our interests. And these are the people that are the middleman between the conversation and Trump.
They must do so immediately. They must do it, by the way, in a way that we cannot allow that material to get to the hands of the wrong people. All of it must be turned over before our military leaves.
Oh, to who? To whom? To the U.S. government? To the Israeli government? Then totally the not wrong hands, right? The only two governments that are actually seemingly willing to use them on people for no reason. But yeah, rush it out of the hands of the people who told you they'll never do it and have never been proven to do it, and for religious reasons say they'll never do it, and the IAEA says they never have. Get it out of their hands and rush it into the hands of the people who are killing people right now with all those weapons. Because that's the safeguard.
Number two, Iran must allow anywhere, any place, anytime inspections, not from any globalist organization like the IAEA that always screws it up, gets it wrong, always in Iran's favor.
Oh, see, okay, totally not at all, by the way. They've been aggressive against Iran for a very long time. The only difference is they just never argued that they were doing the thing that they're not doing. And he just hates that, apparently. The facts, or Tulsi Gabbard, or the previous administration, or everybody anywhere with any insight tells you they are not doing so. The evidence doesn't back it up. And how many times you can show Israel getting caught? Literally, one example I remember, getting caught trying to sneak material in with the IAEA inspection and being caught in the bathroom and then going in and testing and finding material on the bathtub, the toilet. Can't talk. Now, that was reported. That came directly from the IAEA. They said there was ultimately radioactive, somebody flushed it down the toilet. I mean, this is crazy. This is the kind of thing that they do constantly, try to frame Iran. Now, that's off the cuff. Don't take our word for that. But I've covered this previously, and that was directly from the... you could even go back to, what is it? Was it Amman? Man, it's frustrating. Amman. I'm forgetting his name now. The Japanese person that previously was in the position and ultimately mysteriously died from some turbo cancer that came out of nowhere. I mean, and he was critical. He was calling out Israel for claiming they were doing, I mean, it's just crazy, the history. But anyway, the point is that you can't argue this group is somehow pro-Iran. They've been very aggressive towards Iran, and they've shown data to back up what they're saying. These people are belligerent and just argue that is the case no matter what the facts show. And if you disagree with me, then you're on the other side. That's not journalism. But the idea that there has been inspections, even from U.S. entities, and the U.S. and elements have already told you they're not doing that. What he wants is the current elements who are very clearly willing to lie about everything, and Israel will go right along with them. It's not going to happen.
No, they've got to be U.S. inspectors. Iran must also fully agree to end its nuclear program completely once and for all.
Yeah, so that means they're civilian level, which everyone's allowed to have, included. So is the other one as well, but that's not legal. And they've always had that. And by the way, again, literally already argued they would before Israel bombed them on the 28th. So this is just stupid.
They must also agree not to build out any ballistic missiles.
Right, so no defense. Well, there's plenty of other things you could add, but that's the whole point. Just no missiles, no ability to defend yourself. But that's what they've already added to this, right? And it doesn't include here. They've talked about, as we just read to you a second ago, no Navy, just basically a group of people stuck on land that Israel can manipulate however they want.
They must also agree to open up the Strait of Hormuz.
Not closed.
And they must agree to repay America in oil for the entire cost of this entire military operation.
Oh, well, isn't that interesting? Almost like they spoke about it, and now they're reporting something that they included that then Trump claims already happened. You see what I'm talking about? Whether it even happened or not, it's almost like they're making it look like something has been fulfilled, and so he's going to go, we did it. I weirdly get the sense that might be where this goes, like almost out of desperation. But that's, the idea that they're going to repay you for your illegal war is just the stupidest thing in the world. But Hannity has been a career war, belligerent. He's a warmonger. He always has been. These people are always screaming about why war is necessary against people that we have no right to be involved with. Like, everything about this is just disgusting from top to bottom. Even if these groups are what they claim, the point is also still to be made that why we feel we have the right to do any of this anyway. But on top of that, that they're lying about them, which should matter, right? Now, here's what he said in another post. And again, that I really recommend, if you haven't seen it, that you understand what this is discussing. On the 28th, like literally the hours before they bombed illegally Iran, where you said peace was in reach, that they said they were going to give up all of their rich material. And they you could argue they lied about it, but the ultimate point is they're now demanding it. And here's the real thing to always remember is when Trump says they wouldn't say the one thing that mattered, that they refuse to give up a bomb. Well, that's not true. In fact, when he said that, at that very moment, they were saying, we're already okay with it. We're agreeing to give it up. So again, you could argue that they think they're lying, but why would then Trump come out and say they just never have, they refuse to say it? It's not the same thing. It's clear. And then now he's coming out and saying they agreed to not have a nuclear bomb, but then refused the ceasefire. I mean, he's lying about all of this. I don't see any other option. At least the idea of some, either misled or lying would be, I think, a fair point. So here's what Sean Hannity also said, which just blows my mind.
Tonight, Sean, the president has also approved the
That guy
deployment
looks so strange.
of
Weird.
up to 1,000 soldiers from the 82nd Airborne in the Middle East, and it's believed that if there's a necessity to have ground forces, say, take Karg Island, this might be the first step toward that contingency. Then again, you could argue that maybe...
Yeah, I love that. I don't know, Karg Island, whatever. Like, I don't know that one. Clearly, it's either like there's a point people made, by the way, that it could be that that's something they want you to think, and it's a different island. But Robert made that case in the article. Any one of these things they're going to go for will ultimately be a failing action with what Robert argued with what they'll ultimately do in response. And I agree. But so Karg Island, though, is one of the thoughts I had about whether he's talking about sort of justifying taking that for the oil conversation.
It's just another way to apply more pressure. We'll keep an eye on it, but for now, back to you.
And the most important aspect, Kevin, is obviously that
the most important aspect is to always blindly repeat this untruthful statement at the end of every show.
We will not be handing off to our children and grandchildren a world where radical mullahs that chant death to America, the number one state sponsor of...
Unlike saying, death to Muslims, which is totally okay, which is all over Israel and apparently the Republican Party today. That's okay, though.
Terror has weapons of mass destruction. Mullahs that chant death to America, the #1 state sponsor of terror.
Number one stand. He's like, yeah, exactly, man. Yes, yes. We all repeat those lies. We got it. #1 state sponsor of terrorism, even though you tell us ISIS is the leading terrorism group and they attack Iran, but whatever, or that every other terrorist group we can even point to is Sunni and comes from the Wahhabist Saudi, but whatever, Iran does it because we say so. Because, you don't we claim they're supporting this group, which you can prove they're not? Hamas, Hezbollah. It's just like I'll say every single time. You take every allegation they make and pretend it's all true, even though it's not. And compare that to what you can literally prove, even though it's way more than that, of what the U.S. has done in the world. It pales in comparison. But they just do it anyway, guys. Leading state sponsor of terrorism. It's just lazy. There is no evidence to back that up.
Has weapons of mass destruction.
Does not. You know what I mean? Like, here we are again. WMDs. We're going in to get them.
That could potentially create a modern day Holocaust.
Oh, modern day Holocaust. You mean like what they're doing in Gaza right now? No, not that. Just, these are cartoons, guys. At some point, hopefully the world will get to a place where we can look back and just be like, wow, did this ever happen? Like this is what it looks like at the end of a dying empire. Like these people are cartoons. It's just sad. I mean, look, think about end at 2008, for example, right? What did you see? You got all of the big time, super important government supported economists saying we've never been stronger than ever. And then everything collapses. That's the same point. It's exactly what we do every time, or what the power structure does. And half the time those people thought they were right because they bought into the nonsense, guys. It's like the Iran experts who are experts on all the lies the State Department teaches them, and they don't even know that they're wrong. Patrick Henningsen has a good point here about the lies from the point of the protests, which we're already well into this, but let's not forget they lied about Iran shooting protesters. They manufactured this which, by the way, we've already now proven in 3 or 4 different ways from reporting from inside Netanyahu's camp, the New York Times article that covered it, the idea of them arming the Kurds, the statement of the date they made before they got there. They planned this out. They stoked the fake revolution. Now realize that was rooted within a real protest. That very quickly they called out, including the union supporting it, as outside forces that had taken over it right in the beginning. So as usual, they try to co-opt something real. It didn't work, just like last time, but they just bull rush in with violence and just yell the narrative. They do it every time. And so the reality was very, very clear. They just killed people. And my point was they admitted, they armed them. They told you they were arming them. In what world is that not obviously a crime? And so Patrick Henningsen has backing this up with evidence and research about what he saw and the reality of it.
Also met with the police and saw the evidence of the riots and the foreign agent provocateurs, that incendiary element that was injected into the country by U.S. and Israeli intelligence. What happened was terrible for the police. Hundreds of police were killed. Many were burned alive. We saw the unredacted evidence of that. The redacted evidence, of course, was much of it was broadcast on Iranian national TV. But you didn't see any of that syndicated in the Western.
Yeah, wonder why. Isn't it also funny that you have people who are always about support the police who suddenly don't care when it's just police with a different color skin?
Media. So I can say categorically that the narrative that Iran massacred thousands of its own people and these peaceful democratic protesters is a total fiction. And I saw plenty of evidence to that effect, as well as reams of burned buses, burned fire trucks, EMS responder vehicles that were set on fire, aside from the police that were burned alive. So there was a real agenda there to foment instability and unrest. And then the president, Trump, then taking to the airwaves saying, this is your moment, rise up and take over your institutions. It's obvious that was incitement. So for anyone to say that that wasn't a classic color revolution, exactly as we saw in Homs in Syria in 2011 and in 2012, exactly as we saw in Maidan in February 2014, and also in Libya, Serbia, Yugoslavia, the list goes on, Eastern Europe, Belarus. We've seen this playbook. That's what happened here, clearly, but it was done on a level with resourcing that is quite breathtaking in terms of what was spent on the media propaganda campaigns in the West, what was spent in terms of Starlink terminals that were smuggled into the country.
Every time. I've been telling you guys that. It's not hard to see. Starlink, he's a military contractor is what it is, but they always give you the feigned, what it's for, we're helping humanitarian. I mean, there's so many examples where people suffer in this country. Even isn't it funny how when Biden was in power and you have the hurricanes, how they just couldn't stop talking about how no one's being helped, and now they just don't care. No one's being helped. There's been disasters where no one's being helped at all. No Starlinks, no help. Just such gross hypocrisy, just feigned humanitarianism, whatever it is. And Starlink comes into play every time the U.S. is in conducting an illegal war. Which they all are, but war in general. And very clearly, you can see, I don't mean that by, well, you take it however you want, but the point is that all their wars are clearly no congressional approval, whatever. But the point is that you're using these things as weapons of war under a guise of humanitarianism. It's what they do.
We also saw evidence of narcotics that were being distributed. And I saw that in Syria, by the way. I was really interested in that point because how do you get people to act completely insane and violent? We also saw this with ICE.
I think that's the Captagon, if I remember correctly, was the name of the drug. Tell me if I'm wrong in the chat. But that's the conversation we did talk about that in regard to Syria, where they were giving people these amphetamines and different things to, and his point there is to drive them to be, to kind of, I guess, maybe immoral, like, so, drugged up and not aware of what they're doing. Certainly possible.
Elements as well. The police there believed there were amphetamines, similar types of drugs, and spice, something called spice. These types of drugs were also
heard that spice. That's that stuff that made people like rip their faces off or whatever. Like legitimately, like the people like lost their mind and like scrape their skin off or whatever, and like bath salt kind of stuff. Remember, and same thing. Remember me in the chat if you have any more information on that. It's interesting. Where was that spice story from?
So distributed and injected into that. So there's a lot of disaffected youth, obviously, that got swept up in the mob violence with very skilled and well-trained people in the back lines shooting police officers from within the crowd, using the crowd as human shields. And that's when things spun out of control very quickly, and we saw that sort of period of about 7 days of violence and instability, which the U.S. and Israel hoped to capitalize on, but didn't after the Iranians shut off the internet, intercepted a lot of the Starlink transmissions, were able to track the location of some of the terminals, and quickly were able to shut down the organizational, I think, element. That's the impression I got from the police chiefs that we met in the main municipality of Tehran, and the visual evidence that we saw as well. Why is this important? This narrative, the regime or the mullahs massacring their own people, that's the actual backstop for manufacturing consent for this war, because the nuclear conversation has fallen flat on its face.
Yep, exactly. Patrick Henningsen, 21st Century Wire. Just looking that up really quickly, I was actually conflating that with two things. It's rightly pointed out, I think it was K2. It's like the synthetic marijuana, which, if you remember correctly, there was tons of like crazy stuff. People just went lost their, there was chemicals sprayed on it. Excuse me. And it caused people to lose their minds. But the ripping of the face thing is actually a real story, but that came from two things. Flocka, you remember that? And then the bath salts conversation. I think all this is kind of part of the same, not to get off on this tangent, but this part of a similar conversation. It's like experimentation almost. Like there's something, you could argue it's just people trying to make new recreational things, but something tells me, especially when you look into the history of where these things tend to really originate, it comes from a lot of times military stuff. Whether acid, or what's the other one I was thinking of? Like MK Ultra kind of stuff. I mean, that's a lot. That's a history that you should look into. So the point of what we just said there was that they lied, about the background of that. And he went and saw it for himself. That's what a journalist does. Murray says, I won't be lectured on morality by the guy who had the CIA draw up plans to kidnap and assassinate Julian Assange and exposing American war crimes exposing American war crimes in Iraq. That's Mike Pompeo saying the vast majority of Republicans, that was confusing for the podcast. I'm all over the place right now. So Mike Pompeo said the vast majority of Republicans understand that Operation Epic Fury, what they're doing now, is righteous and necessary. Let's finish the job. Murray says, I won't be lectured on morality by a guy who had the CIA draw up plans to kidnap and assassinate Julian Assange. And the CBS poll he's highlighting says Republicans want Trump to end the Iranian regime, change Iran's leaders to one that are pro-U.S., 80%. I don't even think that's true. Most everything I can see is based on some select grouping of people in the core. The reality of the conservative conversation, or even just Republican GOP, I think most of them, they ran on the idea of this not happening. I just don't believe that's the reality. But on top of that you're talking about, even if it was, change them to be pro-America, pro-U.S. How did we get here? Now, let's be clear. That's always been what they've been doing. Always. Fighting for fruit companies in South America. But the point is that they've framed it as humanitarian or whatever, at least for a long time now. And the idea that we're just so casually saying, let's just remove them and put people there that we like. That's what it's always been, guys, but they're just doing it on its face now. And I mean, that's just destined for failure, guys. This is going to cause things to spin out and get, I mean, you could even argue that the illusion, it did afford some level of like like a feeling of normalcy or peace. And that's not a good thing ultimately, because we're being lied to. My point though, is that with what they're doing now, it's just very clearly, again, I would add though, that seeing it is that there's an opening there. It gives us the opening to go, okay, wow, they're doing this. We should do something as Americans or wherever you're from. We need to stop that. My point, though, is that they're doing it on its face. And my worry is that it's going to turn this into, well, that's just what we do. Because there's far too many people who seem to be all kind of pulled into that mindset today. We can't, this is wrong. And then what they're doing is, I mean, on top of that, realize that Iran's leaders and what they're doing, and there's just not the truth they're telling you is not true. So now you're driving it based on the lies from the very kind of oligarch globalist that you think you're fighting. I saw Rod points out that they're now just copying The Onion. This is an Onion article from a while ago. Netanyahu calls Iran strikes necessary to prevent the war he just started. That's a joke. Here's the report from March 25th. Senator John Kennedy on Iran. The president didn't start a war. He's trying to stop a war. That's just dumb, guys. That's stupid. Obviously, you could argue that starting the war might have stopped a bigger war. That's a logical way to say that. I don't get it. On Bertrand, the war to reopen the thing closed by the war, where they say Pakistani defense ministers talking about this. The war is about trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which again is not actually closed unless you're fighting Iran. It is closed for you if you're fighting Iran. Well, what's interesting to me is that how in the world are you going to, as Arnaud's rightly pointing out, you start the war illegally, which causes them to restrict the strait. And then you now frame the war as to start open the strait. Like, it just obviously shows you that they're either clearly failing and now, trailing after this, or that this is just them trying to mission creep in a way and change the narrative. But either way, they started it. They created the very thing they're now fighting. As always, guys, that's always what it's been. Look at every other war before us. And coming to this point again, Spain has been granted permission through the Strait of Hormuz, which is not new. Like I've been saying, they're making a public case of saying, yes, look, you could guess, you're good. You guys can go through. Why? Specifically due to their position on the war. Because they've made a statement. They've made it clear. I forget if they've said something more severe, but at the very least, they're saying we're not involved. Like, we don't want any part of this. We don't want to support what Trump is doing. But I believe they did make some statements that were sort of like, this is not, I don't want to misquote it. But the point was, at the very least, I know they did make statements saying that we're not involved. And so because of that, Iran's saying, yeah, you're good. Go through. Which my point is, the more this becomes real and seen, and other governments start to recognize that they're being misled by, if that's really what's happening, or at the very least, it just starts being a necessity because people need to get this flowing again, and Trump's plan is not working, that this is going to make Israel and the U.S. in a terrible position, but in a way that creates the justification for them to push this even further. But either way you look at it, Iran is playing this very artfully. Spain, that same point, granted, that it says, even as Trump's energy dominance policy is failing. Let's just be clear about that statement. This is not about some kind of, praising Iran's government. It's about the reality that the tactics they've used are clearly working. It's the same point about with Putin and the statements about the way he conducts his politics. He's a very, very masterful politician. That's obvious. And he constantly plays these people in ways but that doesn't mean he's a good guy, not even remotely. But that's important to see. And it's also important to highlight that the difference from what we're staring at with Trump and them is that they're also just as dishonest, but they're also just terrible at doing what they're doing. Now, this is another article from Al Jazeera, Strait of Hormuz, which countries' ships has Iran allowed safe passage to? Now, you can go through this. The simple reality is, like I'm saying, here's what's crazy. They keep trying to tell you that it's closed. No one can get through. But India, Turkey, China, France, Italy, Spain, and really anybody not adversarial to them right now. It's pretty simple. They just really need you to think it's closed. And all of the dutiful liars out there keep telling you that it's closed. Iran tells UN non-hostile ships can go through. Now, you could argue they're lying and trying to trap people, but no, there's already evidence showing ships going through. Now, back to that point about Trump, is he just trying to pretend that that's what he was doing? I'm not sure. And here's an interesting point. We mentioned this recently the other day. That this was new to me as well. I wasn't actually aware that all these different straits, Suez Canal and what was the other one that was the one main one, like the Panama Canal, for example, or the different straits. Almost every one of them in the world charge fees for ships to go through. That does not happen on the Strait of Hormuz. Now, you could argue it's because there's basically two, halfway on the other side, there's another landmass that could arguably try to control it as well. But that's not the reality. Iran very clearly controls in a security sense the Strait of Hormuz. That's why they've always been trying to change the dynamic, because they knew Iran could do this for years. This is the point. So it's always been the case. So understanding that Iran has security control over this area means that just like every one of the others, that they would have the right to claim to have what does they call not a fee, but what's it called, a fee in here? A toll. That's what it is. Charge a toll for going through. Now, I'm not even saying I agree with it or not. I'm just saying as a worldwide thing, it's odd. It's sort of like missiles and everything else, right? Iran can't because Iran bad guy. Well, that's not how that works. Okay. And ultimately they would have that right. And so what Drop Zaiduds is saying, Iran's parliament has moved toward formalizing the plan to charge a toll. And that was actually part of one of the things in the 5 points they demanded to go back to some state of peace, or rather just not peace, but the security footing and the restrictions specifically for Zionist Israel and the United States from the Strait of Hormuz. They already made it clear they'll stop militarily engaging if they stop. But they said they would say, we're not stopping with this because of what you just created until you give us that, if that makes sense. And so the point is that one of them was sovereignty over this control point. And it says the head of Parliament's Civil Commission said Iran is pursuing legislation to formalize that sovereignty and control and supervision over the strait. My point, watch, it's a prediction. Now watch as the usual suspects frame this, and maybe it's already happening, as either unprecedented somehow, even though it's clearly not, or an act of terrorism, even though it seems to be common practice just about everywhere else. That's just how this broken partisan game seems to work. Caroline Leavitt comes out and says, allies are lining up behind Trump to open the Strait of Hormuz. The strait that's not closed at all. Well, it's restricted, but closed is not at all. Closed, I shouldn't say closed not at all, but even though closed means closed, so technically that is correct, but it's misleading. It is restricted, as you all know already. But allies are lining up. But are they? Well, it's from the New York Post, so I imagine we can take this with a pound of salt. But if you read through it, it says, over the weekend, the United Arab Emirates and Australia became the latest to join the growing list of nations, now numbering 22, offering their help to open the strait. Now, that's not the same as saying, so Trump tried to start a coalition of ships to guide ships through, which everybody denied. And last I checked, they all said no. Now, what this seems to be trying to claim is that they're agreeing to it. Now, that's not what I'm seeing right now, but who knows what happens tomorrow, or this on the 24th, but where it goes, right? The point, to me, is that they're saying they're offering to help. Not that they're going to work alongside Trump to militarily guide ships through the strait, which is what they kind of want you to think is happening here. It says 6, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, and Japan jointly declared their readiness to contribute to appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage. That's not the same thing. See, that's the same thing the UK said. No, that's dangerous, and we're not going to do that, but we'll seek a viable alternative. So they want clearly Trump not to be mad they're not helping, but they don't want to do the thing he said. That's what I feel is the case here. And now this is being framed sort of like the rest of the lies we're getting as somehow something that it's not. That's my sense on it. It says the Brits have also agreed to let U.S. forces use their bases to launch attacks, which by that logic, that now means they're a belligerent. And probably already were in Iran's mind, but at this point now they would be legal targets in this ongoing military campaign. And NATO Secretary Mark Rutte says the alliance is working out a timeline for a joint response. It says if Iran would have the nuclear capability together with the missile capability, then it would be a direct threat. I'm just so tired of this argument. You mean like every other government and the ones that are literally committing genocide and they're not even seeking nuclear weapons? The same old thing. But this is NATO, which basically is the U.S. government, if we understand the reality. An existential threat to Israel, the region, Europe, is the stability of the world. No kidding, says the totally not objective New York Post. Iranian leaders following Tehran's launch last weekend of 2 missiles at the joint U.S.-British military base, Diego Garcia, a stunning 2,500 miles away. I don't know why that's such a big deal to these people. It says a range far longer than Iran's missiles were supposed to have. Well, they're not arguing they don't have that capability. They're just not demonstrating what they do have. They've kept it close to the chest for this reason for a long time. The argument that they didn't have that was something the U.S. kind of spun as, should they cross that line, it's a big deal and we're terrorism. It's no different than any other government as far as I could tell for the most part. Different levels of reach, but the point is the same, is that they have the ability, or they could. Do you think Israel has shown you everything they're capable of right now? No. Tehran unilaterally struck out at the Gulf nations. Unilaterally. That's what this ridiculous platform just said. Tehran unilaterally struck out at the Gulf nations. Oh, you mean the nations that literally bombed them first and they responded because they were belligerents? Inflicting serious damage on their key means of income, their oil facilities. I mean, you just can't take people seriously like this. So they unilaterally? In what world are you operating in? Guys, this means this writer was deliberately misdeceiving you for the team. Or they somehow just don't understand what everybody else has already seen. How embarrassing. But the point for me is the idea of this attack on the base. I want to remind you of something that James Lee put out. We'll play that really quickly, which I think is relevant about this exact conversation.
A few days ago, we were told that 2 ICBMs were fired at Diego Garcia, which is a joint US-UK military base in the southern Indian Ocean. Now, the Israeli military very quickly claimed that Iran fired these missiles and that they could soon hit Europe, including cities like Berlin, Paris, and Rome. Prime Minister Netanyahu then tweeted out, quote, "I asked the leaders of the free world, what are you waiting for? Israel is not only fighting for itself, but fighting for all of you." But there's just one problem. Iran says they got nothing to do with it. And if you read the Wall Street Journal reporting critically, it said that one of the missiles failed mid-flight, so it didn't even get there, and the other may or may not have been intercepted. So we really have no idea what actually happened. The US's own intelligence indicate that Iran lacks the capability of firing any missiles outside of about 1,200 miles. Now, Diego Garcia is located in the southern Indian Ocean, about 2,500 miles away from the nearest point in Iran, so something is not adding up here. Okay, the UK has now publicly come out to say that there is, quote, no assessment to substantiate Israel's claim that Iran has long-range missiles capable of hitting London. The NATO Secretary General said they have no evidence that Iran fired missiles at Diego Garcia. So if that's really the case, that Iran didn't fire those missiles, then the elephant in the room, of course, is who did. So
obviously it's hypothetical, right? But it's a fair point. And with everything else we're seeing, with all the weirdness around this, it's worth asking if we're being misled. Now, that's not to say, this is the important point, that Iran's not capable of that. I kind of find that irrelevant with what I just said in the first place. Not irrelevant, but just not what they're making it out to be. The question, though, is, are they? And that's still fair. I would argue I think it's worth arguing they are. But then, they're claiming they weren't. So the question is, if they aren't, was that fake by them to make that case? Or even if they are, was it still driven into reality? So the U.S. and Israel, right after they stress why that can't happen, suddenly goes, oh, look, I told you. We proved that means they're terrorists somehow because we told you that thing can't happen. Now that it's happening, terrorism, even though it's not. You see what I'm saying? It's an interesting thought, worth considering that. And especially since this is something they keep dwelling on. This is what Trump just said. One missile went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have that. Like, it's a weird, they're really trying to push this in, even though, as I said, it seems largely.
And I think we've been proven right. They took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability.
They didn't say that. You see, what do you mean they're supposedly? Did Israel tell you that? Was those the State Department Iranian experts? Israel, they never claimed we don't have that. Not that I can tell. Why would they? It's just a weird way to frame that. Like, it's about, they weren't supposed to bomb back. They weren't allowed to, it's like that video where he said they weren't supposed to do that. It's like, what is this, kindergarten? Like, what do you mean there's a plan? Israel. That's what it was. They thought they had a plan.
But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us. Because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either. One thing, we're very disappointed. I'll say it publicly. We're very disappointed with NATO.
It's just something about him with NATO. It's just weird. Like, it's something about him. It's just sort of like, it's almost always performative. I don't know. It's hard to like put a word on, but it just feels weird. It's like, what are we like? What's the game being played right now? You know what I mean? Like, it's definitely not what's really happening. But here is one more statement. Actually, let me play this for. I've randomly just grabbed this because let's watch together since we're not too long, but late anyway. But let's play this since I was just checking out this as I was playing his other one. Here is a clip that I haven't seen yet. Let's see what James Lee has to say. And the point is, it looks like a fake terror cell, he's arguing. That ultimately, it looks like the argument, and I can just grab it actually real quick. Here's the post. So he says he dug in to the Islamic movement of the people of the right hand, the Iranian-backed terror cell that has allegedly been committing attacks against Jews in Europe this past month. And this is what he was able to find.
UK intelligence believes Iran may be behind the arson attack on 4 Jewish ambulances in North London. So what do we know about the group claiming responsibility online?
Report put out by the Israeli National Center for Combating Anti-Semitism, and they say that this militant group emerged out of nowhere and had no known operational history before this month. Now, I find that to be a little bit odd. The Telegraph also reported that up until 3 weeks ago, there was no entry in any counterterrorism database. There's no Telegram channel, no social media footprint, and no history. Once again, very odd for a supposedly very dangerous and sophisticated sleeper group. And to date, the only news organization that this new sleeper cell that's allegedly out to target U.S. and Israeli interests worldwide has officially spoken to is CBS News, which is the newly minted Israeli propaganda outlet that is run by Barry Weiss, an Israeli Mossad agent, allegedly. And this detail is a little bit interesting. They say that, quote, CBS News spoke to the administrator of Ashab al-Yamin's Telegram channel, who exchanged a series of messages writing in American English. Hey, maybe they use ChatGPT. I don't know. On top of that,
that usually indicates, guys, that, like, you know, remember the white helmets and that whole scam. Vanessa and I many times pointed out how ridiculous it was that every time their vests were written in English, the things they posted and why would that be if they're a Syrian organization? Because the propaganda was aimed at Americans. Simple. And it's the same point with a lot of these things. It's like, why would that be the case? Well, maybe it's something else, or maybe it's because they just wanted to make sure that we were the ones scammed by this, because we're the ones being told we might have sleeper cells in the United States. Even though that was, that story we already covered that reality, or at the reality of that story, which was basically a hyped story based on nothing other than Israeli intelligence says, or the idea that the original report that came out was somehow suppressed by the Trump White House. The whole thing felt very contrived to me.
Mid-Press News noted that the group had used some language that they called unusual for a Muslim group, specifically referring to Palestine as the land of Israel. But it actually gets even worse. According to the International Center for Counterterrorism, they say that the Arabic inscription beneath the group's logo includes multiple mistakes, including the misspelling of the word Islamic. Seriously? They misspelled Islamic in the logo? And there's a little bit more, okay? The ICCT also found that there were a number of inconsistencies in their Telegram account, foremost the misspelling of the Arabic channel name, likely resulting, they say, from an incorrect English translation. Come on, this is too much, man. Like, yeah, I don't know for sure whether this is or isn't a legit Iranian sleeper cell organization, but let me ask you, what is more likely, that they would commit a bunch of these misspellings and typos of a language they're supposedly proficient in, or maybe, just maybe, this is all a big psyop?
It's just wild. That's like I said, I hadn't seen that. That's just the idea. And because that's the case, make sure you do your due diligence, guys. But the interesting point, this is something that I've heard, the statement of the group and so on, but I haven't gone too deep. But the point about this is that you could have the mistakes. What does that sound like to you with what we've continued to see out there? What kind of propaganda does that feel reminiscent of the kind of flailing, like 3 different styles of the same argument at the same time, and you could pick which one you like? this is just lazy, guys. And I don't understand why this is like, I genuinely don't understand why that would be the case. Are they not capable of doing it? Do they want you to see that? I don't know. It's just, somebody says, I'm tired in the chat. I'm just incredible where we are and how ridiculous it all is. Let's not forget the age of 5th generation warfare. That's what we are in. And that's something that they've been telling you with their dancing army videos, with their weird ghost masks. And like, they're telling you we're in this. Drones, fog, false flags, and political destabilization. That was a show we did on January 2025. Remember that Cybertruck blowing up in front of Trump Tower and all the, it's just psyop or psyop. Now, Saeed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, says the U.S. backed Israel's Gaza blockade, cutting aid under security claims, yet condemns Iran for defending itself in the Strait of Hormuz. Double standard. Israel's crimes are okay, while Iran's defense against aggressions is condemned. International law is not a tool of convenience. Now, look, you can argue he's a terrorist. You can disagree with everything he has to do, but the statement is fact. No matter what you think, you could write that anywhere you want, and it would be fact. Doesn't matter who says it. It's real. I mean, the obvious reality of that. And what they started wasn't a war of aggression. They're illegally started. I mean, everything about it. It's not about sides. That's simply the truth. Now, Pepe Escobar writes something important here. He says they're going for Larek in regard to the islands, a small island from where the IRGC Navy watches the tankers who paid the Strait of Hormuz toll. And arguably where they might be kind of able to lob out, but there's a lot of places they could do that. And says Karg Island is a diversion. It's too far away. His option 2 would be Abu Musa, to the west of Hormuz, with the help of the UAE. The consequence, Iran turns the UAE to dust. Now, what's important is Robert made this, the discussion about, made the point about any of the islands and how that might work out. Actually, I'll grab that for you in case you want to read it. And then we can wrap up for the most part here. Robert put this out. It's a good article. Here, it's right down here. Or it should be. What? Oh, man. I got to get this site updated. There's been some weird stuff going on with the background. Well, it should be right there. Oh, well, here it is up top. Like I've been saying, I'm just dragging my feet because there's a lot going on. We will be updating this and revamping some stuff. Not necessarily because I want to, just because it's long story. Things we kind of got trapped with our old terrible people that work with for the website stuff, and are now we have to because things will end up starting having problems. But strategic failure. Trump's contradictory Iran strategy unravels. And by the reason I said that, by the way, is just be aware that there's going to be some visual changes and so on. But this is an important article. He does a good job breaking down. Now you can read. Here's the one I was talking about. Hormuz is closed only for Zionists. That's him. That's Araghchi. But he gets into the point of the islands. You can read it. It's a well thought out argument. And so his point, again, back to Pepe Escobar, was simply that with the UAE would be, at least in regard to this island, Abu Musa, the UAE would have to help, and the consequence would be them being turned into dust, bombed. Right? Well, as it turns out, the UAE it says UAE rejects ceasefire with Iran, demands Tehran's full threat network be dismantled first. Ambassador, basically just sides with the United States publicly. Also reaffirms a staggering 1.4 trillion UAE investment commitment in the United States. And as George Galloway says, they're committing national suicide. Seems to be a common opinion. But who's to say why? Maybe they're not in control, which is kind of what I think about these governments right now. But either way, just recognize that this is going further. Despite the Trump claiming we made a deal already or it's over. It was done on day one, right? But, not at all. Now, here's Vance trying to convince you that somehow these are all terrorists and that, we can't let them have a nuclear bomb because they might have a nuclear bomb vest. I mean, they're grasping at straws right now, guys. And this is what the Bulwark wrote. Vance suggests Iran could have used nuclear suicide vests. Oh, well, then he just quotes it. I'll play it for herself. Or I thought I had it. I guess not. And then I'll play one after this that I think is important that you've seen. Let's see. Okay. So the reason he's saying this, though, and it's a bad argument. Because the idea of a nuclear suicide vest is a little bit, I mean, if it's even possible, which I'm sure it is today, it's just, it's not, it goes a little bit beyond just what anybody could do anywhere. And I just think it's an extreme with the limitations of the enrichment. I mean, everything. It just, all it's doing is trying to convince you that these are just monster terrorists. And, you know, and that's the argument. You know, you could make that argument. We can't let them have silverware because, you know, you could just go ridiculous with they're terrorists. Therefore, it all makes sense. You know, so the idea of just the suicide vest is just to make it into some hyperbolic argument. Why would that be the case? Well, because they're terrorists. Why would they just bomb you? Right? Because they're terrorists. Like that's just, there's no logic to it. And in fact, Iran has not had a previous history of doing what you're claiming. Even when you get into like the roadside bomb conversation, they're talking about IEDs, and that's largely because of the invasion. I mean, you know, it's the same story, guys. But either way, here is, if I can find it again. Where was that? There we go.
Say options. I think it's important the American people know options for what. And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people.
You see, he starts with the options. Like they're talking about right now, like we're deploying troops and we're doing, we need options to make sure they don't have nuclear weapons. The one thing that we all seem to know, the evidence does not suggest, or that you guys know the IEA said it's not there, or that Gabbard told you as state. I mean, just ridiculous. At what point can we, realize that what we're saying is all of the evidence says it's not there, but we just are going to tell you it's there anyway. We just know. But your intelligence says otherwise. Well, yeah, we don't care what the intelligence says, even though that's what you always tell us what matters, right? Well, you're listening to Israel then. Okay, that makes sense. So you are being played by Israel if you look at it that way.
You walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest, and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people?
Well, that already exists. It's called a bomb, guys. I mean, what are you talking about, man? Well, if you want, and again, you want to make it into a nuclear conversation, again, it's just, this is irrational, the way he's framing this.
That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That's
too late. Because you guys are doing this, and because Israel's clearly able to have nuclear weapons, and because plenty of other countries that are far, 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 far less demonstrably dangerous based on their actions in the world than Iran have nuclear weapons. North Korea, for crying out loud. But yeah, this is what you like. Think about that statement and then ignoring that North Korea has nuclear weapons. It's just, these are a joke, guys. These are not serious people. They're manipulators. And to understand that the very point of these kind of vests and the idea of this stems from Zionism.
I mean, certainly the Zionists have used it and brought it, in fact, to the area. Terrorism, as we know it today, the planting of bombs in marketplaces and so on and so forth, was, in fact, introduced into the Middle East by the Zionists in the 1920s. But the net result of Zionist terrorism and violence in the first third of the 20th century has brought forth, to my mind, the anomaly, the horrific and unacceptable status in the Middle East today of the State of Israel, which is, in fact, an armed garrison state, which now exports more arms and distributes violence all around the world, vastly disproportionate to its size. I mean, in that respect, I think it's a horrible cycle of violence. But in it all, I think the Palestinian is the victim. There's no question about that.
Now, we're going to end with some points that back that up about what Israel's doing in the world today. But first, I'll include this for you guys to check out the idea of what they're claiming, right? The 60% that Witkoff's told you they bragged about. Well, on that point, the IAEA Director General addressed that, stating that Iran's uranium stockpiles remained under safeguards in accordance with their safeguard agreement. Literally the 60% that he claimed right there. Here's the document. You can read it for yourself from the Director General. That's my point, is that you can keep yelling, they have the bomb. Well, that's not what anybody anywhere says that is in a standing position to make that case. You guys are just lying. And now what we're being reported that the bombings that took place in Iran were also elements that were dropped that were mines, claiming that they were what they say electromagnetic mines, I guess. Not familiar, but the point is that this is being pretty broadly reported, so it's something you should consider. Now, it's also possible that Iran did this to themselves. I just don't see how that makes sense, but anybody's capable of, doing something to create a situation where you can justify that you were attacked. My point is, though, not that they're not capable of that, but why would that make sense right now? They're already being illegally attacked. They don't need to create other justification. They're using cluster munitions. They're using white phosphorus. They already are doing all those things, right? So this is on top of that. And the allegation is they're dropping mines in civilian locations. It's not hard for me to believe this is happening with what they've always done. Here's another example. And you even have them. There's actually multiple reports from different news agencies on the ground showing you. Like I said, you could argue Iran did it, right? But I don't believe that, at least just because of the logic of it, not that they're not capable of it. Another war crime by the U.S. military. Explosive packages have been dropped throughout the city. And this is my point. This is not Gaza. There's people, phones, news agencies. And if you're just going to argue that literally everybody in Iran is a lying, deceiving person like you tried to claim about Gaza, well, you're disgusting. And it's not true. And also, I thought you were trying to save them, right? How's that work out? The people who run Iran are religious fanatics, says a religious fanatic. Looking at what they're doing. Oh, what's that? What's that, Rubio? Attacking embassies and hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. They just can't stop. You have to realize these three people are some of the most radical people in the world, if you really understand what's going on. Especially the two sitting by him. Like radical, like alarmingly, guys. He is literally a religious Zionist who is screaming about Armageddon. He's telling our own military this is for the end times. I don't know why that is not the end of the conversation. But yeah, keep telling us, Rubio, about how Iran is bombing civilian locations. Because that's what he's claiming. Unlike them, we're hitting military targets. U.S.-Israeli attacks have already hit 281 medical centers and 498 Iranian schools. Widely reported, by the way, and I already reported it on myself, the very first attack, they came out with 175 murdered children. And everyone's admitted that essentially now. The U.S. reporting has come out. Hegseth put a map out that showed you that. Even Israel blamed the United States. But yeah, we'll keep telling us about how it's just broken, guys. Dropsite News, however, reports that Iran is striking chemical locations where the U.S. government and Israel are making white phosphorus. See the difference? Now, you could argue that there's plenty of other crimes happening. I just don't believe that that's the reality of the way it's going down, not because they're not capable, but because there's no justification, or rather, in their minds for why that would be in their interest. And they don't need to do that right now. But I could be wrong, of course, and question it. Trump says Iran war to last 4 or 5 weeks, but, could go far longer. Sure, why not? Brian Grimm, again, points out, Israeli media reporting that Netanyahu expects a ceasefire announced this Saturday. Translation, ground invasion comes this weekend. I certainly hope not, but I agree with his logic. And he follows up by saying, source tells him that the naval special warfare teams were also given deployment orders yesterday. This was on the 25th, as well as a bunch of Tier 1 operators. That plus the 82nd Airborne deployment, plus Netanyahu's obvious feint pretending that they expect a ceasefire, which he's done many times, suggests that all the pieces are in place for yet another ground invasion. And what's crazy is he's probably right, guys, because they do the same thing every time. I guess we'll find out. Now, to the point of where terrorism seems to stem from in the world, let's make sure we understand this on the way out. Okay, this is just a quick little glimpse of what they're doing in the last 24 hours, and it's all over the world, and it's just blatant human rights violations, crimes, torture, terrorism. Here's Mike Huckabee, though, the America First Mike Huckabee, who wants you to believe that, we just haven't programmed the youth properly to believe what Israel is.
But where does that come from? There's a difference between dumb and ignorant. Dumb is that a person cannot process information. They just don't have the capacity. They don't have an operating system, if I put it in computer language. Ignorance is that the data isn't there. What we're dealing with is not an operating system problem. It's a data problem.
Right.
We have not downloaded the proper data, the true data into the minds of younger people.
For example, that they're not committing a genocide. For example, that, the Judaism is Zionism. For example, that they have a right to all of the land everywhere, as he even told Tucker Carlson, right? That's the right information that you need to be programmed with in computer language, of course. And that's what he wants for America First, Trump's administration, is for American kids to believe that Israel has the right to rule over the world. And for Israel, this is what they're yelling out loud. And this guy believes. I've talked about this. This guy is ardent Zionist, very passionate about it. And if you haven't seen his discussion with Tucker, I'm not even know why they allowed him to do that. It'll blow your mind. This is the opposite of America First, and Tucker called it out himself. And then we got booted off. Hold on. Now I got to set everything back up again. Get the camera back. There we go. Welcome to the Last American Vagabond. If you haven't been here, we get this happens to us every other show, it seems, with a direct connection and fiber. But let's keep going. Almost done anyway. Let's see where we were. Okay. So back to the point. Mike Huckabee's explanation for why young Americans hate Israel. We simply haven't programmed them with the youth correctly. Now, however, they put that in quotes, and that's not what he said. So typical. Oh, I hate that that's happened on the plat, but everyone seems to do that these days. Don't do it because you're making it seem that's what he said. He didn't say that, but that's what he meant. And I agree with that. But here, as Saul Rod points out, are Western media outlets going to report this, or are they going to still pretend it's the ceasefire? Well, guess what? Israeli army carries out airstrikes on tents sheltering displaced Palestinians in Gaza Strip, despite the U.S.-backed ceasefire. But remember, they don't care about that. They're bombing Lebanon. They're bombing Gaza. They're also bombing Iran during a supposed point. Guys, this is what they do. But realize they're bombing tents. There's no denying that, guys. They're not even claiming this is some kind of operation. They're bombing random tents full of people what's the word I'm looking for? In a refugee camp. There it is. I mean, it's just so crazy to me that we can't be real about what these people are. And I'm talking about the Israeli government. They're literally choosing to just randomly murder a bunch of people in tents. And no, they're not talking about it. They're not going, we just killed terrorists. They're wanting to make sure we don't look. They're taking advantage that we're focused somewhere else and murdering innocent, starved people. Yeah. And then every other day after that, by the way, and every other day before it doesn't stop. Here, Alan McLeod points out what Sky News is reporting. Palestinian teenager was starved in prison before death. Judges rule in Israel. Oh, by the way, starved by whom? Right? Doesn't say. Guess we'll just have to guess. Palestinian teenager starved in prison before death. Judge rule. Great job, Sky News. It's sort of like New York Times and all the rest, how it becomes some kind of like ambiguous reporting when it happens. I mean, Israel's involved. And also, let's realize that almost every time this happens, the judge like this, they can rule that he died in prison, then no charges come out. No one goes to jail. Same thing here. Zachary Foster. UN experts demand Israel release prominent Gaza doctor after reports of severe torture. Yeah, that's March 25th, 2026, guys. That's right now. Oh, did you think that was over? Do you think they were the hostage? No, that's not over. As Zachary Foster rightly points out, no, we stopped hearing about the hostage crisis because all of the hostages were Palestinian. Now, the only ones that are left are Palestinians, so they just stopped talking about it because the only thing they ever cared about was Israelis, apparently. Not even the Americans that got killed and died and never got rescued from inside of Gaza, like we reported in the very beginning. That they apparently never left. I showed there was a woman from Chicago, not some dual citizen, Americans that lived there, not like it should matter more. And they never helped. They sure as hell did everything they could to help the Israelis, right? But think about that. The America First administration let them die. Or rather, either one of them, really, if you look at it. But the point is that clearly they don't care about these Americans. Or in Trump's current, which one was it? Yeah, no, it was this. It was this overlap from Biden to this one. And it was the American citizen that was being held in Israel, and nobody cared. And tortured, lost like 50 pounds. It never stops, guys. And that's not America first, is it? It's not. They don't care about Americans first, clearly. Here, Israel's launching a genocide against Lebanese people during the supposed hold on bombing, even though it's not happening. They literally dropped pamphlets saying they're going to destroy Lebanon like they did Gaza. It literally says what we're going to do is going to be like Gaza. And that's the whole, but they drop pamphlets, guys, like Lindsey Graham. That's the difference. They drop pamphlets. And half the time they drop pamphlets that says, we're going to bomb in 3 hours over here. And then in 40 seconds, they bomb right where they are. Not making that up, by the way. I've seen many examples of them literally doing that. And that's been reported by UN, like people who are from an international level. I mean, this has been covered broadly. I covered this many, many times. And the points they drop these things, like look in the very, very beginning. What was one of the first things we saw and reported on? Even this was from the UN. They bombed the Egyptian crossing when they started to cross. It's the same thing every time. We have to be honest about that. Mass grave at Al-Shifa. This is February 24, 2026. which we knew. It's just another one of 126 mass graves holding hundreds of civilians, victims of the genocide, according to the Euromed human rights group. It's not a secret, guys. They murdered all these people and they buried them and then tried to cover it up. Now that they're able to show it, people can see it. Sarah points out, it's horrifying. Paramedics in South Lebanon are forced to choose between saving lives or staying alive. Why? Because they're currently doing double taps all over that place. It's just exactly what we just reported. As Glenn Greenwald pointed out, has been going on for decades. They literally bomb a location full of civilians, and then when these medical people rush in, they bomb even more. It's a tactic. It's on purpose. It's a horrible war crime. Here is the Israeli member of Knesset saying on the killing of the Palestinian family in Jenin, which just happened, quote, there are no innocent civilians in Jenin, no innocent children. I support IDF soldiers in every situation, even in the cost of children or women. Yeah, normal stuff, right? Just the normal everyday March 25th statements from Israeli politicians. Every child's a terrorist, kill them all. Normal stuff. Here's Blakely showing a video we've shown before. This guy's saying, in the maternity ward, 300 terrorists were born. Interviewer says, well, they're children, not terrorists. And he goes, no, they're terrorists. This is Amit Halavi from the Israeli Knesset. I mean, yeah, I've played all of it for you guys, and these are very real, verifiable. I just wanted to make sure you understand who we're actually dealing with in case you haven't seen it. Now, just a quick wrap-up point. Dropsite News reported that New York Times investigation raises serious questions about a March 6th airstrike. Remember when Hegseth told you he's now bombing narco-terrorists on land? And I talked about this. And it's after they started the whole weird Kristi Noem sort of Shields of America thing, and they pretended that started some kind of focus on the land. Well, they just kept bombing ships in the water, too, and they tried to pretend like it was part of some coordinated plan. Well, guess what? The U.S. said it bombed a drug camp. Turns out it was a dairy farm. I mean, this is being widely reported, guys. And we're innocent people, families, a dairy farm. The target, according to the New York Times, appears to have been a 350-acre cattle farm, a dairy farm in San Martin. Farm workers, including a 32-year-old carpenter, Miguel, who owns a farm. I mean, what do you think? Do you think they just are that stupid or that belligerently incompetent, or they just don't care, or just they get played by somebody else? I don't get it. We either got to start acknowledging this as people who actually care about what we pretend we are in this country and what we can be, or I guess we just give up, because I don't know how in the world, and that's not what I think, because I don't know how we can pretend that this is not happening in real time all around the world, and it is literally turning people against even us, by the way, as individuals. When you wonder why people say death to America, why they might be feeling that way. And even then, they still make it clear, look, we're talking about the government. And honestly, if you want to step back from that and realize, like Iranians, I find it strange even because of that, but they seem to have a very positive opinion of Americans. And I'd like to believe it's because of people like us, and because that's the majority from people looking in, that there's a lot of us going, whoa, this is crazy. And that's why I keep calling out that most people are seeing through the partisanship. Most people are beginning to question this stuff. Time to start recognizing that, guys, because we have an opportunity. And this is, and clearly they're trying to destroy that opportunity and everything else with it and everybody else around it, no matter what. And it's just sad that it's so obviously influenced by the very people. I mean, it's like, what do we need to convince people of? That they're not, that the genocide is not somehow influenced, that it's only over there that they're committing genocide. It's only in that one location that they rape people, or it's so obvious what we're dealing with. And again, I think the world has come to terms with that. It's about whether we can do something about the structure here that doesn't seem to care. Never calling for violence, never, but doing something is clearly necessary. So thank you for tuning in today. My plan will be to not work tomorrow, but I guess we'll see what happens with whatever goes on in the world. But thank you for tuning in. Appreciate your support. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.